under 2:20 for a marathon, and here she is over 20 minutes slower than she's run before. So that's a disappointing performance from her. It really is. Sun Yingji of China. We expected a lot more from her today. As we look at the men's leader, Martin Lel from Kenya, still continuing to run strong, now enjoying the crowd support. 4:38 for that mile. He looked as though he was almost sprinting. Well, look at that. That's 10,000 meter pace towards the end of a marathon. That's why the gaps have opened. That's why Paul Tergat couldn't live with it. That's why the world champion Harib couldn't live with it. And now Martin Lel, he's worked extremely hard in that single mile. He's opened up a strong, big lead. He's now along the embankment. He's got about 10 minutes of running left, and that shouldn't be a problem for an athlete of his caliber. Previous winner of the New York Marathon, previous world half marathon champion, one of the athletes who coached by the famous Italian coach Gabriella Rosa, who coaches Paul Tergat and Margaret Akeo, and has coached some outstanding athletes in the past. Once again, Dr. Gabriella Rosa has done the business. This time it's for Martin Lel, probably his second string marathon runner, or even his third string marathon runner. But I told you the winner would have a white vest on, didn't I, Steve?
I love you. You know, whenever we have those little bets, and you always come out with silly comments like that, you know. You didn't tip him to win, though, did you, beforehand? I don't think any of us did we? But he may well have done. And at the moment, it looks a good bet, doesn't it? That 4:38 was almost imperceptible. That's always what's sort of striking. You can almost, you know, when Paula really pushes on, you can see when she's pushing on. This guy just looks nice and relaxed and moving away. We're going to try and give you an indication of how things are going behind. Obviously, Harib chasing down, which John Brown is still going very well with Baldini as far as we're aware, in about 8th position. So the winning time is much slower than we'd anticipated, and I think really you need somebody in the race. There wasn't this year anyone who you know, when they get to halfway goes, right, okay, I've got to try and win this by running quick in the second half. I'm not sure there was anybody in that lead group today who was really of that sort of caliber, and that's why we've ended up with a slow race. And perhaps Martin Lel's confidence just grew and grew and grew to the point at which he then made the push, and for whatever reason the others weren't able to respond. But I'm surprised that Tergat wasn't able to go particular. Evans Ruto, his coach was telling me he was in such great form. He's not interested in championships, just gets himself ready for big city marathons. He's got that one wrong today as well. It's Martin Lel who's taken everyone by surprise, and the slow time, I think, or slowish by, you know, in respect of what we're expecting, will be a bit of a surprise to some. But for Martin Lel, a big breakthrough. He's won New York a couple of years ago, but never run this fast. And another man who's perhaps heading for a personal best is John Brown. There he is, still with the Olympic champion. Wouldn't he have loved to have been in this position in Athens? He ran brilliantly anyway. He just finished 20 seconds outside of the medals or so in Athens. And John, well, as Brendan said, never gets the credit he deserves. He's been 4th in the Commonwealth Games, 4th in the European Championships. He's finished 4th in London before, 4th in the Olympics twice. You've got a feel for him, haven't you? His day's got to come. I just hope John can really keep it together one day, get some reward at a championship and get a medal. He's heading today, I think, for personal best, Brendan, which would be excellent performance.
Well, let's hope John can get a personal best. It's great that we've got a world-class male distance runner at the marathon. We haven't got many other distance runners apart from Paula Radcliffe and John Brown, who can run the long way, the long distance of the marathon of the 10,000 meters. But John, the British record holder for 10,000 meters, moving up to the marathon in recent years, and now matching stride for stride with the Olympic champion Stefano Baldini. His personal best time, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. Baldini, who's very strong in the last mile, he always is, he's always extremely powerful. He always can drive to the finish, and I just wonder how quick they can run today. Martin Lel looks comfortable with a 14 second lead over Harib, the world champion. Hendrik Ramala, the New York winner, in 3rd place, and that's a bit of a surprising result so far. Those 3 were probably favoured, but not to be finishing 1, 2 and 3, and I wonder if things are going to change in the late stages. Moaziz a minute and 14 seconds behind. And John Brown along the embankment running well. Some of the big names who went with the pace are fading away. There's Paul Tergat, the world record holder for the marathon, having a really tough time. There's the Olympic champion, Stefano Baldini. And there's John Brown in the wake of the Olympic champion, and now closing down on the world record holder for the marathon, Paul Tergat. Well, John will be given a real boost when he comes past Paul Tergat, a man who they all respect for his prowess over the years at every distance from 5,000 and 10,000 meters on up. But there's Baldini, passes Tergat, the Olympic champion, passes the world champion, the world record holder, and John Brown once again just behind Baldini, passing the world record holder, Paul Tergat. So he's running well now, John. He just can hang on to Baldini, his best time of 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. He's about 2 minutes behind the leader, so John could be a personal best today.
Well, it's always difficult to judge how they'll cope with the last 2 kilometres, Brendan, but if John keeps the sort of pace he's going now, he'll be very close to 2 hours and 9 minutes. He'd love to get under 2 hours and 9. There's only been Steve Jones, Charlie Spedding, Richard Naroka and Paul Evans have got under that time. And John Brown's best 2 hours 9:44. I think that's within his grasp, but he will want to hang on to the shirt tails of Baldini because he's moving through nicely. John just clicked his watch as he went through there, and he's just a couple of yards behind Baldini. He's got to really try and hang on to him because Baldini's doing what he always does, surging. And the last mile or so, they've taken in Paul Tergat. I think it may well be Elmo Aziz who's just ahead of them now. So he's moving through all the time into the top 6 shortly for John Brown. Well, and a personal best beckoning as well, we hope. Baldini looks to see him just behind him.
John's been coached by many years by George Gandhi from Loughborough University, and George has done a great job keeping John going over the years. We're looking at the lead time of the splits, but after the 4:38 mile, Martin Lell clearly slowed down, and he's now just settling down, anticipating what lies ahead of him. This is what lies ahead of him. It's the mile, and then Richard Naroka, who's on the lead bike, is going to tell us what he thinks about John Brown's position.
Well, John Brown's in 6th position, chasing Baldini, who's in 5th. They've just gone through 25 miles in 2 hours, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. So I think if John can run this next mile in about 5 minutes, he's going to be well within his personal best of 2 hours, 9 minutes, 44 seconds.
Well, I think John may have actually heard you there, Richard. You shout in his ear what time he's got to run, and I'm sure it'll help him.
He's just trying to hang on to the Olympic champion Baldini as they turn round the corner into Birdcage Watch. But I think
they just went through a red light there, can't believe it. Anyway, Martin Lell in Birdcage Walk, the leader, well clear, and his first London Marathon win beckons. You can just see him right in the distance there, well, in the mid-distance if you like. The bikes all around him. He's got Harib still chasing him down, but he's not going to catch him now. Martin Lell clear, a 15-second or so lead. Maybe he's lost a couple of seconds of that, but for the 26-year-old, his personal best of 2:10 is going to get blown out of the water here. It's going to be something around the 2:7 mark. So at last he produces a world-class time that many people have well known he was capable of, just haven't really seen the evidence of it. He's run well at half marathons. He did win New York, Brendan, but this really underlines his ability, and I guess he judged it right today.
He certainly has judged it right. Stayed with the pace. The pace wasn't exceptionally quick, and Martin Lell obviously favoured his shorter distance, enjoying the support of the crowd there. He's almost missed the turn. My goodness. Just shows you when you're deep in that concentration mode, you know, he wasn't watching the bike. The bike led him around the outside, and he almost missed it. He nearly was off into Hyde Park if he kept going that way. But there, Martin Lell going to run a very fast time here, but he's running competitively. He's won it well, and he's won it judging it perfectly. And as he comes into the mile, he'll get some tremendous support. London looking at its best. The supporters at their very best. Biggest numbers I've seen in the London Marathon. The 25th running, and this fantastic event, the Flora London Marathon, gets stronger and stronger and better, and athletes from all around the world respond to it. None better today than Martin Lell.
The legs were just getting a little bit tired, but Martin Lell of Kenya responds with a fabulous sprint finish to excite the crowds here. He'll be able to see the clock, Dave Bedford pushing him across to make sure he goes through the right finish. Martin Lell of Kenya wins the 25th London Marathon in a new personal best. A wonderful performance from him today. Thumbs up, he says. Thank you very much. He judged that absolutely perfectly. Made the move at the right time. There were lots of big names behind him and perhaps a few tears from Martin Lell. The world champion, Harib from Morocco, takes second place. It's one of the best runs we've seen from him, and indeed Harib not too far away from his personal best. And very, very tired as he gingerly comes across the finish line, and all eyes shortly will be on the race behind them between Baldini and John Brown, as Henrik Ramallah, well, he made a big bid to win London. He won New York in November, maybe a big ask to come back and do them both. He's finished third though, acquitted himself very well in a slower race than many expected. But Henrik Ramallah of South Africa takes third place in this year's Flora London. He, one of the more experienced athletes, and knows he's run well today. Not quite with enough pace to hang on to Lell in the closing stages. And then El Mouaziz, past winner, you always get 100% and a good performance. He loves London.
A very good performance by El Mouaziz as he comes down in fourth place. The man who's won it a couple of times before, and this time the fourth place position. We're looking down the field, we're waiting for John Brown, his personal best, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 44 seconds. There's El Mouaziz, just over 2:09. Now, can John finish within 45 seconds? There's Baldini, the Olympic champion, and John looks though he's going to shave his personal best. Baldini comes through in fifth place, just over 2 hours, 9 minutes, 9 minutes and 17 seconds, and John Brown, a personal best for him, moves him well up the list of all-time British athletes. But that's a personal best for John Brown, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Well done, John, and I hope you'll get the credit from that, but that's a creditable performance all round. A very, very good run by John Brown of Great Britain, the man who finished fourth in the Olympic Games last time around. Another good, strong, solid performance, a world-class performance by John Brown.
Well, on the day you can only run as fast as those around you, and he got himself involved in that race. I think ran a perfect race. His plan was to follow Baldini, the Olympic champion. He did that. He was rewarded with a personal best in sixth place, as Brendan said, with many big names behind him. So John Brown can hold his head up high once more. Well, the athletes will start to come through quicker and faster as the 2:10 mark has passed. And we're still not through the top 10. Paul Tergat really must have faded badly in the latter stages. And as that clock starts to tick on, of course, some of the other British athletes, there's Paul Tergat, he really is moving slowly. And, well, he's either really good or he gets it quite wrong. Such a great athlete, Paul Tergat, 5 times World Cross Country champion, silver medals on the track at World Championships and Olympic Games. He is still the world record holder for the marathon, but it wasn't his day today. Moving very, very slowly in these last 150 yards or so. But he'll be back. He does want to win a major title at the marathon. He does feel he's capable of doing it, but you know, everything has to go right. And I think perhaps the evidence of running a very, very fast Lisbon half marathon 3-4 weeks ago, maybe you tipped the balance a little bit too much the wrong way. He was certainly rewarded with a fast time there, but not today. So Paul Tergat inside 2:12, but he'll be disappointed, very disappointed. Well, in case you have only just joined us, Paula Radcliffe won Perhaps not a surprise, but she won in fine style. 2 hours 17. What was it? 2 hours 17:42 her winning time, and a marvellous win for her. And we've just seen Martin Lell win the men's race.
And they're just coming down the mile in slow procession there. This is Korea of Kenya, the second fastest marathon runner of all time. He'll be extremely disappointed with that performance, and I'm sure just behind him will be a very disappointed Evans Ruto, last year's winner. Both these athletes running outside 2 hours 12 minutes. Disappointment for Korea, and a bit of a surprise too, and also big disappointment for the man who's never lost a marathon before, and now he comes in a lot worse for wear in 2 hours 12 3/4 minutes. Evans Ruto.
Well, we always look for a story every year, and I mean, I think in the men's race perhaps the story is that for whatever reason the big names not performing on the day in the way we would expect, and not even as though they were sort of beaten in a really quick race. They just haven't performed at all. Ruto, Tergat, Korea running, well, 2:12 for them is a poor performance, to be honest. But that's what the marathon is about. The preparations, even if you think you've got them spot on, if they're just 2-3% off, you haven't got it right, and then on the day, once you get into the race, and then you stay involved as long as you can, and then once the race is gone, once the leaders are away, then, well, they drop off the pace, and that's obviously what's been happening today. But London Marathon still is the one they all want to come and win, the one that they all want to come and run in. London attracted all of the big names to this year's event, 25th anniversary, and we've had a fitting race to celebrate that, particularly in the women's event. Well, we'll try and pick up one or two others as they come in. We'll be looking for one or two of the other British athletes. Antonio Pena just crossing the line. That is, I was just looking down, I'm sure it is indeed Hugh Lobb. Now that is a good performance from him. 2:14:33. That's a minute inside his best. And in 12th position. So he'll be really pleased with that. You could tell as he spread his arms out wide, he's really pleased with his performance there. Well, coming in now, this is Casa Tedesca, also now running for Britain in 13th place. And just over 2 hours and 15 minutes. 13 in, about another 32,000 to go.
Well, the finishes are still coming here at the Mall, but let's take a look at the provisional results. First of all, in the men's race, it was won by Martin Lell of Kenya, a fast time with all the big names behind him, including the world champion Harib and the winner of New York, Ramallah. John Brown, a personal best time from him, finishing in 6th place. But the big story, a new women's only record for Paula Radcliffe, and what a race she produced. A little bit of a worry where she stopped at about 21 miles, but she finished strongly, and as I said, in a new record ahead of Konstantina Dieter, over 4 minutes behind Radcliffe. Susan Chepkamai, who paid early for that early pace, she finished in 3rd place. Well, we're going to turn our attention soon to the fun runners, and if you want to send in your messages of support, if you know anyone who's running, or if they're supporting a charity that you're very much involved in, send in your message either via our website, email us on bbc.co.uk/marathon, or text us on 81111, and from now we're going to put those messages of support on the bottom of the screen as you enjoy the marathon. So we're turning our attention to the thousands and thousands who are out running here, all ages, sizes and shapes. Started the race as strangers, but so many friendships are going to be made along the way. The courageous, the committed and the generous, all running side by side. And as always, we're going to hear their moving stories, and they'll share those with us along the way. To our reporters who are all in place along the 26 miles, 385 yards. The first familiar face they'll bump into is Sally Gunnell.
Yes, Sue, and they're all smiling, very cheery this morning. I'm more or less at the halfway mark, 12 and a half miles, right under Tower Bridge. What a beautiful sunny day it is, and this is certainly the place to be. And I can't wait to hear their stories.
And we're at the 19-mile mark here in the centre of Canary Wharf, the home of London's 2012 Olympic bid, and a change too to the course, because for the first time the runners are making their way around Canada Square, which means for the first time they'll be running around the base of Europe's tallest building. The water's in abundance, the atmosphere is too. 7 more miles for them to go. They're heading down to the Tower of London. Waiting for them is Phil Jones.
Yes, right here by the Tower of London, which isn't a place for these runners to lose their heads. We're at the 22.5-mile mark, and they need to keep their minds strong while their bodies are getting weak and weary. They're not far from the finish, though.
Well, I'm here with 3 miles to go. Blackfriars is the place to be, I assure you. I've got a wonderful bland plane, an enthusiastic crowd, and lots to drink. Everybody seems to be having fun. It's a shame he really has to finish.
Well, of all the wonderful sights the runners see as they make their way around the 26 miles of London streets in this marathon, this surely is the most welcome. Here on the Mall, the finish line, as they cross the line, the clock stops. They'll receive their medals from some of the army of volunteers here, and hopefully one or two of them will give us a few words and tell us how much they've enjoyed this London Marathon experience.
And the chocolate chip and kisses full of love for you.
What great scenes they are. This really is a day like no other. They're all making their way here to the finish line, and great scenes there as the thousands of people line the streets to cheer them on. Moving messages we've seen already, and as expected, many congratulations for Paula Radcliffe. What a performance from her earlier on. It's been a busy day here though, because earlier on the closing stages of the course we saw the Adidas mini marathons take place. Now here are some of the results. Now they're open to kids aged 11 to 17 from the 33 London boroughs, all the top county teams, as well as Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all represented. Some fantastic performances here, particularly from Katie Richardson. And those were the London winners. Here are the counties winners. As I said, all the top counties represented. Adam Hickey, who actually has sponsorship now. Non-Stanford, who has been causing quite a stir in the athletics world. Both winners, the 15 to 17 year category. And the wheelchairs also, we know that David Weir won the mini marathon wheelchair race, as did Shelley Woods. Well, hopefully we'll be seeing these names competing over the 26 miles in a few years. So they were cheered all the way along by proud parents and spectators, and a short time ago I went to meet some of them. Well, here they are, all happy winners today. First of all, Katie, get a comment from you. Now, you won, you're the best in London in your age group then?
Yep, that's right.
And how was it today?
Oh yeah, it was really good. The atmosphere was great. Just felt good.
But you've done this before?
Yep, for the last 4 or 5 years, I think.
And improving all the time, eh?
Yeah.
Now, standing alongside you, Non-Stanford, now I think Steve Cram said that you have quite a future. You've been all over Athletics Weekly, and a good time today?
Yeah, and I was really pleased. The field was strong, so it was brilliant to come and have a good race today. And I really enjoyed it.
So what ambitions do you have, Non?
I don't think running the full marathon would be one of them. It's a bit far for me, but definitely, like all athletes, to get to the top of your chosen field and possibly the Olympics.
But what about this atmosphere in front of a big crowd? Did you enjoy that sort of?
Yeah, it was excellent, yeah. It really helps you, they spur you on, so it's brilliant.
Okay, and just lurking behind you is Adam Hickey. Adam, congratulations to you as well. And, well, you've already represented Great Britain, haven't you?
Yes, at the European cross-country champs and the World Cross just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so, and what was this like today?
Bit different, but...
Bit of pressure for you?
Yeah, indeed. And meeting Matthew Pinson beforehand. It's a bit of inspiration.
Absolutely. And what's your ambitions, Adam?
To go to the Olympics and win in both triathlon and athletics.
Well, you know, why start low down? Head for the top. Good luck to you. And let's just have a brief word with Douglas at the front. How was your time today, Douglas?
Not the best, but I'm glad about the win. It's the first time I've won it, so I'm happy about it.
That's all that counts, you know. It's the winning, it's finishing first, isn't it? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was the first time I've actually enjoyed the entire race. I was just loving every minute of it. It was a brilliant race.
Have supporters here?
Yeah, my nan apparently cried when she saw me go through the finish, so that was fun.
Oh, well, I bet you're keen to go and see her then.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Anyway, congratulations to all of them winners today, and we already heard from Adam, an inspiration talking to Matthew Pinson before the start there, Matthew. It's wonderful to see these youngsters competing at such a high level.
It's great, and I think it's a bit of an illusion to think of it as anything less than the main event. I mean, these guys are athletes. The amount that they're putting in, the amount of preparation, the amount of training, and you know, some of them just could hardly speak before the start, which I have the feeling I know very well. So I was kind of, you know, I was happy to shake hands and sign a few autographs, but a lot of them, especially the winners, it has to be said, were very focused on what they had to do today.
And I mean, you've obviously competed in front of big crowds, big occasions, and that's what's important for youngsters, to get this sort of atmosphere early on.
Well, they're learning. I mean, this is obviously for them, this is kind of the nursery slopes of a career that's going to take them, we hope, to the highest pinnacles. And if they can get used to performing on an atmosphere like this, then in 2-3 years' time they'll be doing the main marathon or the long full distance, And then, you know, who knows, the world stage, world championships, Olympic games, we need winners in 10 years' time. You know, I'm definitely not doing it. Paula won't be around forever, so we need more heroes to come up.
Well, Adam was saying he's got his heart set on Olympic gold medals. Well, we can't offer him an Olympic gold medal, but you have got some medals, haven't you?
More medals than I've ever had before, so I've better lighten the load somewhat.
We'll let you hand them out. All winners today.
Well done to the youngsters. Matthew Pinson's got a tough job handing out those medals, hasn't he? And he's one of the many celebrities who decided not to run today. They come into the sick, lame or lazy department. These are the ones who've actually decided to get out there and strut their stuff. So we hope we've been able to track them around as they're making their progress. This is apparently where they are. Lorraine Kelly has got somewhere to go, I have to say. Steve Ryder is, well, we heard he had a few injury problems at the start, and he's not yet to cross Tower Bridge. That can't raise at 4 miles. Anyway, they're a little bit further down. So Steve Redgrave is at about 14. Adrian Morehouse going well. Gordon Ramsay, well, he's a good runner, Gordon Ramsay. I know he was a half-decent footballer, but he's a very good runner. But he's not winning the chef's race, is he? Michel Roux just ahead of him at around the 20-mile mark. So that gives you an indication of how some of our celebrities are moving. Oh, Gordon Ramsay just sprinted there. Well done, he covered about 100 meters in a second. Well, we'll keep you updated as to how they're going, and obviously try and catch them as they come across the finish line as and when they do.
You look very good. What's this? Nashi.
Nashi, that's it, yeah.
And are you running for charity in this outfit?
Yeah, I'm running for Little Havens Children's Hospice. Fantastic, down in Essex.
And is this your first marathon?
My 21st. I'm 21 today.
Fantastic.
21 today, yeah.
And is this as good as ever?
This is the highest it's been. No, it's killing me, but it's lovely. Look at the crowd. It's fantastic, isn't it? And meeting you. Second time we've met.
That's very kind. Will we see you next year? 22?
22 next year, yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks very much.
For once in my life, I have someone who needs me, someone I've needed so long. For once unafraid, I can go where life leads me. Somehow I know I'll be strong. For once I can touch what my heart used to dream of long before I do. Oh, someone warm like you would make my dream come true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For once in my life, I won't let sorrow hurt me, not like it hurt me before. Something I know won't desert me. I'm not alone anymore. Oh, what I can say, this is mine, you can't take it. As long as I know I have love, I can make it. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me.
Hiya there, Superman. We always have a Superman in this marathon. That's you today.
There might be a few in front of me today, I think. I'm running for Cancer Macmillan Nurses. It's my 10th and last. I said that after the first
exactly. They always say that. You'll be back.
I'm running for...
Okay, run for Billy.
A month ago. So, I'm running through my area down here in London, Docklands, and my friends will be along the highway and family. God bless Billy's family. God bless. It's the 10th and last is for Bill.
Brilliant. Well done, Dave.
We are.
Keep going. Mwah. Lovely.
And Hugh Love was the second biggest man. Well, a little bit earlier on, the elite athletes finished the wheelchair race, and as far as the women's race was concerned, it was 3 times in a row for Francesca Porcelato of Italy. A couple of silvers and a bronze she won in the Paralympics in Athens, but she was a victor here for the 3rd time. Good time as well, 1:57. But then it was a British silver and bronze through Shelley Woods, just 18 years old, and the great dame herself, Tanni Grey-Thompson, in 3rd place. And afterwards, both Shelley and Tanni spoke to Sue Barker.
Joining me, Tanni and Shelley. Tanni, you've got a big smile on your face, but that looked quite tough out there today.
It was okay. It was actually an awful lot better than I expected. My mileage has been a bit up and down the last few months. I haven't had too many good races at the start of the season, so I was kind of pretty pleased. I got dropped about 15.5 miles, and then I was on my own, but it was great. And the crowd support, as always, is just absolutely fantastic out there, and that makes a massive difference.
I know you say you sort of have a love-hate relationship with it. You sort of love it, but it's such hard work.
I love it when I get to 26 miles. I mean, not having the cobbles this year was quite strange as well. I mean, I thought that would be really good, but there's a few more twists and turns, so I'm kind of 50-50 undecided. You know, the cobbles are short and sweet, but you know, it was great. It was a really good day. I'm really pleased.
Because everyone's come to expect so much from you, but realistically, you weren't expecting to win this one, were you?
No, not at all. I'm actually quite pleased to come 3rd. I think that was a bit more of a miracle than anything else. But you know, we've got a lot on this year. We've got World Cup in a month's time, and we've got Europeans at the end of the season. So my sprint training's been going pretty well, and I'm working hard for that. So, but this is just a bonus today.
And what about young Shelley next to you, just 18 years of age, first marathon?
It's great. She's done some great half marathon time. So you know, this for a debut marathon is absolutely fantastic.
Talk about big smiles. That's a big smile. How was that race for you? Your first experience? I know you've won the mini marathon, but this is the first debut in the London Marathon.
Yeah, it is. It's a great race. It was better than I expected, and the last few miles were tough. And I'd heard about the cobbles, and they'd been cut out, but the course was good, and it was a bit twisty turny, like Tanni said, a few bit into it. So, I think I was just trying to hold on in the last few miles, and it was a great experience. The crowd all the way, and it was deafening at some points, but it was really good, and I'm pleased to finish second, really.
You've obviously watched this race, but I mean, did it live up to the expectations?
Well, I've seen it on TV, and I've always seen Tanni come over the line, and I thought, well, I want to do that one day, and it's great to actually be here and just do it. So, and we got sunshine, so what better can we expect? So it was really good.
And finishing ahead of the legend.
It's something to live up to.
What are your ambitions, Shelley?
To make Beijing in 2008. Later on in the season is to qualify for the Europeans, which are in Finland. So I've got a few qualifying comps to do. We've got the Nationals next week, the weekend after next, and also possibly do the Great North Run later on in the year to finish the season off.
It's lovely. There's so much to look forward to. What about you, Tanni? Back next year? Come on, you're going to, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. I keep kind of saying yes or no. I mean, I think this is my 14th London, so I kind of probably have to make it 50. So, you know, there is something really special about London that makes it worthwhile. So I think way after I'm actually ever going to be competitive doing it, I'll be doing it when I'm about 80. I'll be here forever.
Well, we'll be watching you forever. Congratulations, both of you. Great race.
Well done indeed. Well, we've been trying to bring you as varied a coverage as we like to and can do, but of course you can always go interactive. We've seen the elite men's and the women's race finish. If you'd like to have another look at the coverage of the mini marathon, you can do that. Or you can just have a look at our live coverage of the finish line, see if you're expecting anyone to cross. If they were in the main race, we're approaching the 2.5 hour mark. So anybody there who you think should be running in about that time, then you can press your red button and enjoy the finish line.
Yeah. What's up, my people? You know, when I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes. Something strange without a one in love. There's heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world is alright with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, when somebody else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world is so right with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Well, just some of the many marathons that are helped by the people running around today, just going across your screens there. But there is always an official charity, and this year it is Help the Hospices. You may have seen earlier on some big sunflowers, that's their sign, and the Help the Hospices appeal hopes to raise over £2 million this year from the race. And BBC presenter Sue Thurl is just one of their 2,000 runners.
Training for the marathon has been the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's been worth it every step of the way, knowing that what I do will help to make other people's lives a little easier.
It's been like an oasis in the desert.
There is definitely a more informal doctor-patient relationship.
They can tailor things exactly to people's needs.
Everybody who we care for has a serious illness. They all have an illness that's probably not going to get better, but not all our work is terminal. Many of our patients live for months and sometimes years, but we help them make the most of whatever time is left.
Before I came here, I was in a hospital for 3 weeks, and when I came here, it was like moving from shadowlands into sunshine.
This is inspired by my skydive. It's actually called Freefall, and I think freefall is quite an accurate way of describing sometimes how experiencing cancer can be. There's something about doing a death-defying feat that helps you say, no, I'm not going to be conquered by this.
Hospices across the country rely on the generosity of 100,000 volunteers who give up their time to help out. One volunteer who will also be running the marathon for Help the Hospices is Jenny Hyatt.
A very close friend of mine spent his final days here in the hospice, and coming to visit him, I began to realise what a lovely place it was, and the super atmosphere and fantastic care. And I thought afterwards, I'd really like to do something in terms of time, not just in terms of writing out cheques. It's a very peaceful place, and you realise that there is real dignity. And it makes me think, well, if this is the kind of place that I end my days, then I'm perfectly comfortable about that.
It's absolutely crucial that we're being supported by the marathon this year. Most people don't know that although hospice care is free to all who need it, we only get 25% of our funds from the NHS, which means we need to raise £1.5 million each year to keep going. If patients are well enough, patients really enjoy coming to the hospice for a day, give their carers a break, lots of laughter, lots of jokes, and just relax away from the home. We try and understand what's important for people. Recently we cared for a young mother in her 40s, and the most crucial thing for her was to be able to write letters to her children that they would then have in years to come. So we couldn't save her life, but we could save a bit of her life.
You feel really cared for. It takes such a lot of loneliness away.
It's about living instead of dying.
Little chat. Hello, you want to have a quick chat here? Not often you see a few firemen on the way over the bridge. How's it going?
Brilliant, yeah, having a good time, yeah. The support's been fantastic. It's really good. And
You're very pleased, aren't you, to take that helmet off? It's a bit hot under there.
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah. Let's keep the sun off, so it's not too bad, so...
And which area are you from?
Kent, Elsham Fire Station, between Canterbury and Dover.
And you're running for Children with Leukemia?
Yeah, but it's our 5th time. We're going to New York in November for the same charity as well. And also the Fire Service Benevolent Fund.
And how much are you hoping to raise?
Oh, we haven't got a clue. We just try to get as much as possible can.
Lots of money for them. Well done.
All the best.
Okay, see you soon.
Well, I'm here with two very well-known faces of sport, but actually they're just standing on the runway here. Johnny, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I came here last year and watched this. I think it's fantastic. We're sort of near the 24th mile, so there's only a couple to go. Some of these guys are powering on, so I couldn't imagine this. We train short and sharp, and that's bad enough, but these guys have been going for a long time. It's awesome. A lot of them are raising good money as well, so it's great to see.
Well, James, you're on crutches here. I think some of these are going to end up like that very soon. What happened?
I was actually supposed to do the race today, and I fell over about 6 weeks ago and haven't been able to get back in time. But my running partner should be running past any soon. These guys are around about the 3-hour pace, so keep an eye out for him.
Well, gentlemen, I won't keep you from your fans. Enjoy the day. The sun's shining, and I say I brought that from Wales.
That'd be right.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, hello there, big boys. My gosh, sumo wrestlers.
It's got to be the worst idea I've ever had.
You're really regretting it now.
Oh, it's all right. It's a little warm. Gas mask 4.
Whose idea was it?
That was my fault.
He challenged me to join him for the,
he's got to be
for the race.
stupid for accepting it.
You're running for different charities here.
We are. Yeah, I'm running for Sense, who help National Deafblind Charity.
And cancer research in memory of Lynn Nugent. So.
Brilliant. Well, roll yourself round. We should do a little stance thing, shouldn't that's what they do? Ready? Exactly. Off you go. Well done.
Well, a glorious day in London for the 25th running of the London Marathon, and many with still a long way to go, many with lots of stories. Well, we're going to try and have another go at telling you how our celebrities, or some of them, are progressing. Adrian Moorhouse is now at 18 miles, so Steve Redgrove's made up some ground on Adrian Moorhouse, I have to say. Adrian might be better off just swimming, jumping and swimming across through Canary Wharf there. Gordon Ramsay has dropped quite a way back behind. Well, you see, that's confusing. Steve Ryder's going in one direction and Michel Roux in the other direction. They're not actually running side by side. Steve's on his way away from the finish, Michel Roux on his way towards the finish. But lots of celebrities out there today. And it's a big football day today. Apparently somebody's playing in the FA Cup semi-final, Newcastle against Manchester United. And let's not forget that Sunderland are playing Ipswich, of course, top of the Championship. But just one other celebrity football story. Eddie Gray is running with his daughter. Eddie Gray, former manager of Leeds United, running also with the physio Dave Hancock, who was Jane Tomlinson's physio. And hello to Jane, I know she's watching, not running anymore, but those three are running to raise money for their former friend and the masseur of Leeds United, Bruce, who unfortunately died of cancer very, very recently. And I know there was a big fundraising dinner at Leeds this week, which Peter Reid and David O'Leary attended, and Alan Smith. I said, so well done to Eddie Gray out there today.
And also running for Cancer Research UK, Sean Maley, number 50569, in memory of his mother, and aiming for under 3 hours. Also running for Help the Hospices, Jonathan Sayce, number 39428, trying to beat the time that his brother ran last year in 3 hours 33 minutes. And out there raising money for charities. It's fantastic the way it's going.
And if you were with us when the main race started off from Blackheath, you would have heard us mention the Ron Pickering Memorial Fund, of course, named after our former colleague here at the BBC. And there's a group of youngsters from Nottingham University representing Ed Prickett, great young athlete who tragically was killed in a road accident in the north of England last year. Hugely missed by his friends, but I think he would have enjoyed this occasion, and hugely missed by United Kingdom athletics. He was a British international athlete himself, so our best wishes to his family and his brother Andrew, who's racing in his memory.
So Canary Wharf is now one of the big features of the London Marathon course, and it's had another role to play because of course we're just 80 days away from the decision which will be made in Singapore in July as to whether London will get to host the 2012 Olympic Games, and the headquarters for the bid is right above Juliet Farrington down there in Canary Wharf.
Here in Canary Wharf, not only are the runners making their way around Canada Square for the first time, they'll also be passing the headquarters for London's Olympic bid, which is located in Europe's tallest building, which is all the way up there. The top floor of One Canada Square is home to the London 2012 team, and it was here that the IOC's Evaluation Commission were briefed during their recent visit to the capital. They couldn't have failed to have been impressed. It provides the most spectacular panoramic views of London and most of the prospective Games venues. The main Olympic Park at Stratford may just be a brownfield site at the moment, but already in place are venues in the Docklands, Greenwich and central London. And if you're lucky, you can even see the new Wembley on a clear day. London and the other 4 candidate cities will discover their fate in Singapore on the 6th of July.
Hello there, can you hear me under there?
Just about, just about.
Well, this looks like the heaviest and the maddest outfit I've seen so far.
It's completely lukewarm.
Lukewarm? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, probably very drenched as well. You're obviously doing this for a good cause.
Yes, we are. We're doing it for Action Medical Research.
Right, and hoping to raise money for what in particular?
Well, the charity itself, it just gives money to any areas where they need research for medical conditions.
Well, that sounds like a brilliant... Well, I think Paddington Bear... It's Paddington Bear, isn't it?
Paddington Bear.
Go on off. Go and get your jam sandwiches. That's what they like, don't they?
Thank you.
Well, they'll be keeping Sally Gunnell busy down there all day, I'm pretty sure, on Tower Bridge. Lots of good stories, and can I just say good luck to Pat Thomas, who's running for Coco, along with Louise Laws and Claire Waters. Tom was a big Wrexham fan, and he's raised a good few £1,000s today, so thank you very much to him.
And to the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, led by their team captain, good old Humphrey Walters. He's running his umpteenth marathon here today, along with the likes of a guy that I used to know from my school teaching days, Miles Langdon, a former hammer thrower. Can you believe that? Former hammer thrower running a marathon. But next stop for Humphrey Walters, he's off to Cardiff to give a motivational speech to the British Lions rugby team along with Sir Clive Woodward. So good luck to the JDRF and of course to Humphrey.
And also to Rav Singh, number 5564, running for Battersea Dogs Home, as well as number 2194, Ian Hawkins, who's running for Dream Flight, raising £3,500 for a charity whose purpose is to send seriously ill children on a holiday of a lifetime to the United States.
You're going to love this one, lads. You know how Paula likes to have her hair just right? Well, this guy, Lino Carbossieri, did Paula's hair when she won her first London Marathon, and he's got the best when she broke the world record. A very clever man. He's running his first London Marathon today. Anthea Turner was meant to be running for the Oasis Trust charity, and she persuaded him to run. I think Anthea was twisted an ankle, unable to perform. But Lino, well done, mate. I know you'll still be out there. But if you want to know how Paula got on, she won. Well, apparently we've got an interview with one of the hairdressers out running there. There's 177 of them. Let's hear from him.
Hello, this is my hairdresser, believe it or not. Hello. Thank God you didn't have to do my hair before you had to run this. I can't believe you're running this. You are not a runner. Someone's talked you into this, obviously.
Yeah, Anthea Turner.
And then she didn't do it because she'd hurt her leg, didn't
Exactly. Exactly.
she? I mean, you haven't trained for this.
No.
Why are you here?
So Oasis Trust.
Very good cause. Are you going to get to the end? We're only halfway.
I'm doing it for my dad. It's a year today.
Is it really? Good man. Oh, brilliant. I'm so pleased I've seen you.
Yeah, you see?
Well done. There's a bus down the end. I'm
Paula
sure you can
win it?
jump on the bus. Yeah, Paula won it.
Is she catching me up?
He does Paula's hair as well.
Well done, Paula. I need to do it.
She might come and cheer you on. If you go past her, it's our hotel. Give her away. She'll be back there by now.
We'll do something that makes me tell you something.
You know I'm
Well, thank you for all of your messages so far. We'd love to hear more from you. We're still on air for another hour and 20 minutes or so. 81111 text, or you can go to the website bbc.co.uk/marathon. Anyone you want to say well done to, hello to, or pass on your best wishes to. Well, all of the thousands who are still out there will not know the result of today. Of course, Paula Radcliffe won the women's race. We heard from her earlier on. But now let's hear from the winner of the men's race, Martin Lell.
Martin, congratulations. You must be delighted. A great time.
Thank you very much. I am very happy for this competition. And also very thankful for inviting me to here in London.
Talk us through the race and your tactics out there.
So far, because I've been training so hard, my coach has been trying to teach me how some experience. So now it was my challenge because I know that this is the very toughest race ever in the world. So I was very ready in order to come and fight for the race.
And it was great to see all those big names behind you, huh?
Okay, so I'm very happy. Though I'm very happy, I was prepared enough to tackle with this race. So I was fearful because I know that there are more than 10 competitors who are very strong. So it was a challenge to me anyway.
Okay, well, congratulations. It was a fantastic race. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello there.
How you doing?
This looks a very nice outfit.
Different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Any particular reason you're wearing this today?
Yeah, I'm running for a special little girl called Summer, who has cerebral palsy.
Okay.
And we're hoping to raise some money for some special treatment.
Right, and why did you decide to wear this outfit?
Well, I was going to run with Paula Radcliffe, but she went off a bit fast, so I decided to put this on and run behind all the rest of them.
So did you have any reservations? No?
Not really. I'm called Big Chief Running Slow now.
Oh, fantastic.
So having a great time though.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Excellent.
Right, well, let's check up with the progress of some of our celebrities. Steve Ryder is going, well, in the opposite direction. He's past mile 14, heading in the other way. Leading our celebrities as we see them at the moment. Gordon Ramsay approaching 22 miles. Misha Rue cooking up a storm. Apologise for that. Approaching 24 miles. I think one or two of the others are a little bit overdone, to be perfectly honest. Steve Ryder been struggling with an injury, to be fair. Martin Lell, the winner of the men's race. We just heard from him a little bit earlier on. Not the quickest London Marathon for the 25th anniversary, but an enthralling race nonetheless. A big personal best for Martin Lell. Really produced the sort of race which we knew he was perhaps capable of, having previously won the New York Marathon. But the headlines tomorrow will be all about Paula Radcliffe. 2 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds, but really the time of less importance. It's a new world best for a women's only race. But in my view, Paula Radcliffe very much back to her domineering best. And I think that race will have given her an awful amount of satisfaction and will have pleased all of her fans as well. So Paula Radcliffe back in London and back to winning ways.
I think Paula would like to say a word or two to you. So here's our new champion.
Thank you. I think on behalf of all the runners, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to all the crowd all along the route. Once again, you've proved that no one does it better than London, and I hope the IOC's taking note. Thank you.
Well said.
Hello, fantastic to see you two, Hannah and Ricky. EastEnders. It really hurt. Much more than you thought it would.
Yeah. I was overtaken by an emu, and I said, you know, he said, I'm not an emu, he said, I'm an ostrich. So, yeah.
That's it. You're not going to retire though because you've been overtaken by that, surely?
No, I should be trying to chase this hill.
No, my excuse is I had half an hour wait for the loop, so I'm going to take that off my time at the end.
Fair enough. You just go out, you're going to get some big cheers around here.
So, raising money for a good cause, it's such a great time. I've had a laugh.
Well, look out for you at that finish line. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Good luck, Tommy.
Well, down at the mile, look at that, there's somebody there just trying to get some treatment for a last bit of cramp with just 100 metres to go. And help always available, particularly in these latter stages. And that really is what the marathon is about, isn't it? It's the camaraderie that the athletes, and to be fair, these are all good club standard athletes running for personal bests. The hordes yet to really start to approach the finish. Crowds phenomenal out there, really are, I think, the biggest crowds we've ever seen. It is a wonderful day here in London. The weather has helped, undoubtedly, but as Paula Radcliffe was saying, if the IOC are watching, I know Lord Co, old Sebastian, was hoping to be here today. He's over in Berlin, I think, with Ken Livingstone, smoothing the path, we hope, towards London being awarded the Olympic Games. That decision, of course, happens in July.
Well, running today, Dominic Hart, number 32772, who's 40 next month. His father, Alan Hart, will be a very proud man today on his 70th birthday, because he was the head of BBC Sport who actually commissioned Chris Brasher to put the marathon on television, and I think that was a significant point in the marathon's development.
Well, we are coming to the end of our coverage here on One, but we'll be continuing our coverage of the London Marathon over on BBC Two in just a moment. But here on One, in about an hour's time, it is Manchester United versus Newcastle, live from Cardiff.
No, I didn't see you on the telly. I'm afraid I'm more of a rugby fan myself. So you'll definitely be here for the semi-final and the final, of course. Yes, Mr. Souness, the bouncy castle will be available.
A little hope can go a long way. Newcastle and Man United battle it out in the FA Cup semi-final. Live today at 1:50 on BBC One and Radio 5 Live. Great drama from the BBC.
Well, that is in an hour's time here on One, so between now and then, why not join us over on BBC Two as we continue to follow the stories of the fun runners who have become such a big part of this Flora London Marathon. You know, since it started in 1981, over £200 million has been raised for charity, and they're expecting to raise another 35 million today. So amazing sights, amazing stories from amazing people. I wonder what memories we will treasure from the London Marathon in 2005. As we've seen in the past, anything can happen in this race.
I'm a bit bushed at the moment.
Don't need to censor that.
Who are you calling today?
Well, it's for the trunk calls that come in every so often.
Are you looking forward to it?
Hello, as in company.
You've got the energy to carry it right over the line.
He wants to meet the sawdust.
Unexpected entrant, a long way ahead of the field.
It's been a long day, a very long day.
No, I didn't see you on the telly. I'm afraid I'm more of a rugby fan myself. So you'll definitely be here for the semi-final and the final, of course. Yes, Mr. Souness, the bouncy castle will be available.
A little hope can go a long way. Newcastle and Man United battle it out in the FA Cup semi-final. Live today at 1:50 on BBC One and Radio 5 Live. Great drama from the BBC.
The police will be there as
I need to know in which way he attacked you.
with their air weapons. Down the line.
Is crime falling? Or is it out of control? Panorama investigates. Cops and Robbers. Tonight at 10:20 on BBC One.
Now on BBC One, The Politics Show with Jeremy Vine and Jim Hancock.
Hello and welcome to The Politics Show. This week, the launch of the Lib Dem manifesto had to be delayed when Sarah Kennedy gave birth to the party leader's first child. The chubby, red-faced bundle of joy was asleep during his first public appearance, but when he woke up, he said he was delighted to be a father. On this week's Politics Show, are you thinking what we're thinking? Conservative campaigners hope their 5 slogans have tickled the voters' fancy. But is there enough substance in their manifesto? And the latest from the politics show's Battle Boat, a cliffhanger as the Lib Dems struggle to cling on to Britain's narrowest majority.
And still in the northwest, after the Bourgas case, we ask if our asylum system really is in chaos. Plus postal votes, further doubts about the system as applications soar.
And later in the programme, we'll be asking what it takes for someone setting up a new party to break through in the British political system. But first, the news read by Moira Stewart.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Conservatives are outlining their plans to cut taxes if they win the general election. They're planning extra tax relief to encourage people to save for their pensions, but they've ruled out any change to the threshold at which people start to pay income tax. Here's Carol Walker.
You know, don't forget her.
Michael Howard says tackling the pensions crisis is a key priority for the Conservatives. So the Tories' biggest tax cut will direct £1.7 billion to encourage people to save for their retirement. It'll mean tax relief on savings in private or company schemes for anyone earning up to £37,000.
We believe that with so many people saving so little, we need to get people saving more. It's right to encourage them by using income tax relief to do so, and if we do that, we can start tackling the pensions crisis, a subject on which Labour's manifesto is silent.
It's part of £4 billion in tax cuts, which the Tories say they'd pay for by cutting waste and bureaucracy. But their rivals say it's simply not credible for them to claim they could increase spending, reduce borrowing and cut taxes.
Gordon Brown in Washington for a meeting of finance ministers led a renewed Labour attack on the Tories' economic plans.
The sums don't add up. They're exactly the same mistake that John Major made in 1992 when he promised everything, and in the end he led us into a recession and into a stop-go disaster. The Conservatives are going to have to go back to the drawing board and think again.
And Charles Kennedy said it wouldn't wash with voters.
The Conservatives are saying on this, as they are saying on other things, vote for us, we cut your taxes, we increase popular spending, and we get down the national debt. Now, if life was just waving a magic wand like that, it would be oh so easy. People are not going to be taken in.
Michael Howard will announce a further tax cut in the next few days, but the argument over whether the Tory sums add up will be central to the campaign right up to polling day. Carol Walker, BBC News, Westminster.
The Welsh Nationalist Party, Plaid Cymru, is calling for primary legislative powers for the country's National Assembly. The party, which won the second largest number of seats in Wales at the last election, says it's time for real devolution.
The economy is going down, affordable housing is beyond the reach of young people in all the communities throughout Wales. Lots of things we need to do, and we are saying that you can't get it done without primary legislative powers akin to our friends in Scotland, and I believe that's the way forward, and that's the issue for this election.
The retail group Littlewoods is to cut up to 3,200 jobs. It comes after plans were announced to close 126 of its Index catalogue-based outlets. The company said Index over the years had accumulated debts of more than £100 million under different management teams. There are more signs of improved relations between India and Pakistan. The leaders of the two countries have been watching a cricket match in New Delhi before holding talks on trade and the disputed territory of Kashmir. Paula Radcliffe has won the 25th London Marathon. Paula won in 2 hours, 17 minutes and 42 seconds. It's her third victory in the London Marathon. The men's race was won by the Kenyan Martin Lel. More than 30,000 runners took part. That's it from the news desk. Back to you, Jeremy.
Moira, thanks very much. So are you thinking what they're thinking? After lambasting what they call the smirking politics of Tony Blair, the Conservatives have continued with their no-holds-barred approach in this election. The latest polls suggest it hasn't seen them break through yet, but there is no doubting their energy. They've boiled down their entire campaign to 10 words and have rained condemnation on the Prime Minister. Has that left voters more or less clear on what a Conservative government would do? Gillian Hargreaves went to the marginal seat of Gloucester to find out.
It's 6 o'clock on Monday, the 11th of April. Good morning. This is Today with John Humphreys and Edward Stone.
The news headlines this morning. The Conservatives launched their manifesto for the general election in 2 hours' time.
And can fine wine and low politics mix? Today's newsreader is Brian Perkins.
The Knox family from Gloucester are crucial to the outcome of the general election. Tracy and Lenny will vote on May the 5th. But the Tories have to woo them and their city if they want to get back in power. 10-year-old Ryan Knox has a keen interest in all things political.
Mum, who are we going to vote for?
At the moment, not sure. Well, it depends, what happens this week and what they say they're going to do in their manifesto.
Read this manifesto, then think carefully about how you vote.
The Tories are hoping a bit of electoral telepathy might work for them. Are you thinking what the Conservatives are thinking? They've had a good start to the election campaign by promoting some very simple messages. In this case, they're promising cleaner hospitals. But is it enough to convince undecided voters like the Knox family to turn out and support them?
People long for their children to be taught in disciplined schools. Shouldn't even be an issue.
See you, Mum.
Be good.
See you later. Well, discipline is a major factor, obviously, but I think it's a lot to do with the parenting. You can't blame the schools for the discipline if it doesn't stem from the, it all stems from the parents.
My main priority would be education, like the children's welfare and future children. You can't just think about our children and get them into good schools and everything else.
Chris Healy is the Gloucestershire representative of the Secondary Heads Association. He's had a good look at the Conservative manifesto and thinks some of it is eye-catching.
The really radical ideas in the manifesto are right near the end of it in terms of the education section, because what they're saying is that they will concentrate their resources on introducing much more competition into schools. They will create a whole vast number of new school places, 600,000, and this is at a time when certainly in this county they're trying to reduce school places because of the falling school pupil numbers.
Lenny Knox has been installing mobile phones in cars for nearly 20 years. He's the sort of self-starter the Conservatives should be appealing to.
If you look at what you need to have a stable and strong economy, our policies are the only policies which offer Britain the best prospect of that.
You reflect open-mindedly for the last 8 years or so. The business has got stronger and stronger, and prior to that I can't really remember, in all fairness, but it just seems that that's the way to go. Labour's got it a little bit right at the moment, I think, but I am still open-minded.
The Tories in Gloucester are running a brisk campaign, but one advisor to the last Conservative leader thinks they've got their work cut out.
What are you doing?
Conservatives have run a brilliant campaign so far. This is seen and commented upon by political commentators as a well-organised, disciplined, imaginative and inventive campaign. Of course, the electoral challenge is to shift floating voters, and particularly those floating voters higher up the social demographic scale, who probably feel a little less comfortable with the tone of some of the policies that have been laid down on immigration, for example.
How hard is it to keep a hospital clean?
I'm sure there is bugs, MRSAs that people like to call it, and other ones, but on the whole you only hear about the bad. You only hear the bad reports. How many hundreds of thousands of customers goes through the doors? Hundreds of thousands.
And your own experience of the hospitals recently has been what?
Yeah, well, was it 2 years ago?
2 years ago we spent 6 weeks. Ryan was actually in hospital. He'd broken his femur, and to be fair, the service we got from the hospital was excellent.
What do the political parties need to do to convince you to vote for them?
As I work at a printers, obviously we are absolutely printing for a lot of the election campaigns, so I do sort of tend to have a little shifty through, and that's something I might read something one day, and that's my vote.
Try and read a little bit, watch a bit of TV, listen to the arguments, the twos and fours, and then hopefully I might be able to come to a decision.
And so the great challenge now for the Tories in Gloucester is to get the Knox family and other floating voters to think along the same lines as them.
Gillian Hargreaves reporting there. We'll be talking to all the parties over the campaign, but this week it's the turn of the Conservatives, and their party co-chairman Liam Fox joins me now. Liam Fox, floating voters there like the Knoxes obviously still waiting for you to catch their eye.
Well, I think they're quite right to be taking the time to look at the range of issues offered by the parties, both the policies themselves and the values they represent. We've made it very clear that what we want to do is to reward people like the Knoxes who take responsibility for themselves, who believe in discipline for their children, and who want to do the right thing for themselves, their family and the country in the long term.
We were told by Michael Howard, with us, what you see is what you get. You're going to be straight and open and honest. And now we find out you have a candidate who doctors his campaign photos. You put out inaccurate figures on MRSA. That doesn't bode well, does it?
Well, there was a mistake on the letter. Yes, the letter S was missed out and said trust instead of trusts. I think that...
made the figures wrong.
The figures were made the figures wrong, yes, and Michael Howard apologised, and we'll put a correction out. But I think the issue is still there, that people do worry about the fact that more people die from hospital-acquired infections in Britain now than die in Britain's roads. And people say, well, why do you concentrate on that? When I was a doctor, when I first qualified, one of the first things that you have to swear is the Hippocratic Oath. And one of the things right at the beginning of that says that you will not do any harm to the patients. And surely cleanliness and the safety from the fear of catching an infection in hospital ought to be uppermost.
Just tell us about the pensions proposal that you're coming up with later today. This is another tax break. It will affect, we understand, people who earn under £30,000, and it's something to do with helping their savings grow quicker, is it?
One of the problems that the country faces is the fact that our pension funds have been run down. Labour have taxed about £35 billion cumulatively out of the pension funds. That has an effect not only on people's immediate income, it has an effect on the stock market, for example. And what we want to do is to help those who are in the working population at the present time to put something aside for their later years. And I think it says two things. First of all, it says something about leadership. It says that Michael Howard's leadership is about dealing with long-term problems that affect the country and not just looking for short-term votes, which is the Blair approach. But I think it also says that the Conservative Party's values are to reward hard-working people who save for themselves and do the right thing in the longer term.
You seem to be conceding there that helping people with their pensions is not that sexy.
Oh, it's a very, very important issue. And I think that if you go out and talk to people, there is a very deep worry that pensions and the provision for people who are currently in the working population is not something that the current government is giving enough attention to. We really have to deal with the really big issues, and it can't all be about spin and sound bites. We've had 8 years of broken promises, and we've had far too much of short-termism from the current government. Okay. The Conservative Party is committed to dealing with what is one of the biggest problems we face as a country. What will people have in their old age, and we're going to tackle it.
And just again, final thing on this policy, it won't help existing pensioners, am I right? It's people who are currently saving.
It's for people who are in the working population. We've already set out our policies for pensioners, restoring the earnings link, help with long-term care, and of course up to £500 rebate on the council tax. This policy today is for those in the working population who are looking to the future, and we're going to make it easier for them to put something aside for the time when they retire.
Now, you seem to have a very big idea indeed in your manifesto, which strangely you appear to have hidden. You want patients and parents to be allowed to take cash out of the state sector and take it into private hospitals and buy private schooling. These policies are barely mentioned in your manifesto.
Well, we spent a lot of time in the autumn last year, if you remember, focusing particularly on our action on health and our action on education. And we did it because in the last election people said, well, the Conservatives don't want to focus on the big public service issues, and we spent time focusing on those issues before anything else. And we wanted to make a number of things clear in terms of the public services. If I may take health first, that we wanted to free the system from government targets, which we think interferes in proper medical decision making. We wanted to make sure, as I said, that we got clean hospitals, putting matron back and infection control. And then when it came to patient choice, the most important thing is that patients should be able to choose any NHS hospital that they want to go to. If I may give you an example, a constituent of mine whose family had moved away from my area in Somerset, had to have surgery for his prostate cancer. His family had moved to Guildford, and he said, can I not go and get my surgery done there, because that's where I'd be happier recuperating. And of course, that wasn't allowed, because you can't actually move around the health service because it's not a national health service. And we want to give people, first of all, that right. And you're correct. Then if people decide that having paid their taxes and their national insurance into the NHS, they decide to go into the private sector, we'll give them half the cost that the NHS would have paid for their operation. It's fair that they, having contributed, get something back if they're actually going to shorten the waiting list for others.
Now that's a very big policy. In fact, I think we've got a quote on the screen from you about 18 months ago saying it involves a fundamental recasting of the relationship between the state and the citizen. So again, I ask you, why have you hidden this policy in your manifesto to the extent where the schools part of it, you only describe it in 5 words?
Well, as I say, before this election started, in the long pre-election period that we seem to have, we set out in very great detail these policies because we wanted to have a full debate on them. Naturally, in a manifesto, the manifesto is much about themes and direction for the country as it is about detail.
Well,
Labour,
fundamental recasting would be in here, wouldn't it? I mean, that's pretty substantial.
Well, it is very important.
It's not on the front or anything.
Well, it's very important that we set out our range of policies and we set out our values in the manifesto. We discussed all these policies in great detail before, but yes, we do want to give people greater freedom than they have at the present time. In this country, people feel that their taxes have gone up, but they've got nothing to show for it. We actually want to see individual citizens and taxpayers empowered to make more decisions for themselves and to see less waste of taxpayers' money by government.
There is a fundamental problem with the policy as far as the government is concerned, which is that what you do immediately is you give state cash to people who are already using, let's say, private health care. So you have what they call a deadweight cost. Now, have you got any way around that?
There is no such thing as state money. There is only taxpayers' money. This is where Labour simply don't understand it. Taxpayers who have contributed to their health care should be able to get a say in how they receive that health care, and should they decide to go into the private sector, they're surely due some of the money that they've contributed to the NHS to help them do that, because many of the people using the private sector, in the last few years, a massive increase in the number of people doing that, did so because they simply didn't want to wait the length of time they were being required to wait on the NHS. Many of them were elderly, not wealthy, using their savings, people who'd contributed all their working lives to the NHS. Surely if they decide to go into the private sector, they should get some of what they've contributed back as a helping hand.
But if it's such a great policy, why is it hidden? And I want to suggest to you that the reason you've done this with this policy, buried it somewhat, is that the people like the Knox family, whom we've seen, are a bit suspicious about the word choice. They want you to make their local hospital and their local school better, and as you would say, that is not rocket science.
No, and we've said in our manifesto exactly how we think we can make all hospitals better. We want to make all hospitals better by taking away the government targets that have produced some very perverse results in healthcare here in Bristol, where I am just now. We've had patients go blind because there was no target for follow-up appointments. The hospital simply followed the targets for first patients. That's quite wrong. We want to make sure that we put a matron back so the hospitals are clean and people have confidence in that. We want to give the patients themselves more say in where they get the services. Of course, everybody wants to see all hospitals raised up to the standard of the best, but if you allow patients to choose, then there is some pressure for all hospitals to come up to that standard.
Dr. Liam Fox for the Conservative Party, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, we think we've got the best form of transport in this election. The Politics Show's canal boat has quite literally taken us off the beaten track and is showing us what is happening beyond the high streets and the doorsteps. On the boat is Max Cotton, whose reporting style has always been of the barging variety. The canals are winding through some interesting seats. Last week it was the traditionally Labour eastern outskirts of Greater Manchester. This week, heading south, Max is in the more affluent suburbs where Greater Manchester meets Cheshire.
If you're looking for light at the end of the tunnel, tough. There are still 18 days of campaign to go, and there are still a huge number of locks for our expert boatman John Elsby and me to open before we get to Birmingham. But for the moment, spring has come to the canal side, and the election seems far away.
you find us on this beautiful stretch of canal just entering the hallowed constituency of Hazel Grove. Now, I say hallowed because this is one of the safest Liberal Democrat seats in the country.
Hazel Grove, southeast of Manchester, is a bit of an anomaly. A safe Lib Dem seat in a part of Britain that doesn't seem obvious Liberal territory. What becomes clear when you travel through the northwest in this campaign is that the Lib Dems attract three very different types of voters. There are the protesters, the tactical voters, and those genuinely keen on the party's policies. Lord McNally is leader of the Lib Dems in the House of Lords. He's our celebrity guest on the battle boat, and he's pragmatic about where the votes come from.
Most politicians will tell you that when they're at the count and they see those votes piling up, those votes aren't marked true, lifelong Liberal Democrat, tactical voter or anything else.
So you don't care where they come from then?
I don't think any politician cares where they come from, as long as they are clear votes for them and they have put their case as honestly and clearly as they have.
And the Lib Dems are happy that their case has been made in Hazel Grove. But as Gordon, our helmsman, nurses the politics show ever southwards, things are a bit too peaceful. It's not going to last. The next door constituency is Cheadle, Britain's most marginal seat. Cheadle is a cliffhanger, where the Lib Dems and the Tories are fighting over a handful of votes.
Cheadle is a constituency of homeowners and car owners. It's a cut above the rest, particularly around here. In 1997, when the whole country turned against the Conservatives en masse, they managed to hold on against all the odds here in Cheadle. By 2001, they couldn't hold on any longer, and this seat fell to the Liberal Democrats by just 33 votes.
The Tories want it back. Stephen Day was the MP here for 14 years before he lost in 2001.
Would it be better, now that you've lost once to Patsy Carlton, the Liberal Democrat, to find another candidate who hasn't lost to her, someone new?
I think that people in this area know me. I was the MP for 14 years. I increased the majority twice, but I know this constituency. I think people trust me. They know my record. I help literally hundreds of people, if not thousands. They know that, and they've got a candidate, I believe, that they feel able to put back in Westminster again.
Put bluntly, Stephen Day's best chance is if Labour voters don't vote tactically for the Lib Dems.
Coronation Street aficionados among you may recognise this place as the site of Freshco. For the rest of us, it's the shopping centre in Cheadlehume. Now, these marginal constituencies are being very, very closely contested, and the Liberal Democrats have been distributing this leaflet. It looks as if it comes from the Labour Party, and it tells people to vote Liberal Democrat because Labour can't win here. Who would you say is giving that leaflet out?
Well, with the headline, it should say the Labour.
I'd say it's from the Labour Party.
Have a little bit of a read and tell me if you still think it's from the Labour Party.
I think it's very badly done if it's off the Liberal Democrats. It's a bit sneaky.
I think it's a bit of misrepresentation, I would say. Misrepresentation, yes. So I wouldn't agree with it, actually. I don't think it should be done.
Is this the normal cut and thrust of electioneering? Now seems a good time to ask the Lib Dem campaign team.
It says Labour at the top, and it says Labour paper says vote Lib Dem. It's all in red.
Yes.
You don't think that is in any way deceiving?
No.
Really?
No.
Why not, when it looks exactly like a Labour leaflet?
Well, I think that, you know, from the point of view of the electorate, we're trying to get a message across there, and I think it has been quite successful. We certainly haven't had many complaints about it.
You think that's okay?
I think it's fine, yeah.
And if it deceives people, then it deceives them in the right way?
I don't think it's deceiving people. I think we're trying to convince people to vote for our candidate.
We're going to keep to the left-hand side.
Yes.
We're going to do... we'll both switch things here.
Yes.
This is Martin Miller, the Labour candidate. For Labour to make ground in Cheadle, the party needs to persuade its supporters to vote Labour, and not just to vote tactically to keep out the Conservatives.
I have
a real in principle disagreement with the idea of a tactical vote just to keep one party out. I think that's the ultimate in negative campaigning.
But tactical voting has been responsible for about 30 Labour seats at the last election.
I have no doubt that people have voted tactically, and that has benefited parties in different areas in different ways. But personally, I would still argue that what people should do is go out and vote for the party they believe in.
The Liberal Democrat candidate in Cheadle is the sitting MP, Patsy Carlton. She has cancer and is not well enough to take part in the campaign. Patsy is determined to stand. The other candidates are careful not to make public statements about her health. But it's starting to become an election issue. There's talk, blackly, of a sympathy vote. Both Peter Devine from the Stockport Express and I have been tapped up by activists from other parties, wanting us to question whether Patsy Carlton is well enough to stand as an MP.
Politics is a dirty business, so those questions will be asked ultimately, and you know, we're only 3 weeks away from an election, a general election, so it's not surprising that some people might say that, but
You don't want to go there?
I don't want to go there, no.
So, that was Cheadle. You could be forgiven for thinking the campaign so far has been pretty civilised. A gentle rumble over the troubled waters of crime, immigration and the economy. But on a local level, where literally every vote counts, well then it can be a bit iffy. And it feels like tomorrow, me and the guys need to move on.
Good night, Gordon. Good night, Mike. Good night, John. Good night, Gordon. Good night, Max. Good night, John.
Pat Cotton reporting. Nominations in Cheadle close later on this week. We expect there to be 5 candidates in total, and their names are on the screen now. Later in the programme, the big, well-established parties may have dominated the coverage so far, but what are the prospects for newer entrants to the political battle? First, we have the Politics Show in your part of the country.
Hello, I'm Jim Hancock. Welcome to the Politics Show in the Northwest, and we'll have more reaction to that matter about Patsy Carlton later in the programme. But the trial of the Algerian terrorist Kamal Bourgass, the man who murdered the Manchester policeman Stephen Oak, ended last Wednesday. The proceedings had been covered by a reporting ban. Tony Blair might wish the ban was still in place because the case has detonated a political row about asylum. Now there's further controversy with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Ian Blair, supporting the call for ID cards. Jill Dunnigan reports.
A frenzied few seconds of violence in this flat in North Manchester left one policeman, DC Stephen Oak, dead and 2 others injured. Bourgass might now be safely behind bars, but the issue of asylum is now back on the streets and looking for trouble.
If Mr. Blair had delivered the firm but fair immigration controls that he promised 8 years ago, Bourgass would not have been in Britain. He would not have been here free to plot a ricin attack.
I certainly accept that if we had had stronger border controls at that time, the terrorist organisation would have been more inhibited than it actually was.
Bourgass arrived illegally in the country in January 2000, giving his name as Nadir Habra. His asylum application was refused in August 2001, but he failed to turn up for an appeal hearing and wasn't seen again. He was arrested and convicted of shoplifting in 2002, but gave the name Kamal Bourgass and wasn't linked to the missing Nadir Habra. A year later, he killed Stephen Oak. The Tories claim there could be as many as 250,000 failed asylum seekers still in the country. But is the system, as Michael Howard suggests, in chaos?
The statistics show that the number of people claiming asylum has decreased, and the number of people who are being deported who have supposedly falsely claimed asylum has increased quite dramatically. So in terms of that crude management of the system of asylum, you could argue that the government has been quite successful.
Labour say they'll tighten up the system further if re-elected. They promise electronic tagging, fingerprinting of all applicants to prevent the faking of identities, and of course those beloved ID cards. The Tories want a new border police force, the processing of applications outside the country, and a quota on asylum seekers.
If there were no asylum seekers coming into the country, there would still be an issue of asylum. We only have, let's say, 30,000 people coming into the country every year now, or applying for asylum every year now, which is 0.001% of the British population. The only reason it is seen as a political issue is because it stands for other things. It stands for moral panics that the country has around Europe, moral panics that the country has around racism, moral panics that the country has around a loss of sense of identity.
Labour wanted to fight this election on the economy. The Tories' tough stance on immigration and asylum is one of their strongest cards. With some claiming the Tory campaign's faltering, the Burgas case has given them the chance to play that card just when they needed to.
I'm joined now by Reba Glazier, who's the Regional Director of the UK Immigration Advisory Service, a charity that works with asylum seekers. Reba, from your sort of detailed knowledge, you work with this system all the time. What do you say to the newspaper headlines which are here in the studio today saying that the asylum system is in chaos?
Well, there are problems, there's no two ways about it, and governments have been tinkering with not only the immigration process but also the asylum process over the past 30 years. And I think what we need is a very simple and sensible approach to dealing with this problem.
And what would that be?
Well, it's difficult to say because we've come so far, but I mean, we've got to take the view that migration is a very natural occurrence in the world at this point in time.
I mean, do you accept that we need a limit on asylum seekers coming into this country?
Well, the difficulty is, how do you put a quota on people fleeing from another country? What would you do? Would you say, okay, 500 people in March, and the 501st person is the one who's been terribly tortured and would face death if they were returned to their home country? It's a very difficult thing to do. I think in relation to immigration, there's possibilities to have quotas. They tried it 30 years ago. It didn't work. But you know, it's supply and demand, isn't it? In relation
one
to
thing I
people...
wanted to ask you briefly is, what actually, when people are actually asked to sort of wait in the community for a determination of their application, it's no wonder that some of them don't sort of turn up to be deported, is it?
Well, the thing is, in relation to people making applications, some people's applications are dealt with quite quickly, and in that the government have sort of speeded up the process, but there are still people who've made applications several years ago and are still waiting for decisions. So you've got different levels of service to people depending on when they actually arrived in the United Kingdom.
Reba, thank you very much indeed. Now, joining me in the studio are three candidates. They all used to be MPs until last week. Graham Brady, who's fighting Altrincham and Sale West for the Conservatives. Andy Burnham, who's fighting Lee for the Labour Party. And Andrew Stunnell, who's the candidate in Hazel Grove. Andy Burnham, I'm sorry I can't think of any other way to put this question to you, but a lot of people will be feeling this weekend that DC Oak died because of the chaos of our asylum system, which your government's been presiding over for 8 years.
I mean, personally, I don't think it's right to make simplistic claims like that. We're talking here about this was somebody who was a determined terrorist who was in this country trying to cause mayhem, and the facts of the case are that he was being surveilled by the authorities, and they were on the point of going to that apartment to arrest him. So the authorities were on his trail. My point to people making those claims, yes, lessons should be learned from this case, rightly and properly. They should be learned. And one of the things that the government did on the back of the case was identity cards for asylum seekers. But beyond that, we've said identity cards for the whole population, and we proposed control orders in the House of Commons. Now, they were opposed, blocked in fact, by the Conservative Party. So how then can they make these claims during the campaign?
I mean, we must therefore come on to this ID card. So what is the Conservative Party's position on ID cards?
Well, actually it's the same as Ian Blair's position. It's not that we must have ID cards, it's that we should look at it again properly, very seriously, and we should weigh up the consequences for civil liberties and so on.
A lot of people are going to say that's a flip-flop answer,
Well, it's not a flip-flop answer. I think there are very, very serious civil liberties concerns about ID cards. I also think that it's very clear ID cards would not have made any difference at all to the tragedy of Stephen Oak. Even under the government's plans, they wouldn't be effective for nearly 10 years. It's not an answer to the problem we have now.
No, but
about terrorism or about illegal
if
immigration.
you've been able to get iris recognition of Bourgas, surely, on an ID card, surely it would make a difference.
That is not something which is going to happen. We've also had a Home Office minister just a few weeks ago confirming it's not the government's policy to give ID cards to failed asylum seekers. Bourgas would not have had one of these ID cards. It's a complete red herring.
Andrew Stonell, can I come to you? What do you make of Sir Ian Blair apparently agreeing with Tony Blair on the subject of ID cards?
I think the first thing to say is that the ID card issue, as Graham's quite properly said, would not have done anything to prevent this happening. Actually, the police didn't even know he was in the flat, never mind anything else, and there are some serious lessons to be learnt at the local level. And I think we should also give our sympathy to the family of DC Oakes as well, who have behaved with great restraint and thoughtfulness in this situation. We do not, the Liberal Democrats do not support the introduction of identity cards. We don't think it will solve the problem. We do think it will be a bureaucratic nightmare. We do think it will be an expensive waste. And I have to say, if you look at all the other IT projects that this government has brought in and the way that they've collapsed around their ears, it would be actually quite dangerous to have ID cards with all the civil liberties implications that they've got as yet another IT disaster. It's much better to concentrate on detection and prevention and not to waste money on ID cards.
I mean, the government's track record on computer systems of all kinds isn't clever, is it?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and defend every government contract. And I think Andrew is right to point out the tragedy that it is for the family, and it really feels inappropriate that this has come into a general election campaign. But on the broader point of identity cards, I mean, in the United States, they are introducing biometric passports now in the wake of September the 11th. These measures are coming in because authorities all around the world have to deal and get a grip on these problems, these very real problems of terrorism. And in this country, the government has tried to give the authorities the tools they need to do the job. We believe identity cards are one of those tools, and Bourgas used multiple identities to evade the authorities. That's what he was doing, and we believe that would help them. We also believe the control orders are important here, and I would ask again, why when these things are deemed to be important by the police themselves, when you have Sir Ian Blair coming out and saying so, do the Conservative Party play politics with them?
Well, let's address that issue centrally. I mean, there are a few issues where you're ahead of the government in terms of the issues that are up before the public in this election. Immigration's one. A lot of people think it's one of your few issues that you've got in front and you're shamelessly trying to exploit it.
Well, I don't think there's anything shameless about trying to address a very real concern of the public. But to answer Andy's point directly, what we felt about the way the government was trying to bring control orders in was that it was simply wrong to give a politician, the Home Secretary of the day, the power to arrest and detain somebody without even telling them the charge. That is something we
have
couldn't.
Tory candidates having a message about supporting asylum seekers, then changing that message to suit their boards. You've got MRSA figures being inflated. This is very.
I must agree, Anderson. What do you make of this being made a huge election issue?
Graham's point would be sounder if he wasn't also proposing to halve the budget for the immigration service. I mean, it's just scandalous what he's actually putting together here. And I'm afraid it's part of the Tory message, which is to raise the heat and the temperature on the issue, but actually to take away some of the methods of solving it. We want to see a proper service which is dealing with immigration separate from the Home Office. We don't want to see that reduction in immigration budget. And we think the Conservatives are absolutely on the wrong.
Can you flesh out this border police? Because we've got about 135 ports in this country.
We want a border police force.
What, for every port?
We want to have the main ports policed 24 hours a day. At the moment, 11 out of 35 main ports are policed 24 hours a day. Of course, some of the smaller ports aren't open 24 hours a day. So that's not an issue. But for Andrew, for the Liberal Democrats, to talk about the issue of asylum and immigration at all actually is shameless, given that they want to transfer control of it to the European Union and not have any domestic or national control over who comes in or out of the country. The Labour government, of course, they talk about ID cards now, but what they've done is scrap embarkation controls. Under this government, we do not have the faintest idea who is in the country at the moment. We don't know who's coming in, 500,000 illegal immigrants according to the papers this morning, and we don't know who's leaving.
I mean, it is worrying for the electorate when the Home Secretary himself says he doesn't know how many illegal asylum seekers are in the country.
Well, that's why we're proposing measures like ID cards. But as you heard in your film, people themselves, the working system, say it's not in crisis, and there are others, the Conservative Party in particular, who are trying to whip up fears about this. And on the detail of their policy themselves, they're making a big issue of this. But they still have this policy of a fantasy island where all asylum seekers would be held. They're saying border police in this country while slashing the immigration budget. What David Blunkett did when he was Home Secretary is move British border controls to France and other airports overseas to stop people travelling here in the first place. And that is the way in which we have been able to seriously reduce the number of asylum claims in the last 2 years.
Do you think we're in a harsher political climate than some years ago, and that the Liberal Democrats are being sort of squeezed out of this issue?
No, I don't think so. I mean, first of all, we've got to be quite clear that asylum seekers are not the same as migrants coming in to work in this country. We do need a firm and solid way of dealing with migrating workers. Asylum seekers, as your film interview showed, very clearly the situation there is that if you're facing persecution and death, we cannot as a country simply say to those people, go back and take the torture as punishment. We have to deal with those people. The key there is to deal with them quickly and effectively and take account of all the relevant evidence.
Very briefly, Mr. Tunnell, we heard on the national part of the programme about Patsy Carlton's health. How is she this weekend?
Well, as you know, Patsy is a fighter. She's fought cancer before. She's fighting it again. She doesn't want sympathy, but she does want votes.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, the Burgos case was the big political story of the week, but there were others. Let's take a look at some of them in our election diary. Sir Alex Ferguson joined a Labour Party rally in Oldham on Monday night. He admired the new teamwork of Blair and Brown. The twin strikers had been red-carded earlier in the year by Labour MPs for fighting each other.
We can only lose it by being complacent.
The Liberal Democrats are challenging hard in Oldham East and Saddleworth, so Labour threw everything into this first full rally of the campaign. With the help of Lorraine Kelly, the PM and Chancellor answered questions emailed in from across the country and carefully sifted by party bosses. There was no sign of the fragile relationship shattering earlier in the day when Messrs Brown and Blair visited a glass-blowing factory at the Heath Business Park in Runcorn. But they kept the workers waiting for nearly an hour to see them in the canteen. Do you take encouragement from the fact that 60% of the people of this country would rather see you as Prime Minister than Tony Blair?
Tony Blair is the Prime Minister. I think the issue is whether you have Tony Blair or Michael Howard, and I think people want Tony Blair.
All the polls, all the people seem to indicate that people would rather have him as Prime Minister than yourself.
Well, you look at the polls in different ways and draw different conclusions. The important thing is the 8 years that we've been working together has delivered a strong economy.
The Tories threw down the gauntlet on law and order to Labour in Leyland, positioning one of their posters right outside the Labour offices. South Ribble is one of the Conservatives' top targets. Shadow Home Secretary David Davis denied they were indulging in the politics of fear.
If you go to the ordinary person in the street and ask them what they care about most, crime and disorder come top of the list almost every time in almost every part of the country. Now, that's not because of us. That's been the case for years, and the reason for it is because you've got problems on the street. You've got violence, you've got all sorts of other problems going on, and that's what they're reflecting. And we reflect what the public are concerned about.
Concerns over the postal vote refused to go away. It emerged this week that applications for postal votes in marginal seats had risen significantly. The Electoral Commission believes parties are aggressively promoting the postal vote to voters. In Cheadle, where the Tories and Liberal Democrats are fighting for Britain's most marginal seat, over 8,000 have applied so far, compared to 1,600 in 2001. In Blackburn, where a councillor was jailed last week for postal vote fraud, more than 20,000 have applied, compared to just 7,600 in 2001. Back on the campaign trail, it was the Battle of the Posters in Ambleside on Wednesday as Conservatives tried to ambush a visit by the Liberal Democrats Deputy Leader Ming Campbell. He was standing in for Charles Kennedy and son Donald, who at 2 days was considered too young for the fray.
I think it's essential that politicians and parties seeking to run the government of the country should be transparent and straightforward, and that's what we've tried to be by saying that we have one tax increase and pointing out precisely what we'd use that money to fund. The end of tuition fees, free personal care for the elderly, and a contribution to local government finance to reduce the burden which so many people find a crippling burden when it comes to paying for local services.
The Lib Dems and other parties had ignored the call from the Cumbria Tourist Board for the Lake District to be a politics-free zone for holidaymakers getting away from the spin and bluster of the campaign. So it wasn't only the sheep who were bleating about their fields being invaded by woolly messages from the politicians. This studio's anything but a politics-free zone. Helping me out through the campaign, spin political analyst Dr. Jonathan Tong from Salford University. Let's look at this postal vote thing. I mean, it has gone up a lot. I mean, is there a sort of suggestion that all these people just aren't finding it more convenient and they're doing something dodgy?
Well, the thing is, we simply don't know. That's the scandal. We simply don't know whether the people really need a postal vote, and that creates suspicion. It's far, far too easy to obtain a postal vote now. Electoral registration officers on councils admit that they haven't got time to check the witness signature and the witness address that's provided that accompanies a postal vote. People can download postal voting application forms from the internet. They don't have to be sent to the elector's actual address, and political parties can still get involved in helping people apply for postal votes. Those are the sort of things that should be outlawed. Really, you should have to prove why you can't turn up at a polling station, and it creates a climate of suspicion.
But that's not how the law was changed. The law was changed to allow people for any reason to apply for postal vote. Those people, one has to perhaps conclude, just haven't got the time in those 15 hours on May the 5th to go to the polling station.
But it's extraordinary that a quarter of the electorate in Blackburn, for example, on your own figures, find that they haven't got time to go to the polling station when the polling stations are open from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m.
I mean, as an emergency measure, I think the electoral returning officers urged political parties not to actually handle postal votes, let it happen through the postal system. Would that help?
Well, I think that would help, and I think we'll see legislation after this election to tighten up on procedures. Remember, this is the first time a UK election is having outside international observers looking at it to make sure that everything is above board.
Hot foot from Rhodesia, or from Zimbabwe.
Well, you do wonder why these observers are necessary. Everyone, at least, even if they didn't like the results of previous elections, accepted the result as fair, whereas this time the extent of increase in postal voting does raise grounds for suspicion.
Now, what do you make of the campaign? I mean, last week we had Gordon Brown and Tony Blair in Oldham. The polls seem to be slightly widening in Labour's favour. Conservatives and Lib Dems not really making that impact yet.
I think that's the problem for the Conservatives. They need to make headway. On current polling figures, they're only capable of capturing one seat from Labour, that's Lancaster. All the other seats that are held by Labour would remain Labour. Remember, the last time that the Conservatives had a shock election victory when Labour was in power, way back in 1970, the Conservatives took 15 seats in the North West. No real sign of that. Now, the Conservatives have, sensibly perhaps, played to their strengths. They're ahead on immigration and asylum, but they now need to move on to areas where Labour is ahead. For instance, tax and education, and I think we'll see a switch in tactics by the Conservatives during the forthcoming week.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. Well, that's it from me. I'm back on the election trail next week, and if I find anything interesting, you can be sure I'll bring it back for your perusal next Sunday. Until then, let's go back to Jeremy Vine.
We talk a lot about the main three parties, but there are lots of smaller ones coming on stream, and those who work for them and vote for them might well feel aggrieved. You can only get elected to Parliament if you come first in the seat you're fighting. So a party that scoops third or fourth place in seats all over the country gets precisely nowhere. Why hasn't that put off the smaller single-issue outfits that we're seeing spring up left, right and centre? Paola Buonadonna reports.
When it comes to politics as well as home decor, some of us have decided that if you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Voters want more choice and are increasingly shopping around for the right party. At the last general election, there were 179 registered parties. This time round, there's more than 300 to choose from. 9% of voters avoided the three main parties at the last UK general election, and 38% ignored them at the European election last year, where proportional representation was used. On the continent, where most countries have a system of proportional representation, non-mainstream parties have a real chance of gaining seats. Here in Britain, elections are fought under the first-past-the-post system, which is of course the biggest barrier to entry for any new party. Even so, the appetite for change is there, and this year the BBC will use a staggering 27 different colours and symbols in its election night coverage. 2 years ago, Graham Leon Smith, a retired headmaster, decided that the main parties weren't doing enough for all the people. So he did something about it, with the help of technology.
I thought, in fact, we could use the internet to form a new party, because I've been using the internet to run a worldwide charity for 5 years, and the internet doesn't cost anything. You can send emails to people all over the place. I create a website myself, so nothing costs anything at all, and you can reach thousands of people very easily. There's no way in which we could have done this party without the internet, because the cost of setting up a party, the cost of printing glossy brochures, sending them around postage, the manpower required to do this, just impossible for a small party.
But once the seeds of a new party have been sown, it needs the bright light of media attention to flourish. After all, very few of the new parties have the foot soldiers to canvass. Christine Constable from the English Democrats is well aware of the problem.
The media are not here to help. They're not interested in small parties, they're interested in the main three parties. And I think that's a big, big mistake, because let's face it, 50% of the people are not voting in elections. There's a whole constituency of people who are not feeling that they're being represented. And our view is, let us speak. Give us the airtime, do the programmes, give us the coverage that we need to put forward perfectly legitimate questions, and that's all we want to ask. Unfortunately, unless you dress up as Batman and pin yourself to the balcony of Buckingham Palace, nobody's interested in you. We are a legitimate mainstream party. We don't really want to have to do that, but honestly, what can we do?
Frustrating though it is for newcomers, public service broadcasters in particular are bound by a precise formula in allocating the right proportion of airtime to different parties.
Now, we can't give the same coverage as we give to the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats, to every single party that's standing in the general election. Just isn't possible. And we need to cover those in great detail because they are competing to be the next government of the United Kingdom. Most of the other parties, the newer parties, are not doing that. But so we have to make a judgment about what is the balance of coverage that we give, and we do that by looking at what their achievement is in terms of votes achieved, not just in general elections but in other elections, and what their aspirations are, how many seats they're standing in.
Thank you so much. Another problem new parties face is, how are they going to pay for it all? The big parties have lots of members and can count on many donations. For the newcomers, the answer is likely to be, once again, do it yourself. It takes a certain amount of conviction, not to mention a healthy bank balance as a prospective candidate, to put up £500 of your own money when you're not certain you're going to get it back. But then many who set up a new party do so with a healthy dose of realism. It's not that they necessarily expect to be forming the next government. What they're interested in is pushing the issues they care about firmly on the agenda of the three main parties. And even those whose job it is to analyse and explain political trends to the rest of us agree that can be a positive thing for our democracy.
I think one can say that new parties that may not win anything as far as seats are concerned still provide two vital roles. The first is they might help to get more people to the polling station. If they provide an option that the other parties don't offer, that might help to persuade some people to go and vote. But the second obvious thing is that they do start to pick up some votes, maybe not very many votes, but enough for the other parties to start to get worried, then they may start influencing the policies of the mainstream parties. So, for example, the fact that UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party, has done well at recent elections, in the view of some people, has helped to persuade the Conservative Party to move in a more Eurosceptic direction than would otherwise be the case.
So simply having more choice of parties to shop from is not enough to deliver change. It's still the number of votes in the end which determines what kind of impact they can have.
Paola Buonadonna looking at the hurdles facing new parties. The UK Independence Party are grand old men by comparison. They've been around since 1995 and last year won 12 seats in the Euro elections. Still many of the same issues apply to them, and Nigel Farage of UKIP joins me now. Welcome to you.
Hi.
Because effectively you're fighting a general election now without the prospect of winning a single seat.
I wouldn't accept that. We came third nationally last year in the European elections. We came first in 21 constituencies in the European elections. We beat the Conservatives in the Hartlepool by-election, the first time since World War II. The chief opposition party had gone down to fourth. So I think that we've got a reasonable chance of establishing our first toehold in Westminster.
But it is tough, this system on smaller parties, because second place is nowhere.
It is tough, it is tough. And I would like to see some element of PR within the system.
Where does this leave people who vote and campaign for you? Do you sense that they are thinking, OK, you've done this for 10 years, in Westminster you're not getting anywhere, if that's where they are on May the 6th, and they start to think it's not worth it?
Well, they're going to say we've still got the pound, and if it hadn't been for UKIP and Jimmy Goldsmith, we wouldn't have the pound. They see that for the first time in a quarter of a century there is a real debate about our future, about whether we should be part of political union or not. So I think our voters know we've achieved an awful lot. They'll vote for us on principle, but in our target seats, they'll vote for us knowing we've got a real chance of getting a voice in Westminster. And when half the country supports UKIP policy, is it too much to expect that just a handful of us can get into Westminster?
They may support it, but only as a smaller part of bigger thoughts on other policies like schools and healthcare and crime and so on. And ICM, the pollsters, have done these polls asking people what's the most important policy, and Europe gets 3 or 4%.
But then
way down.
Hang on. We've got a totally bogus general election campaign going on here, whether it's MG Rover, whether it's business deregulation, whether it's the immigration and asylum policy. These things matter to people. These things are important in voters' minds, and what they're not being told by Labour, Liberal Democrat and Conservative is that it doesn't matter a damn whether Tony Blair or Michael Howard wins the next election. Those issues are decided now in Europe. So it's not single issue, it's an issue that encompasses 70% of the laws that are made in Britain today.
So what about the other 30% of policy for you? Do you have policies on the NHS and all of that?
Yes. We're talking about schools and hospitals, which are the two big areas that we haven't yet handed over to Brussels to control on our behalf. And what we're saying about them is that they too are afflicted by this disease that runs right through Britain today, the disease of bureaucracy.
But why have a policy on the NHS? What is the point? If you are a pressure group, you need to apply as much pressure as possible. And the best way to do that is to strip away policies that are different.
You know, on immigration, for example, you know, we've been putting forward since 2002 sensible immigration policies. In terms of rhetoric, at least, the Labour Party and Conservative Party have followed many of them. So if we put forward some good ideas on hospitals, such as last summer we suggested matrons would be a good idea back on the wards, that's now been picked up by some of the other parties. So we're not doing any harm in putting forward a blueprint for how an independent Britain could and should be run.
Would it be fair to say that your biggest problem was having Robert Kilroy-Silk in the party or having him leave it?
Well, you know, I mean, he came into UKIP in the middle of a very successful European election campaign. He was the icing on the cake. He got us some extra votes. He raised our profile enormously. But immediately after the election, it was clear that he was a divisive figure. He wanted a revolution within UKIP. He's gone. He's doing his own thing. We're now a united political party.
Now, a voter might say, I don't have to worry about UKIP because this is taken care of. I will get, they might say, a vote on the European Constitution. I'll get a vote on the Euro. So why would I need to worry?
They might not, because on the 29th of May, the French are going to kick into the long grass the EU Constitution. We may not get a debate in this country, a vote on the EU Constitution. We should be discussing it here, in this general election, whether we govern ourselves or not, whether we're the masters of our own destiny. Surely, what could be more important than that?
Nigel Farage of the UK Independence Party, thank you very much indeed. And that's it for this week. Thanks for being with us. If you want to know more about the election, there is a link to the BBC's elections site on the Politics Show webpage, which is bbc.co.uk/Politics Show. And I'll be on Radio 2 as usual tomorrow. We'll be back at our new regular time of 12 noon next Sunday. We hope to see you then. For now, goodbye.
What are the party's plans for the NHS?
All the issues, all the angles, the general election, all on the BBC.
An entire nation desperately trying to stay in time with Strictly Dance Fever. And the Time Lord.
If you want aliens, you've got them.
Whose biggest problem is just staying alive. Doctor Who. Saturday from 6 on BBC One.
EastEnders has moved over to BBC Two for the afternoon, starting at 2:30, and that's because we've got the FA Cup semi-final here on BBC One. Gary Lineker is at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff.
We'll play 21.
Good afternoon, welcome to Cardiff for the FA Cup semi-final between Manchester United and Newcastle United. It's a long time since the Magpies stole any silverware, but the omens could just be on their side. It's 50 years since Chelsea last won the league, and look at them now. And it just so happens that back in that very same season in 1955, Newcastle won the Cup. Since then, there have been nothing but grief and near misses, while their opponents today have virtually made the competition their own.
The ball comes to Milburn, and the first blow is struck. Once again, it's Milburn, a superb 30-yard bombshell. My word, does victory taste good.
Yes! Keegan second, and Newcastle were undressed. Keegan 2, Highway 1, Liverpool 3, Newcastle none. Chance for Collymore. He's won it! Newcastle United have not only lost a match, they've lost control of their own title destiny now.
It's Arsenal 2, Newcastle 0. Set up for Paul Scholes. Newcastle are runners-up for the second year running. Their 17th major trophy success under Sir Alex Ferguson.
Maybe I was mistaken about those omens. The last of Manchester United's wins, of course, less than 12 months ago. These fans have become regular visitors to Cardiff. Meanwhile, the Toon Army have been waiting so long now for a taste of glory that most of their supporters would have forgotten that in 1955, Rock Around the Clock was #1 in the charts, Winston Churchill resigned as Prime Minister, and Albert Einstein passed away. Such an intellectual loss was softened slightly by the birth of one Alan Hansen. Not much in common, you might think, except to the best of my knowledge, Einstein, like Hansen, was relatively hopeless in front of goal. Alongside Alan today, a much younger element, ex-Newcastle striker Les Ferdinand and former Manchester United keeper Peter Schmeichel. Should be quite an occasion though, Alan, for even an old chap like yourself.
Too many flippant remarks in this programme, Malik. But I think if you look at the game, both sides under a bit of pressure. Newcastle had a great run, then we had the big fight in the pitch, we've got dissenting voices in the camp, we've got a lot of injuries. But in reality, I don't think many neutrals expect them to win. For Manchester United, this is a must-win game, because if they win, it resurrects the season a little bit, and the cynics and the critics go away for a while. If they get beaten here, no good news whatsoever.
Having spent a few years at Newcastle, as you know what it means to these supporters, they're really up for this one, aren't they?
They certainly are. You know, we've seen so many occasions where Newcastle supporters at the end of the game have had their hands in their heads, and I'm certainly hoping that it's not the same as today.
Manchester United, though, Peter, I mean, what a record in semi-finals in the FA Cup.
They have, yeah. They lost the semi-final against Chelsea in the League Cup. That was the first one, I think, a domestic one in 25 years or so. But this means everything for them now. I mean, this really do. I mean, they could finish runners-up in the league, but this, to win a trophy, this game becomes so important, and in particular at the back of a performance like last weekend against Norwich. Today is a very important day, not only for Manchester United but for the players as well, because today the manager will learn which players he can bring into the next season.
There's, of course, Newcastle, you mentioned here to the fact they've had a few problems with their with injuries and, of course, suspensions, and this is the team that Graham Souness has gone with.
Well, I watched them play on Thursday night. They got beaten 4-1, should have won 4-1. Big responsibility of two centre-backs, Taylor and Boomsong. Ball in there in the box is a problem on Thursday night. You've got Scholes and Rooney that will arrive late and are adept at that sort of thing. Obviously the inclusion of Robert is a massive talking point because, you know, he was one of the dissenting voices I was talking about, and he's turned around and said that the club are worse under Souness than they were under Bobby Robson, and I think that because of all the injuries, he's had to play him. And to be fair to the guy, he can get you a goal. I mean, we've seen him hit them for 25, 35 yards free kicks, and
it's a bit like
Bobby Robson was in here
him.
before, and he said this guy, he was responsible for 32 goals last season. It is, I mean, regardless of what, if you've got him in the squad, you got to play him because he will score.
No, at the same time, Les, I mean, you don't turn around and say, you know, you're better last season than this season.
No, not with the predicament of Newcastle are in at the moment. I think he's very similar to a David Ginola that we had at Newcastle when I was playing. And what you do with a player like Robert Robert is you weigh up what his pluses and his minuses, and you think if the pluses are great, then you have him in the side, and if they outweigh the minuses,
he's pretty reliable, that chap.
You get the service into him and he'll score goals for you. Yeah. That's one thing, you know. He's been incredible, and it's really pleasing to see that he's going to stay on for another season.
That was one player that I did not like to play against because he's so good. His finishing is good, and you know, he's strong, he's physical, he's an intimidating player to play against. Fit or not fit, he's the hardest player I've ever played.
Is that why you tried to get Fergie to buy him about 3?
Well, I tried my very, very hardest.
He likes semi-finals as well. These are the 2 goals in previous semi-finals. This is against Tottenham. Brilliant goal that is.
I remember it well, played in that one, and
you played in that one, did you?
Yeah, semi-final against him. But this is Alan Shearer, you know. He picks up the ball. He works so hard to get himself into positions, and once he gets going, there's no stopping him.
The thing about him is
over the top against Man City.
He's made an art out of keeping things simple. He's never made it harder than it's supposed to be, and I mean he's 25 on average every season.
Every season,
unbelievable.
This is the goal against Chelsea, where he makes it, gets to the byline and drive it.
And that's probably the part of his game that he doesn't get much praise for, is that he actually makes as many.
Yeah.
I love it when you make mistakes. That was against Spurs, by the way.
Well, against Spurs in the quarter-final.
What about Manchester United? They've gone with a strong.
Well, I think it's a really strong side that they've got. If you were looking at that side and they were playing well, you would say that they've far too much quality for Newcastle. I mean, you know, you've got Keane, Scholes, Rooney, Van Nistelrooy, but the problem is they haven't been playing that well, and this is like last chance saloon for them. And I think I agree with Pierre to a certain extent. The manager will be looking at his players in this match, and he will know who he's going to keep on. I mean,
is that side that we're too strong for Newcastle in your opinion today?
I would have thought so.
Yeah. Les, I mean,
my heart says for Newcastle to win this game, they needed all their first choice players and playing at the best to win this game. I'm not going to go against them. I'm still going to say that they're going to win, but it will be a tough game for them.
Don't ask me. You know what I'm going to say.
It doesn't matter who they're playing, you say the same thing. Right, Newcastle United versus Manchester United. The winners will play Arsenal in the FA Cup final next month. Match commentators here at the Millennium Stadium, Mark Lawrenson and John Motson.
Thank you very much, Gary. Good afternoon, everybody. These two clubs may lay claim to being semi-final experts. It's Manchester United's 24th FA Cup semi and Newcastle's 17th. But their journey to Cardiff began in more modest surroundings. Exeter City of the Conference and Yeading of the Ryman League were their third-round opponents. A reminder of the democracy of the FA Cup. And they're welcomed today by nearly 70,000 fans in the Millennium Stadium. There's been some criticism about staging the semi-finals in Cardiff, but a year ago, when Manchester United played Arsenal at Villa Park, an awful lot of genuine supporters couldn't get tickets. Today, they can. And on that basis, I think the FA can rest their case. We've had the final here now, we will have had for 5 years, and it's a lovely stadium. The atmosphere stays in the ground. Once you get to Cardiff, the fans really enjoy it. And Newcastle have sold 32,000 tickets, could have sold more, by the way. Manchester United have taken their full allocation, and it should be quite an afternoon. The referee, Mike Riley, is already just checking out the various aspects of the pitch, and supporters gathering in their seats. And if we look at the two teams, you'll see that there is a surprise in the Manchester United selection. Wes Brown has been preferred to Mikhail Silvestre at the back, but Cristiano Ronaldo opened the scoring in the final last year, and he and Wayne Rooney, who by the way Newcastle tried to sign before Manchester United, they've scored 6 goals between them in this year's competition. Now, Mark Lawrenson, it's Manchester United's only chance of a trophy this, but the game is being played in the shadow of the Glazer takeover bid.
Well, that particular question has been posed for a long time, and they seem to think that may be resolved within the next week or so, John, but won't affect the players today. I noticed there in the build-up, I never realised Sir Alex Ferguson never lost an FA Cup semi-final, which will be important from his point of view, but also I think the FA Cup semi-final is as much about dealing with the emotion of the day and the game rather than just the performance and, of course, ultimately the result.
Well, let's have a look at Newcastle, because they were already without the suspended Bowyer and Dyer, of course. They've now lost Genus and Bramble from injuries in Lisbon. Boonsong was ineligible on Thursday, but he returns in defence. Nicky Butt played for Manchester United in last year's final. He's in centre midfield. And Laurent Robert, who I know has received a real roasting from the chairman, a burst of anger from Freddie Shepherd as well as Graham Souness for what he said in the press. He's recalled, as Gary said, because Newcastle are down really on numbers here. And really, Mark, it's been a club in turmoil this season, one way or another.
Well, I think the manager's just been putting fires out virtually every day since he's been, I think he joined September the 1st, 2004. So, well documented their problems. They need to be unified today. They need to play with lots of resolve, lots of passion. I think they've got the forward players who are capable of winning the game, but it's a question of how they can cope with Manchester United when Manchester United are bossing this match.
Well, what Manchester United have also done, they've rushed Ryan Giggs and Darren Fletcher back from injuries. Don't think Newcastle were expecting to see them today. They're both on the bench with Alan Smith. Newcastle, as I say, stretched to fill the bench with experienced players. Kluivert is there, and Zogbia, who didn't dislocate his shoulder on Thursday, he's on the bench as well. Now then, if there's one person they didn't want to see, it's Paul Scholes, Newcastle. He scored against them in the '99 final. He got a hat-trick against them at St James's Park a couple of years ago. He got the winner in last year's semi against Arsenal, and he scored 2 against Southampton in the 6th round. So he's a man with a mission, Paul Scholes. And as you said, Sir Alex Ferguson unbeaten in 6 semi-finals with his club, that's FA Cup. Manchester United themselves have won their last 11, unbeaten at this stage in this competition since 1970. And there's his adversary, Graham Souness, who has won a trophy in this stadium, the League Cup with Blackburn Rovers. We're all set to go. Mike Riley has taken over from Graham Poll, who has a hamstring injury, and Mike Riley, Mark, was the referee in the big showdown at Old Trafford in the autumn when Manchester United ended Arsenal's run.
Oh, of course, we never ever forget that. Hopefully he steers clear of controversy today. In fact, John, if we don't mention him, he'll have a good game.
Fine, I won't mention him then. There goes Van Nistelrooy early on. Boonsong's gone across. Van Nistelrooy, who's surely due a goal sooner or later. Going through quite a thin spell by his standards since coming back from injury. Boonsong's tracking over there again. Now here's Van Nistelrooy turning against Taylor. And Shay Given collects the ball before it crosses the line. What do you make of Van Nistelrooy's current form?
Well, it's not been great, but he's a long-term injury, and I think, as the manager said himself, he was rushed back a little bit too quickly. He doesn't suddenly become a bad player.
There's Celestine Babayaro, had a fitness test himself before they declared him OK. Robert on that side as well. Shola Amiobi preferred up front to Kluivert. This is Taylor, who was the player sent off for handball against Aston Villa. He served his suspension and he's got a free kick.
Well, it was probably a little bit fortunate actually, because he tried to get the ball out of his feet and Scholes was into him very, very quickly.
So Newcastle have the free kick. Shearer and Amiobi taking up positions just outside the 18-yard line. That's Amiobi. Here's Shearer. Wide of him is Milner here. And this is Carr. Headed away by Rio Ferdinand. And then by Rooney. And back in by Nicky Butt. And here's Ainsley. Quinton Fortune is playing on the left, that's a handball. What about the system, Mark? I mean, is Rooney playing, again, just deeper than Van Nistelrooy?
Well, I mean, at the moment he starts on the left. He's allowed to go wherever he wants, and you know, with a player of his ability, he's fantastic at finding space. So I think it's very, very important for Manchester United. You let him have his head because he will cause Newcastle problems. And I don't think it matters any way which particular position he plays in, John.
No, he scored 2 against Lupton St James's Park earlier in the season, I remember. This is Wes Brown. Ferdinand. Ronaldo. Up against Babayaro. Oh. It's a foul by Nicky Butt on Ronaldo.
I think the incessant rain that we've had is going to actually quicken the game up a little bit as well.
Yes. This is Quinton Fortune. And Milner wins it for Newcastle here. Stephen Carr. Ameobi and Ferdinand. Confident sort of back pass, isn't it?
Yeah, no problem for the goalkeeper.
Roy Keane, the captain, is on the ball now. He's played in 6 FA Cup finals, a modern record, aiming for his 7th. Scholes beavering away there and finding Ainse on this side. Ronaldo, switching positions. Scholes. Van Nistelrooy's pulled away to the far post. That's Ainse who forces a moment of concern for Newcastle. Shay Given just comes to punch. Enormous backing from the stands for both teams here. Fortune inside to Rooney. Now it's Keane, and Van Nistelrooy tries to turn Boomsong. Good save by Given.
Well, I don't know whether you saw involved in that move. It was Rooney himself who got himself free again. Good play by Van Nistelrooy at the end.
I think Given had this well covered. Shearer takes the throw and he finds Milner, and Wes Brown had to be quick. It's a corner to Newcastle, and you can bet your life Boomsong will be forward for this, and Taylor. Andy Fye is going into the 6-yard box. Shearer by the penalty spot. Delivery wasn't great. That's a handball by Carr.
Well, strictly, it's a booking, isn't it?
Don't think Mike Riley wants to show a card if he can help it this early. He's just let him off with a warning word, Mark.
Let him know if that was a good idea later.
Gary Neville. Inside to Van Nistelrooy. Ronaldo's made a great run here. Oh, he's gone through. Oh, was he caught? Penalty! Penalty, Manchester United, and a booking. Yellow card. But no, he's given diving. Well, it looked very much as though he pointed to the spot there, Mark.
Well, I thought you were absolutely right, because he did seem to point to the spot.
It's Taylor, isn't it?
It is Taylor, takes it away from him.
It's a yellow card, Ronaldo, for simulation. And Roy Keane is just absolutely perplexed. He's up with the referee as we speak. Well, for a start, it may have been, well, right on the line, would have been a penalty anyway, but, well, there's a surprise.
Manchester United thought they'd been awarded a penalty, and Newcastle as well the same.
Absolutely, both sets of players reacted as though it was a penalty. Mike Riley in the headline straight away here, having given, of course, the penalty when Rooney went over Campbell at Old Trafford. This time he goes the other way. Here's Rooney now, and that's Andy Fye with the tackle.
That's what we're saying about the pitch, because defenders will dive in, and because it is skiddy, there will be lots of fouls like that. He's got to be cute, this referee, today.
So Ronaldo is on a yellow card. The man who put Manchester United in front in last year's final starts this semi-final with a booking. Ferdinand. What did you make of the actual challenge, Mark?
I don't think there was any contact whatsoever, but like you at the time, I believed that the referee had given a penalty. I think everybody in the ground thought exactly the same.
We'll see it again in a minute or two. This is Ainsley. Scholes. And again. This is Rooney. Gary Neville. Ronaldo. It's going to happen. Oh, he's going to win it this time anyway. Ricky Butt.
I think we've seen from Manchester United already, John. We spoke about Rooney in the position you've been taking up, but Scholes at the moment is the one who's just playing behind the Newcastle midfield forward. He's causing all sorts of problems picking the ball up.
Yeah, I think Scholes and Keane have lifted their game this season when it's come to FA Cup ties. Ronaldo still really reacting from this decision.
Yeah, definitely no contact. When you look at it now, it's a fantastic decision by the referee, isn't it?
Let's give full marks to Mike Riley. Quite right. Here's Ronaldo. He's got Gary Neville in loads of space. Scholes is in the middle, so is Rooney. Oh, it's hit Rooney. And it's come away to safety for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think Scholes just missed it. Seemed to clip off a Newcastle defender and onto Rooney as well.
Rio Ferdinand. It's all Manchester United in this early period. Ronaldo, Van Nistelrooy. In it goes from Keane to Scholes. Oh, and Babayaro sliced it. This is Van Nistelrooy and Boonsong. And a foul by Van Nistelrooy, surely, yes.
There is no doubt that Manchester United have started better. The passing's crisper, the movement's excellent, awareness, the man on the ball, 2 or 3 different options all the time. It's an important period for Newcastle to hold on a little bit here.
Well, this is... The referee's obviously pointing at Ronaldo. If we run it on a bit here, I think he actually is pointing at Ronaldo straight away. Great decision from there. This is Rooney. Neville looks for Van Nistelrooy on the chest. Boonsong is marking him shirt tight. Van Nistelrooy. Ronaldo. Now they've got 3 in the middle, Manchester United. It's come off Boonsong. It's going to be a corner on the far side.
Well, already the movement of Van Nistelrooy is pulling both Taylor and Boonsong, the 2 Newcastle central defenders, all over the place, just making those holes for Scholes and Rooney to run into.
Normally, were he playing, Giggs would take these with his left foot from the far side, so it's going to be a Paul Scholes corner, maybe more of an outswinger. They've got Ainsley in the penalty area, as well as Wes Brown. There's Ainsley coming in now. Came out to Fortune, who really miscontrolled that. Keane. His cross headed on by Scholes. Babayaro doesn't look comfortable to me. This is Rooney. Babayaro's made a very shaky start there, Mark. He's been injured.
Yeah, I think all of Newcastle defensively, John, have got a real problem at the moment. There's any doubt about that. But, every time a Manchester United player has a ball, there's always a forward pass on. As I said before, the movement's extremely good, and it looks every time they've had the ball in the final third, and we're only 11 minutes, nearly 12 into the game, that Manchester United are going to create some chances here.
You really can't emphasise too much what this match means, particularly to Manchester United. It would be unacceptable for them to finish a season without a trophy. Newcastle United know if they were to win today, they would definitely be in Europe next season, because they would play Arsenal in the final, who are going to be in the Champions League. So Graham Souness, there's a lot at stake for him today as well. He won the cup as a FA Cup as a manager with Liverpool in 1992, shortly after having had a heart bypass. 13 years later, he's still taking the strain and stress of management. Here's Ronaldo. This is fortune. Didn't really get hold of that either. And Carr for Newcastle. Ainsley. Keane. Scholes, little touch for Rooney. Now it's movement by Manchester United, and Stephen Taylor there did well to intercept, found Nicky Butt. Andy Fye. Oh, he's given it away to Ainsley. Rooney. Ainsley again. Now Fortune. Van Nistelrooy's pulled away far post. He's pulled away from Babayaro, and Boumsong is there to clear.
Classic centre-forward play, wasn't it? On the shoulder of the last defender, then just pulled away as the cross was played in and nodded it back into the danger area.
It's a good semi-final so far, but it's very much in one half of the field, isn't it? Four players in red shirts go the other way, and then Ronaldo overlaps. Back again to Neville, out by Boumsong, who's proving quite an obstacle already in the Newcastle defence. In by Keane, on by Rooney. Boy, Boumsong's like a one-man barricade back there, Mark.
Well, Shea Given just said, why don't you leave it? You can't leave it in there, you've got to deal with it.
Fortune. Ronaldo. Well, Newcastle have broken that up, and there's a chance on the far side they could make a break here. Laurent Robert's got Shearer up with him. He's gone, that's a free kick given, and Mike Riley says that was a foul. Robert it was who went down.
It was a tackle from Keane. I don't know how you could possibly complain. Look at this, the way he was sitting. I didn't touch him, Governor, honest.
Well, Robert and Shearer have both been known to score from here. It's 30 yards, but Robert's put the ball down, and Shearer talking to the referee, obviously about Manchester United not retreating enough towards the 10-yard mark, so Mike Riley paces it out here. Now, what a story it would be if Robert came back from all this shenanigans and scored a goal from here. Taking a long run up. Oh dear. Couldn't be much further away, could he?
But he just couldn't cut away to his manager's face for seeing that. Oh, it's there. Every picture tells a story.
Quarter of an hour gone in the FA Cup semi-final for the right to play Arsenal here in 5 weeks' time. As Mark said, there was some rain earlier, but not enough for them to close the roof at the Millennium. Here's Andy Fye. Robert. Shearer's gone left, Amiobi's gone right. But he can't get the ball under control, Amiobi.
They just can't really string any passes together at the moment, Newcastle, John. That's the great problem. And when they do get the ball in forward areas, they're just picking out the most difficult of passes instead of keeping the ball for a little while and getting some momentum.
It's gone over the head of Stephen Taylor, so Boumsong collects again. Given having to come out of his area to deal with this. moves. That's the position he's taking up now. Here's Rooney. And Newcastle are... Cristiano Ronaldo. Neville outside him. Rooney's at the near post. Another piece of supreme defending by Jean-Alain Boumsong there. What a start he's made to this match, the ex-Rangers player.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. But you mentioned Babayaro before. I do feel a little bit sorry for him, just coming back from injury. Laurent Robert is just letting Gary Neville run, and at the moment it's 2 against 1 against Babayaro. He's got no hope.
Well, it was Rooney trying to steal in behind Boumsong. Scholes through the legs of the referee. Very nicely done. Forward by Keane. Ronaldo. Really weaving patterns here, Manchester United. Ronaldo tries to get it in early. This time, Van Nistelrooy. It's in. It's in. He's done it. He's broken that barren spell. And Manchester United take the lead. And the irony of that was Boumsong, who played so well up to then, slipped. And that's why Van Nistelrooy got the shot in.
Yeah, most definitely. A real striker's instinct as well. But originally from the cross, John, there's the most... Look at that challenge by Babayaro. It's never ever been a challenge. And it was so easy for Gary Neville to slip the ball in, and really they've scored almost unopposed here.
19 minutes gone, and Van Nistelrooy, who was on the mark in the final here last year, has put Manchester United in front, and his last goal before today was at West Bromwich Albion back in November. How pleased he'll be to see that go in, not as pleased as him. 19 minutes gone in the semi-final. Manchester United 1, Newcastle 0. Amiobi. Corner. Well, have Newcastle got it in them here to snatch a quick reply? Poor old Boumsong, I have to say that was an unfortunate slip when he'd been defending almost by himself up to then. Shearer won't get that. 2 corners that Milner's taken have been really poor.
2 corners and 1 free kick.
Sorry, it was Robert, I think, actually.
It was Robert.
Yeah, Robert, sorry. Milner took the one on this side. Babayaro. Well, Ruud van Nistelrooy. So what you like about strikers. They do hit the odd poor patch, but they always come back and score. The real, genuine class ones do anyway. As soon as his team are a goal down.
Another waste by Robert from yet another set piece. I mean, it's wasteful enough when you're not playing particularly well, but when you're 1-0 down in a semi-final and you can't get the ball.
Thing is, Mark, they're playing as kind of 4-4-2 if Milner and Robert can't get the service in, but look at the other end, that's where he slips, and I don't know about Shay Given, was he a fraction slow there?
Well, they say he's had a fitness test to enable him to play today, and I think 100% fully fit Shay Given might just tip that round the post.
Crept in the corner, and Manchester United are dominating the semi-final. Nicky Butt, Carr. This is Amdi Milner. Carr early in, Amiobi's there, out by Ferdinand, only as far as Babayaro. Robert's wide of him, and he's turned Gary Neville. Just for a moment, he gets the cross in. Oh, it went all the way across, and neither Amiobi nor Shearer could make contact.
Well, that's the plus side of Laurent Robert. Great little turn, half a yard on Gary Neville, and a lovely cross, and an invitation really to the 2 strikers. Both of them missed it.
It went behind Amiobi and then bounced up past Shearer's chest. To Shearer again, Amiobi there, but Tim Howard makes his first really telling save. Coming up to the halfway point in the first half in the Millennium Stadium, the second FA Cup semi-final of 2005, and the semi-final experts Manchester United, who haven't lost at this stage of the competition for 35 years, are in the lead. Ronaldo. Step over, so familiar now. Look, done it twice again. Still hasn't gone past his opponent, but he's found fortune. And Nicky Butt there, just picking it up off the toes of Ronaldo. That's got to be a foul. My fortune is really playing on the left side of the Manchester United midfield in the absence of Giggs. Ryan Giggs is with the party in Cardiff and on the bench, so he could give Alex Ferguson 20 minutes if he needed him. Shearer's header on, Amiobi. I think we've seen nearly all Manchester United's FA Cup ties, Mark, this season, and there is no doubt about it. When they rise to the occasion like this, they still pass the ball as well as anybody.
Well, there's no doubt about it whatsoever. We just spoke about it before, John, but you look at Paul Scholes, he's absolutely everywhere, and he's everywhere where Newcastle can't get near him.
Everywhere they don't want him to be.
Exactly.
Well, there's the possession for you, 65% Manchester United. That just about tells the story today. Ainsley. Well, now Ronaldo says, I'll have a go on the left. He's up against Carr this time. Milner. Let's come back of Alan Shearer, and it's come straight to Wayne Rooney, who's waiting for Roy Keane to go right, which he has. This is Keane. It's Rooney again. Corner kick.
The strength for one so young's amazing, isn't it? I mean, Boomsong 6'3", 6'4". He's live, athletic, and he just pushed off basically by Rooney, and in the end it took two Newcastle defenders to deal with him.
Well, Paul Scholes is definitely deputed to take the right-wing corners. Brown is up there in the box. Ferdinand as well. He's never scored actually for Manchester United, Rio Ferdinand. There's Ronaldo, who's also very handy in the air. Nicky Butt. Stephen Carr. That's going to be a free kick. Robert had come over to the right-hand side.
It was a silly foul by Gary Neville because he had Robert facing his own goal and not particularly going anywhere.
Well, they've taken it quickly. It's Robert again, and Amiobi and Shearer are waiting in the centre. Here comes Shearer. That's a corner.
Switched off for a second, Manchester United.
They did switch off, and again, fire's going right in on the goalkeeper, and Boomsong and Taylor have come forward. Suitable for Van Nistelrooy. He's won a throw. These two clubs meet again in the Premiership a week today, believe it or not. Manchester United have only lost one of their last 9 games against Newcastle. Psychological edge, no doubt. Not as good as a 1-0 lead, though. This is Babayaro. On by Robert. Ainsley. Keane. Across to Ronaldo. Now then. They are using the space as well, Manchester United, and Ronaldo here. They have tracked back slightly this time and forced him to deliver a very poor cross.
At least he's smiling about it.
And that's the present Newcastle boss, Graham Souness, who took over very early in the season from Sir Bobby Robson, who's there in the front row today watching his former club. Great Newcastle supporter at heart, Sir Bobby. He was there when they won the Cup in the 50s as a fan.
And that was Paul Walsh as well.
Nistelrooy to Ronaldo. You can almost see Van Nistelrooy's game coming back, Mark, can't you?
He lives by goals, John, doesn't he? It's the important thing for him. Once a goal scorer, always a goal scorer. A huge weight lifted from his shoulders, I would think.
Looks like that to me. Here's Keane to Fortune. Scholes. Rooney. Oh, took a clattering there from Butt. Free kick given.
Yeah, just trying to help it round the corner for Scholes.
Starting to rain again quite heavily here now. Keane puts the ball down. Oh, more than heavily. It's pouring. This is Keane. Ronaldo's wide again. Keane goes the other way, and there's just... Oh, Ainsley's over here, and nobody tracked him back. Powerful cross. Oh, what a drive! Quinton Fortune arrived there on the volley from Ainsley's cross, and Newcastle was sleeping a bit on this flank, Mark.
What a goal that would have been. A lovely little returned-in cross by Heiting. Shay Given always struggling because he thought about coming for the ball, and a couple of feet below that, it's 2-0. Fortune did well actually here.
If it had gone in the far corner, Given would have got nowhere near it, would he?
I'll give you that.
Amiobi there, trying to get past Rio Ferdinand. Oh, he has for a moment. No, there's a free kick been given. The referee stopped the game.
Well, I think he's a little bit unlucky here, Amiobi. And the ball's played up to, and this he did quite well. I can only presume maybe for handball was it this was given.
Yes, possibly. Rio Ferdinand is the defender. Look, he's got his, well, yes, on the left arm, I think, Mark.
Just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah. If you've joined our Sunday afternoon coverage a little late, Van Nistelrooy was the scorer on 19 minutes for Manchester United. Taylor. Half an hour gone. Ainsley gets a free kick for Manchester United. Milner was the challenger. And Mike Riley's going to get his card out of his pocket here. This is the first booking. After Ronaldo, that is, of course, the first booking for Newcastle, and it's James Milner, who recently lost his record as the youngest Premiership player to Vaughan of Everton. Now he's been booked here for the tackle on Heitzer, Mark.
Yeah, it's caught him late, isn't it? But I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest with you.
By Rooney, and then by Fortune, and now by Van Nistelrooy. Andy Fry has got a little bit of a record against Manchester United. He played in the Portsmouth team that beat them back in October, one of only 3 league defeats Ferguson's team have suffered in the Premiership this season. But they've only suffered 3 league defeats, and they're 14 points behind Chelsea. In that sort of season. That prize has gone now from their grasp. The European campaign is over. It all hinges now on the FA Cup for Manchester United, and indeed for Newcastle after Thursday. Here's Butt. Flag stays down. Fortune challenges. And now the flag is up.
Got his body in front, I think, Quinton Fortune, and in the end I think Nicky Butt's trying to push him over to retrieve the ball.
Manchester United have not conceded a goal in the FA Cup so far this season. Were they to go through to the final with that record intact, they'll be only the second team since the early 1900s to do it. The only other one was Everton in 1966, who then conceded 2 in the final when they beat Sheffield Wednesday. Now then, this is Ferdinand. Now, Amiobi has again been penalised by Mike Riley.
He's big and he's strong and he's powerful. It's whether he actually made contact with Ferdinand before he pinched the ball. I think he got the ball, John.
Well, he did get the ball. He got a piece of Ferdinand as well, possibly, is what the referee is saying.
Well, I think the last 2 decisions against him is very, very unfortunate, Amiobi.
This is Wayne Rooney heading it forward. Taylor covering. Shearer on the chest. Oh, he's got a free kick this time against Wes Brown. And Milner's taking it quickly to Carr. Whether that was the best option, I've got my doubts. He paused and let Shearer get forward. Newcastle might have got a bit more than they did. Now there's a collision between Howard and Carr. This is Rooney. This is where Manchester United do some of their best work. Gary Neville and Ronaldo. Keane. Oh, and Ronaldo picks that up beautifully from Ferdinand. Ronaldo's cross, or cross come shot, you could say, I suppose.
Well, he should not be able to pick the ball up in such areas, such advanced areas as well, without virtually a challenge from Newcastle. That's the great problem at the moment. The Manchester United movement, from the very first minute, has really unhinged Newcastle.
But we should make the point again, Mark. Newcastle did play on Thursday night in Lisbon. Manchester United have had a week off since they lost at Norwich.
Yeah, and I think they've had the manager at them every day after that abject performance at Norwich as well.
Doing a bit better today. Scholes. Shearer with Keane. And this is Ronaldo. Oh, now Roy Keane finding space on the right. Fortune. This is Rooney. Scholes. Rooney again. Oh, it slipped out of Gibbons' grasp, and luckily for him, it went the innocent side of the post.
Yeah, interplay again by Rooney and Scholes. Just engineered the space for Rooney for the shot. Lucky boy, Shea Given this time.
Slippery ball. Brown is forward, Ferdinand as well, and Eitze for the corner. Scholes is taking them both sides.
Actually, that's a good save, you know. After the ball's just slipped under your body and it's a confidence factor to come and then claim the cross. It's a good save by Shea Given.
Scholes. This is Amiobi. Not too much so far for Shearer to bite on here against a club that he turned down the opportunity to join on more than one occasion. To go to his hometown team. Wayne Rooney, all the space on the right again here for Ronaldo. Neville's making a surging run behind him. It's still Ronaldo. He tried to find Rooney, and Nicky Butt got it out for a corner.
Yeah, they're just completely stretched. Every time Manchester United have the ball.
We're into the last 10 minutes of the first half as Rio Ferdinand takes up his position. Manchester United have a one-goal lead and territorial supremacy here. Brown makes a run towards the near post. Tries to flick it on. It may come back to him here. He'll settle for another corner, Wes Brown. And Scholes is still out there poised to take it. So it's the same lineup in the centre. Newcastle have pulled everybody back. They can't afford to concede a second goal before half-time. There's Brown over his head.
Needs some reorganisation at half-time, I think, for Newcastle.
Well, just wondering, yes, Graham Souness is stretched for bodies at the moment. Of course, the longer the game goes on, I guess the temptation might be to use Patrick Kluivert. That's some way away yet. Really made the impression that one might have expected in recent weeks, Patrick Kluivert. Well, he did score the winning goal, to be fair to him, in the 5th round and the 6th round against Chelsea and Tottenham. And as Carr takes the free kick deep, it's going towards Shearer. I wish they closed the roof now. Scholes. Ronaldo is trying to shut down the goalkeeper here, and Given was forced into a hurried clearance. Not a particularly good one either. Ain't so. Here's James Milner. He's got support inside from Andy Fye, but he doesn't find him. It's only Keane in the way. Fortune away from Butt, who's committed another foul.
He's a little bit fortunate, Nicky, but that must be 4, maybe even 5, and the referee's been very tolerant with him at the moment.
Lenient there, Mr. Riley, I agree. This is Ronaldo, and it's inside to Keane. Caballero can handle that all right. But again, Manchester United press the ball and Newcastle find it hard to dig themselves out. And they don't dig themselves out, actually. Nor then. Fortune's battling away there, so is Ronaldo. Nicky Butt's trying to get hold of it. He's got nobody to give it to. And in the end, it's a rough and tumble, and Mike Riley's right on the spot. And it's a free kick to Newcastle United. Fye, goodness me.
What a ball to give him now. Well, he's back to the foul, but what a ball to give Andy Fye from Boomsong. Straight away, Manchester United are all around him.
You don't want Roy Keane running at you there, do you?
Not often.
Boomsong takes the free kick, and it's on the head of Wes Brown. 5 minutes to go in the first half of the semi-final. Milner to Amiobi, tries to get Milner back in. Shearer's out on this side. Will he play for the corner? Look at Rooney. Oh, Rooney's all over him. The assistant referee has penalised Wayne Rooney. It's a free kick to Newcastle. Didn't really have to do that there. And it means his team have now got some defending to do, because Taylor is up, Boomsong is up, Robert to take it. Shearer comes in. Bodies all over the place in the 6-yard box, but Manchester United are trying to break away, but Mike Riley has seen that Alan Shearer is injured, and you can see where.
Yeah, just over the eyes is a major cut. But it's a brave header from Shearer as it comes in. He's caught the boot from Rio Ferdinand, and that's a chance for Andy Fye. Unfortunately for Fye, he doesn't know where the goal is. He's trying to sort of help it in the direction. I think just caught by a boot. Yeah.
Well, Shearer over the years has had a patchwork quilt of cuts and bruises on his forehead and all around the eyes, and one of the bravest players we'll see, I suppose, in this generation, as well as one of the best. And Derek Wright, the physio, has got a bit of a repair job to do there. Over on the far side, Manchester United's players, and 1 or 2 from Newcastle, are taking instructions. Souness with Boomsong. Fourth official is Barry Knight, by the way, who's got to watch the activity down there. He's the referee who sent off Bowyer and Dyer for fighting. Carefully applied repairs there by the physio. Alan Shearer, 8 goals off Jackie Milburn's record of 200 in a Newcastle United shirt.
When's somebody going to change this ridiculous rule?
Well, he has to come off before he can go back on, you mean?
Crazy.
Yeah. It's also unfair if it's a defender and his team are having to face a free kick.
Absolutely.
Now he's being waved back on by Mike Riley. Taylor's challenge. Van Nistelrooy looks around at the referee. Nothing doing. Now then, Rooney. Penalty from the back there.
I think Scholes and Rooney tackled each other actually for once, not in the same way, but they're having a laugh about it.
Yes, exactly that. Rooney with a smile on his face. Here's Heinze to Fortune. 2 minutes to go in the half as Ronaldo picks the ball up. We've got 1 minute of stoppage time to be played as well. Here's Ronaldo's cross. Scholes! Oh, it's 2-0! What did I tell you about Paul Scholes and Newcastle and Paul Scholes of the FA Cup? He's there again with a near post header and he's made it 2-0 Manchester United. And Newcastle again weren't tight enough as this ball comes in. Ronaldo's been doing some damage on that side, turns the ball in, Scholes header mark, dropping away from Given.
That's a brilliant headed goal, John, but he's basically engineered his space the whole of these first 45 minutes. And because of him now, Manchester United are 2 in front. Himself and Rooney really are completely in control of this game.
Paul Scholes, scorer in the final against Newcastle 6 years ago, puts them 2 behind in this semi-final with his 11th goal of the season. Ferguson's team now have what you would expect to be. Knowing what we do about football, you would never say it was a winning league. We're in the minute of time allowed. Keane.
Scholes and Taylor just sort of run into each other, I think, after the initial collision.
Well, both the physios have come running on.
There's nothing wrong with Scholes, he just scored.
Was it slack marking there, Mark, on the...
Well, I don't know if you watched, I don't know if we show it again, but there's a cluster of 3 Manchester United players, and all Scholes does, he waits, has a look, see where the cross is going, and he's away. Nobody picked him up, and he looked for a moment. He gets in front of Boomsong, and it's not Boomsong's fault, John, because Scholes has come from behind him.
And the pace is on the ball because the cross is so good.
Absolutely. I mean, not wishing to harbour the point, himself and Rooney, all afternoon, they've just got themselves, they're like playing their own game between the two of them.
Yes, they've got it tactically correct, haven't they, in that department, Manchester United. They lead by 2 goals to 0 in this semi. And Newcastle are having a difficult few days, shall we say, as the whistle goes for half-time. And the anger with which Taylor kicked the ball away summed up Newcastle's feelings at the break. Early on, Van Nistelrooy with the first goal, 19 minutes. And then Paul Scholes just before half-time. Earlier, Ronaldo booked for diving, but he won't be minding too much about that, having made that second goal. Newcastle United are on the ropes for the second time in 4 days. At half-time in the Millennium in this FA Cup semi-final, it's Newcastle 0, Manchester United 2.
It's beginning to look awfully like Arsenal-Manchester United final, mountain now to climb for
passing and movement are the highest quality, but from a Newcastle point of view, they've let them play, they've let them have time and space. Nicky Butt, for the first 30 minutes, has been crying for Amiobi. He's been crying for Robert to come in and close down tight and Keane, or Scholes, or Rooney. The request has fallen on deaf ears. Subsequently, the back four don't know whether to come out, they don't know whether to go back, and now you're giving great players time and space to play. I can't believe it's only 2.
And if you've not got pressure on the ball, Les, it makes attacking a lot easier, doesn't it?
Certainly does, and we've seen that from Man United, the best attacking team in the country, without by a shadow of a doubt. And you give them space and time, they'll exploit it, and that's what they've done extremely well in the first half.
Peter?
Well, it's as Alan says, it's one-way traffic. It's far too easy for United. I think United are playing all right, but they're not playing great. I mean, it's not a great
You have to
performance.
say Manchester United today because there are 2 United.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, you're
right. United aren't playing great. Newcastle
No,
United.
you've got players like Robert who has been in trouble during the week. He's getting, like, I don't know which number chance it is, but he's getting another chance again to show himself and redeem himself. And he's not interested. He's not interested at all. And he's the big problem for Newcastle, because Ronaldo is running riot. Ronaldo and Gary Neville are running riot in the Newcastle left-hand side. And you know, until they deal with that problem, it's going to be more goals. There's no doubt about that.
If you look at that first 45 minutes, you will not believe the time and space that Roy Keane's got. It is just unbelievable. I mean, people are talking about it in his prime box-to-box. Today, he's just picking up, looking forward, playing it, and then the next time it comes to him, he picks up again, looks for, and because you've got the movement of Scholes and Rooney and Van Nistelrooy and the pace of Ronaldo, it's just wave after wave of attack, and they don't know how to deal with it.
It's all it takes is a little bit of movement, because Robert's he's not taking part in the defensive work. A little bit of movement had given United all the space in the world they need.
Les, you know, once a great striker, always a great striker, and it was Ruud van Nistelrooy returned to goal-scoring form.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. Again, it was a great movement from Manchester United. But look at all the space that they're finding. No one's closing anybody down. It's, you know, Man United are passing the ball at will. They get it here, and good cross by Ronaldo. And in the box, you got 4 Newcastle defenders, but Ruud turns on it and smashes
It's
it
actually
in the bottom corner.
ironic. You pointed that out.
I said it was the first time that Robert managed to get back. He didn't have
Sort of get back.
He nearly got back.
He did a good impression of someone trying to close somebody down, and still managed to get the cross in. And you look at that, and it's a great finish from.
They're a bit unlucky. Boom Song slips there when he goes for the first ball, and it comes to Van Nistelrooy and he sticks in the back of the net.
Yeah, up to that point,
it was coming.
Oh, to that point, he's picked every ball in the cross-up, and he slipped there. But Motti said in commentary that maybe the goalkeeper should have saved that. He had no chance. It was such a great finish because he went across him and then went across the players in front of him. So I think it's a good finish, and the goalkeeper was
a little
not
bit of grease
fault.
on the surface as well.
You're not trying to say you know a bit more about goalkeeping.
No, I'm talking about the finish.
No, it was a great finish, and likewise, great finish from Paul Scholes for the second. And once again, it went down Manchester United's right-hand side.
It's the same story again. And if you look at Robert here, he's not interested. He should be closing Ronaldo down before he gets a chance to cross the ball. But the run from Paul Scholes...
That's gambling on space, that is.
It is, but he's so good at that, and he's made a career out of that for years. He's...
The number of times Newcastle United lose goals, the ball in there in the box is alarming. On Thursday night it was exactly the same. All right, Scholes makes a great run, it's a decent ball in, but this level you've got to deal with. You've got to deal with that.
Like header.
You'd like to see Boomsong come and attack that rather than, you know.
Well, you got to start with the beginning. You got to stop the cross. At least attempt to stop the cross. It's not happened all first half. I mean, it is far too easy for United to get the crosses in.
I'm sure Souness's tactics would have been similar to Blackburn against Arsenal yesterday. He would have said to them, right, you've got to get tight early, don't let them settle, don't let them get into any pattern, any fluency, and yet after 30 seconds of picking it up, playing, and that was the pattern of the match.
Well, after about, it wasn't much longer than that, we thought just for a brief second that Manchester United had a penalty when Ronaldo was eventually booked for, I think Motti called it simulation. What movies he's been watching.
But there, that's a classic example of time and space into Ronaldo.
Has to be
the referee, what's the referee here?
I thought he pointed to
Yeah, exactly. But he's pointing to Ronaldo, and in the end it was a very, very good decision early on in the match.
He's right behind it, and he could see it. Because when we saw it from this angle, we thought it was a penalty. But he was right behind it, and he saw everything that went on, and he's made a great decision there.
You have to ask yourself, why is Ronaldo diving? That was my initial reaction, because he was clean through.
You know as well as I
finished.
do, Peter. Sometimes it looks like diving when we actually fall over.
Yeah, but that's why I thought it was a penalty. But when I saw this angle of the incident, there's absolutely no contact, and the referee, he got it spot on, and fair dues to him. He did really well. But why is he diving? I mean, he's there.
Like he's in on goal here, doesn't he?
That would have been 1-0. At least he had a goal. 1-0.
That's it. Well, it's 2-0 to Manchester United, but it could have been considerably more. Numerous chances, weren't there, in that half?
4, 5, 6 quite easily. The number of times the ball came into the box and the air and the deck coming across, and you're just thinking that this could end up anything at all. There was that many chances.
Yeah, and leading that, you mentioned him earlier on, Roy Keane was dominant in that half.
Well, he was just sitting in front of the Manchester United back four, and he was picking it up, playing it, and I'm thinking to myself, sooner or later, they've got to get tight. They've got to get tight, but no. I mean, this is a perfect example. Oceans of space here, picks it up, plays it simple, gets it back, into feet. Look at the time and space. Again, Ronaldo's got there. It's just unbelievable.
The frightening thing is Newcastle are getting people behind the ball, but they're just not affecting the play.
Well, that's correct. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the bodies are in there. They've got everybody behind the ball. This is the one Amiobi should go tighter, quicker there. Don't allow him to pick up. Don't allow him to play it. And it was just happened every time. Every single time. Look at... He's 25 yards out of that time space. It's unbelievable. And then it comes back into the... Well, it came back into the box here. He's just running the game. Just controlling it, running it. I think this is a fortune chance.
This was.
Maybe should have done better.
Just that doesn't seem to be any communication out there with the Newcastle players, you know. Everyone's just doing their own thing. And
this part of his game you'd expect him to good defensively and then tremendous leadership. He's not happy. That's what he's saying. He's saying get tighter, quicker, and don't turn your back on it.
I think if
he should be playing for Newcastle.
He should, and I think they'd respond as well.
Probably.
Because he had a go at them, of course, didn't he? He had a go at Manchester United players in midweek. Said it's like a holiday camp. You can't win anything like that, just to G them up.
He is an out-and-out winner. Second is no good to that man, and it showed today in his performance.
Yeah.
But Fergie's been in the papers today saying, I'll accommodate the system to Roy Keane. And today is proved why he wants him, because when he plays like that, he's so good, isn't he?
Justified that decision. Laurent Robert, you compared him to David Ginola before the game, because for obvious reasons, great skill, but at the same time he has weaknesses.
And these are the frustrating parts about Robert. And when you come out and criticise your teammates and you criticise the manager and the team, you've got to make sure that you're on top of your game and you're playing well. And at this moment in time, his first 4 spot kicks, or his first 4
contributions, you're right.
They were no good. I mean, look at this. He takes it. You know, we've seen 3 there, and this is the 4th one. He puts it over the bar.
It was to the point that we were sat here.
To be fair, this is what he's good at.
And this is what frustrates everyone about Robert, is he gets this here and he does this, and you think to yourself, well, come on, we need to see a lot more of that.
But that's not good enough, because he's done that once in the whole of 45 minutes. Once he's contributed to the team in 45 minutes, and in the rest of that half he's been a massive problem. And it was to the point where we thought he was doing that. He was doing it on purpose. You know, it was a demonstration from his part, because you cannot be that bad.
No, I don't think he was doing it on purpose. That
was foot up by any chance.
Just trying to his head.
That, wouldn't
I think the biggest thing about Robert in the first 45 minutes, forget about his contribution when he's on the ball. When he's not on the ball, he's a passenger. And you can't afford that when you're playing against a great side.
No, not an FA Cup semi-final. Now, here's a reminder of how Arsenal made it to the final yesterday, with commentary from Steve Wilson.
Arsenal's free kick, Dennis Bergkamp will take it. Last 4 minutes of the half. Looking for Toure, punched by Friedel. Here's Perez. Senderos. Perez has found Patrick Vieira. Vieira looking for Ljungberg. It's come off Nelson's head. Here's Kolo Toure. Kolo Toure square, and Perez scores! Robert Perez for Arsenal. lost all of the first half to find a way through, but now Arsenal are in front. Oh, it's a good turn by Van Persie, who's away. Van Persie has put Arsenal into the FA Cup final. Robin Van Persie, with 4 minutes to play, has made certain now Arsenal are heading back to Cardiff next month for the Cup final. Nicely into the feet of Van Persie. Lucas Neal tried to pull his shirt back, couldn't get a grip. Van Persie found space, found the corner. 2-0 Arsenal, and there is no coming back from that for Blackburn. Not unless they score now, and there's Reed, and Lemon has saved. That's about as good a chance as Blackburn have had. Here's Perez. And Van Persie, and it's 3, and it's a brilliant goal by Van Persie. It's an outstanding finish by Robin Van Persie, who's either overcome or hurt himself. He's hurt himself. Perez suddenly, with all kinds of space, picked out Van Persie, who finished it quite beautifully. What happened next? It's almost a... well, he runs into Andy Todd. That's what happens. Defeat.
Cool, I bet Van Persie's got a headache this morning. What did you make of that?
A headache, that'd be the right term for it. I think that Andy Todd's done him. I mean, he's hit him. It's about 10 minutes after the ball's gone to the back of the net. He's already scored the second goal. It's a brilliant finish. Great finish. Come on as substitute. You watch from this angle. He's gone there. There's no doubt in my mind that he's done him.
I think from that angle there, looking at it, his momentum takes him into him, but what you will say, it's a long time after the ball, you know.
Oh, that's the worst angle, that.
You can't defend him, can you?
It does.
I think he'll be getting a call tomorrow morning. No doubt.
I think you might be right. Now there's a big game in the Championship today. Leaders Sunderland were at third placed Ipswich, and it finished 2 goals all. Ipswich, a late equaliser from Darren Bent in the 89th minute. Sunderland also missed a penalty. And that draw keeps the Black Cats on course for a swift return to the Premiership. They stay top, 3 points clear of Wigan, who are probably pretty happy with that result, and 5 ahead of Ipswich. With 3 games left, Joe Rule's side need their rivals to slip up if they are to avoid the playoffs. And Les, your team, you're playing for Reading nowadays, well, the odd 20 minutes or so, and looking good for the playoffs. Enjoying it still?
Yeah, it's been good fun, you know. Obviously I'd like to play a little bit more, but I think the manager sees me as coming on as the last 30 minutes and seeing what I can do, and we've got a few results lately.
How long can you keep going?
This will probably be the last one for me, but I don't know, I'll make that decision come the end of the season.
You said that for the last 5 years, Les.
You should be back in the Premiership next season. Here, of course, Manchester United 2 at Newcastle. Now, how are they going to possibly turn this around?
It's a massive dilemma for them, in as much as part of me thinks, right, have a go at Manchester United. You know, semi-final cup, you've got nothing to lose. But I think that he's got to go at some stage a bit tight. The first 10 minutes of the second half, just get tight, disrupt the fluency, don't let them play, and hopefully if you can get a set play, get it in the box and try and get a goal from that sort of ploy.
Just to get them back into it.
Yeah, that's what they need. I mean, they haven't been able to keep the ball themselves. At the times that they've had the ball, they've just given it straight back to Man United. They need to take a bit more care when they're on the ball, and as Alan says, they've got to get into the faces of Manchester United if they've got any chance in this game.
Alex, by contrast, I presume it would be just guarding against complacency, really?
Well, he's looking for a performance today. When they lost at Norwich, he's given them hell all the way through this week. He wants a performance, he wants them to score goals, and he's telling them that now. You've got to go out there and you've got to score more goals. You're not going to go, even whatever they change, it's not our concern. Go out and score more goals. I want to see that.
I'm just thinking about the 2 captains, 2 giants of the game,
yep.
Keane and Shearer, and one will be sitting in the dressing room with a smile on his face, and the other one, I'll tell you what. You think he'll be changing his mind about retiring?
It's amazing how quickly changed this game. Well, there he is. If ever they need a bit of inspiration from their leader, it's now. Let's rejoin Mark Lawrenson and John Motson.
Thank you very much, Gary. And I think Mark's actually spotted the substitution here. Andy O'Brien, is it, Mark? And Zogbia, maybe. We'll have to tell you in a moment when we find out exactly what's happening on the other side of the pitch, because Newcastle are going to make a double change. Andy O'Brien on your left, Charles and Zogbia, the 18-year-old Frenchman, on your right, are both going to come on. O'Brien obviously is a back four player, and that might be the point I was making earlier about Babayaro, or is he coming out anyway? He is, I think.
I think what's happened, John, is that
Taylor's gone to left back.
So Boomsong, O'Brien comes to play alongside Boomsong. Robert's still on, and Zogbia in midfield alongside Nicky Butt as well.
Okay. So Andy Faye has gone off, yes? Right.
Definitely.
Okay. I think we've managed to work that out now.
Just.
So it's a reshuffle by Graham Souness, and Stephen Taylor can play at full-back. That's not a great surprise, so that's Amiobi who stood up front. But all this shuffling about is down to the fact we're now told it's a calf injury to Babayaro and a thigh injury to Andy Faye.
In all honesty, Babayaro didn't look fit from the first minute, did he?
We made that point, didn't we, that he was struggling right from the start again, especially as you said, he was often against two players out on that flank.
That really helped his cause.
Yeah, absolutely. He was really pleased about that. Here's Shearer. Robert. Zogbia, there was an interesting story here. He actually came home from Lisbon thinking that some people thought he'd dislocated his shoulder. In fact, he hadn't. And when it was checked out, he was pronounced fit to be on the bench today.
I think what they're trying to do, Newcastle, as well, is sit Nicky Butt a little bit deeper and let Zogbia play just in front of him, and maybe in and around the area where Roy Keane has been so commanding for Manchester United. The other thing about Zogbia as well, he's normally, when he's played in the Newcastle team, just played wide on the left as opposed to more central.
Absolutely, and all this shuffling about, I was about to say, is down to the fact really that Dyer and Bowyer had that fight and are suspended, and Bramble and Jenas were injured in Lisbon, so Souness was starting about 4 players down today. Aaron Hughes also injured, by the way, so that makes 5 of his senior squad who were ruled out even from the start, and now obviously it's been proved that Babayaro was not fully fit. And Andy Faye as well was injured in the first half, or recurrent, so there we are. Hard times for Newcastle. And Manchester United, who I made the point that they haven't conceded a goal in this season's competition. The last player to score against Manchester United in the FA Cup was Steve Malbranque of Fulham from a penalty in last season's quarter-final. So his defence have done a pretty good job when it's come to cup ties. Milner, Amiobi waits, Shearer waits. Taylor. Rooney doing a bit of defensive work over there for Manchester United. To Scholes. And now Van Nistelrooy. Rooney. Fortune. Keane. Ainsley. Oh, that's a bit clumsy. Steve Carr. The player who was injured there was Ainsley. This is Scholes. Ronaldo. Free kick in his favour. It was James Milner, I think, who was trying to stop him there, and he's conceded a free kick right on the corner of the box here. And Cristiano Ronaldo is crouched behind the ball, so is Paul Scholes. They're saying that Newcastle aren't 10 yards. Now, Scholes. This is Quinton Fortune.
Actually, it's quite a well-worked free kick because it looked as though Scholes was going to hit it, and he picked out Quinton Fortune. He probably had too much time to think about it.
Yeah, it's a little bit early to start the celebrations, I think, but Newcastle really are stretched now in terms of fit personnel. This is Laurent Robert to Taylor. O'Brien. Nicky Butt. Rooney. It's Milner with the turn. Shearer. It's broken down for them again. And Zombie got a touch there. Butt forward to Milner. Amiobi in the centre with Shearer. Can Steve Carr get a cross in? Yes, he can. But it's longish. Away from Amiobi. Robert. Well, the throw-in has been given to Manchester United.
And it's quite right, the referee as well. It came off Laurent Robert. Tackled by Ronaldo.
I think Ronaldo was voted man of the match in last year's final, certainly by some of us. He's supplied the two crosses today that led to the goals, so as the second half wears on, we'll see if there are any other candidates. But I think, Mark, you've been impressed more perhaps by the all-round work of Paul Scholes.
I would say so. Rooney not far away, Keane as well.
Here's Ronaldo now. Oh, he started a run then, Paul Scholes. He's in the centre-forward position at the moment. Here's Keane. Can be moved on again. They've got players to spare here. Fortune, Rooney. Hence is going outside him.
That was actually meant for Scholes. And Scholes just put his head in his hands because he knew what Rooney was doing and decided just to sort of hold and not go. I think if it had gone, he would have been on the end of it.
It's gone over Wes Brown's head. A bit of shirt pulling there on Amiobi, surely. And then Ferdinand challenges him. Nothing is given in the favour of the Newcastle centre-forward.
Well, I think it's definitely shirt pulling. I don't know whether Mike Riley actually tried to play advantage. I think that was the key.
Yes, that's a very good point. I think he let it go the first time. Here it is, Mark.
There's no doubt about it. He definitely pulled his shirt before that incident. Nothing wrong with the tackle from Les Ferdinand, from Rio Ferdinand.
I think Les is probably somewhere else just at this moment.
Les would have had a nosebleed if he was tackling that.
Yeah. I haven't had time to ask Les whether he arrived in his helicopter, have you?
Probably too wet.
Shirt pulling, wasn't it? Look there. That's a pure. That is a shirt. He can only have given an advantage there, can't he?
I think he thought maybe he might have gone on and have a goal scoring advantage, but obviously not.
Got away with it there a bit, Quinton Fortune, I must say. This is a free kick. Now then, Newcastle looking to get back into this semi-final. Alan Shearer and Amiobi waiting in the centre here. They can't even get the ball down to Milner at the moment. This is Nzogbia. Carr. No, it's petered out again, that attack.
It's a better start to the second half for Newcastle than certainly the first, John. At least they are pushing forward a little bit, starting to pressurise Manchester United and just pushing them back slowly.
It's really been a soap opera of a season for Newcastle United, hasn't it? All sorts of activity, mostly off the pitch. And Graham Souness did say these two matches were possibly the most important in 35 years on Tyneside. They lost the first one after being in a winning position, and at the moment they're losing this one, which makes you feel desperately sorry for their supporters who've waited so long for silverware, as it's popularly called these days. Andy O'Brien pumps it forward, looking for Shearer. Now then, he's up against Wes Brown. And the assistant referee says play on, and Amiobi's in the middle, and Brown has pushed Shearer down. Yellow card from Mike Riley.
There's no argument about that. Shearer was quite clever as well, and the ball was just by the line here. The slightest of nudges maybe. I think with Wes Brown, he then starts to berate the referee's assistant, said to get on with the game, and he clips Shearer the back of the heels.
Well, we'll deal with that in a minute. As it stands at the moment, it's a very dangerous position, this. Boomsong is forward. Taylor's there. Shearer waiting by the penalty spot. What have they got planned here, I wonder? Robert to take. And it's firm header by Ainsley, who's been one of... Oh, look at this now. Wayne Rooney's got a break on, and Newcastle is stretched. And Rooney's carrying it, and here's Ronaldo, and on this side Van Nistelrooy unmarked, and it's gone back to Rooney, and they've carved them apart, and it's Van Nistelrooy, and it's trickled past the post.
What a goal that would be. That came from 3 yards from their own goal line, heady clearance by Heinze, and the break of the highest quality and order, and good play here by Ronaldo. Minimum of touches for a change for him into Rooney, lovely little ball, and just stretching, wasn't he, Van Nistelrooy?
Ferguson's team exploiting the spaces on the pitch and really stretching the opposition. Here's Boomsong. Forward by O'Brien. Shearer here. Roy Keane in the thick of it. Taylor. Nicky Butt. Oh, what a poor pass. That is a present. And all the people to give it to. Wayne Rooney. Scholes. And United have got a man over here if they play it right. It's Rooney again. Boomsong challenges. It's Scholes. It's surely got to be Van Nistelrooy. Well, what did I mean, honestly, any one of 3 could have scored. Van Nistelrooy has done what he did in the final. He scored 2 here. And Manchester United put the FA Cup semi-final beyond reasonable doubt. The jury has given its verdict. They're going to play Arsenal in the final, surely. And Newcastle United have just pulled apart Mark Lawrenson. What a poor ball from Nicky Butt.
Well, it was from Nicky Butt, and then straight away, it's the movement, John. That's the problem. Time the first ball was played, great ball into Rooney. Eventually, this pure strength, it comes out. Lovely ball by Scholes. Pick your spot. Good night.
A return to goal-scoring form for Ruud Van Nistelrooy. That'll be a headline. And this was the Van Nistelrooy we've grown to know. So unerring in his finish. And Manchester United go 3-0 up. And Van Nistelrooy is now on a hat-trick. And just out of interest, nobody has scored a hat-trick in an FA Cup semi-final since 1958, when Alex Dawson, in the post-Munich Manchester United team, got 3 against Fulham.
Same Alex Dawson who went to play for Preston North End.
Absolutely right, he did. In fact, he played them in a cup final, Mark.
1964.
Against West Ham. Here's Shearer for Newcastle, trying to find Amiobi. Will they get one back here? They have! And the fans have got something to cheer about at last. Newcastle reply almost instantly. Shola Amiobi gives Newcastle renewed hope. Seconds after Manchester United had gone 3-0 up.
That's a goal out of nothing, John. Amiobi has the original touch. Shearer holds off the challenge, plays him in. I think it goes through Tim Howe's legs, it does.
Well, it certainly went through his legs. I won't comment too heavily on that, but I should wait for the Schmeichel verdict on the goalkeeper. But Ameobi steers it through Howard, and it's 3-1 now. Perhaps we have got a game. That's dampened the celebrations at the other end, Mark.
Well, and it's woken the Newcastle supporters up.
It's the first goal. I mentioned it earlier that Manchester United have conceded in the FA Cup this season. The first one, in fact, since that Malbronk penalty in last year's 6th round. Here's Van Nistelrooy again. Ronaldo. Well, come on, the Newcastle fans are saying. Let's see what you're really made of now. Oh, dear me. A bit of a scuffle here. Laurent Robert is involved, Mark.
Well, he didn't like the fact that Ronaldo was tackling him, and he's had a kick at Ronaldo. Be interesting the decision made by Mike Riley here. He definitely has a kick with his left foot at Ronaldo, Laurent Robert.
Well, Mike Riley is talking first of all to Ronaldo, I think saying don't get involved. And as you're watching this replay, he's now addressing Laurent Robert, and he shows him a yellow card to Laurent Robert.
He's given the free kick the other way, and I think that was originally for the shirt pulling by Ronaldo. And he's a lucky boy because of course he gets another yellow.
I was going to say, if he'd put Ronaldo, he's off, isn't he?
Certainly.
Now then, Ameobi's trying to get the other side of Rio Ferdinand. Well, Newcastle have upped the temperature a little bit here. We've been playing an hour. Within 60 seconds, fans of both teams off their seats there in that passage of play. Scholes. On by Shearer. Ferdinand. That was Ameobi's first goal in his last 12 games, by the way. Here's Laurent Robert. Oh. Same again, look at the space. Ronaldo, they've got three the other way if he plays the right ball. Fortune, he's got Rooney outside him. Oh, and it's too far ahead of Van Nistelrooy.
No, it's just the pace of the pass. Could have been right. I think you're looking at 4-1, but again, the pace of the break as well is the other thing.
Well, you could almost see the grim determination with which Alan Shearer kicked off after the third goal and got Ameobi going. Now he's forced another corner over on the far side, and Newcastle having a revival. Here's Robert, headed out by Gary Neville. Manchester United still with work to do. Van Nistelrooy, free kick. Stuart's not happy about that, Mark.
Well, no, it's clever play by Van Nistelrooy, because at first you think he's going to take the ball inside and he just drops the shoulder. Slightest of contact from Stephen Carr is always going to get a free kick.
You know what? It's got to be Patrick Kluivert, hasn't it, now, in this situation?
Good guess.
Well, it's the final card, isn't it? It's begging him to come on, isn't it, really? Souness has just got one more change to make, having made two at half-time.
Comes as well.
Well, the jury gave its verdict, but Newcastle have made an appeal. And just for the moment,
Milner coming off.
Milner will go off, yes.
Now we have to work out whether they actually go three up front. Kluivert, Ameobi and Shearer, or ask Ameobi to play probably maybe a little bit more down the right, I feel.
I think that's right. Goes Shearer again. Here's Mickey Butt. Oh, he's run into Ameobi. And Ameobi gets it anyway, and he slides Kluivert nearly offside.
Yeah, so they're virtually playing with a front three, with Ameobi more on the right-hand side and It's a very, very attacking formation from Newcastle because 2 of the 3 midfield players are Nzogbia, who's an attacking player, and Laurent Robert. All the best, Nicky, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Eitz has been penalised, or at least he hasn't got the verdict he was looking for. It's a free kick to Newcastle, and one of 2 things will happen now. Either Newcastle will get another goal and really put the game back in the balance, or I think Manchester United, if Newcastle throw everybody forward, and at the moment they're looking like that, Manchester United will be looking to get another counter-attack going. It's Gary Neville. It certainly made for a much better second half, the fact that Newcastle have got a goal back. 5 more minutes at 3-0 and it might have died away.
Well, most definitely. The noise level has increased. I think the thing with the Geordies is, well, give them a goal and it's a little bit of an incentive, and it's just raised the level of the game and their performance, Newcastle.
They would need 2 to force extra time. The days of... Oh, Van Nistelrooy just pulled up there when he looked as though he might be in. Here's Mickey Butt again. Amiobi, Private down the middle, Carr overlapping. Fortune with the tackle. Here's Carr. Here's Butt now, looking for Kluivert. It's a free kick to Manchester United. Ronaldo's gone down again.
Must also remember as well that the rain's pelting down, and get to that stage of the game where players will get very tired very quickly.
Van Nistelrooy. He's found Quinson. The Bladen race is echoing round the Millennium Stadium now. It's Newcastle's first visit here, which is Robert. Keane. This is Robert again, looking for Kluivert. Here's Shearer. Corner. Given away by Brown.
It's going to throw him the other way as well, you know.
Yeah, and they've got another player here now, Andy O'Brien, who's good in the air, coming up from the back. But as it comes out, it's come out to Wayne Rooney, and Van Nistelrooy and Ronaldo are on this side. As Rooney crosses the halfway line, who can he pick out? He's picked out Ronaldo. Van Nistelrooy now goes far side of the box. Rooney's there as well. It was Nzogbia who just shuttled Ronaldo to one side there. Fortune. Outside is Ainsley. Ferguson think about making any changes, Mark?
I think you just wait another 5, maybe 10 minutes, John, just to see if you get this Newcastle surge, and then maybe you might have to react to what Newcastle have done.
Well, the gun is being chewed a little bit harder than it was 5 minutes ago. Scholes to Keane. Neville tries to get Van Nistelrooy through. He saw Shea Given coming. Oh, that's a fantastic bit of play. First of all by Van Nistelrooy, who saw that Given had come out and then backtracked, tried to chip it over him, and Given retreated and turned it over the bar.
Yeah, he's back. He's most definitely back. Very, very unlucky.
So it's a corner to Manchester United. Van Nistelrooy searches for his hat-trick. Brown and Ainsley have taken up positions far away from Ronaldo. Who doesn't take a very good corner there. Here's Patrick Kluivert. And Rooney just looks up, and Ronaldo meeting his pass. Shearer's back in defence there. trying to ward off Ronaldo, which he does. Well, it was 3-0 to Arsenal yesterday. And somewhere in there, Anton Dek among the... and Robbie Williams behind them, I think, as well there. Have I got that right, Mark? I don't know all these young stars.
11 out of 10 for you.
Thank you. Here's Shearer out to Carr. Amiobi. Kluivert. Oh, it's a loose kind of pass from Kluivert, but not from Keane. Look at the way Roy Keane sorted that out. He's found Rooney. It's really exciting now because Newcastle are being outnumbered here and there. Rooney's attacking them again. It's still Wayne Rooney. No, it's not Paul Scholes. It's a foul. Rooney was bundled by Boomsong.
Well, we all know about this lad's ability, there's no doubt about it, but his strength as well for one so young. I think there was 3 or 4 different attempts to foul him at one stage, and he just holds people off. And it was definitely a foul. Well done, the referee.
I think Mike Riley's done okay. I really do.
I think he's done very well.
I do very well, actually, yes. Okay's not quite enough. It's a free kick on the D, really. No Giggs, of course, out there, so Paul Scholes has put the ball down. Ain't safe and can thump it with his left foot, we know that.
I think at the moment there's going to be 6 in this Newcastle wall.
Well, Ronaldo is there as well, and Rooney. And coming from nowhere is Scholes! Oh, and Given beats it out! That's a foul on Ainsley, says the assistant referee on this side, Mike Tingey. So Manchester United can...
So much for the wall, John, went right through it.
Went clean through it, didn't it? Anyway, Ronaldo will take the free kick. Ainsley's gone into the centre with Rio Ferdinand. That's Gary Neville. Oh, that's a foul. Knows it's Alan Shearer on Paul Scholes.
Paul Scholes knew it was coming, jumped out the way. Just be a word in his ear here.
Oh, they take it now. Mike Riley's pulled it back. He won't allow that free kick.
Well, he's right, though. If he's talking to Newcastle, one of the players, he can't be in any position defensively, can he?
Now, Scholes has put the ball down. And he's left it this time for Rooney!
Well, it's something that the goalkeeper had to do with, and bearing in mind the one that slipped under his body in the first half, he just makes sure, Shay Given, that it doesn't go in the goal.
Manchester United have taken a short corner to Gary Neville. In comes Wes Brown. Now it's Fortune. And they've set up camp in the Newcastle half again. A poor ball from Rooney, though, finds only Stephen Carr. And Ronaldo has pushed him over. He has to be very careful, Ronaldo. This is Robert. And Scholes has clattered him from behind. Well, semi-finals used to be down the years. I've covered many of them. Some dour affairs, you know, scrappy games on poor pitches. This is one of the more exciting matches at this stage of the competition. Certainly at this stage of the afternoon it is, anyway. Zombia over there with Carr. O'Brien comes forward. So too... Amiobi. Making space. No free kick this time, says Mr. Riley. Insa clears. Van Nistelrooy's got Scholes making a run down the centre. He's got players to spare either side. This is Ronaldo. And Gary Neville's made a terrific run to his right. 60 yards he covered. And Van Nistelrooy was coming in, and so was Scholes. And now 5 Manchester United players are out of the game. And it's Newcastle to break. Robert and Zombia. Shearer wants it played inside. Amiobi is further over. This is Shearer. Amiobi with Zombia and Kluivert in the penalty area. It's come off Ainsley to Shearer. Shearer shoots. Oh.
Well, in the end, the country was saved by Tim Howard, but when Gary Neville overlapped at the other end if he just lifted it behind the Newcastle defenders, and this is the sheer effort. Comfortable save in the end.
Now Ronaldo is, I think in a moment or two, going to be replaced by Giggs, because he has come very close to a second yellow card, Mark, I have to say.
Yeah, no, it's very sensible management.
Giggs even surprised Sir Alex Ferguson by turning up and training as well as he did on Friday, and he's just, I think, probably getting prepared. Here's Keane. Scholes. Now then, Neville again. Ronaldo's still on at the moment. He's coming in now. In fact, can he finish this? Ronaldo! Didn't quite get the power or placement in the header.
Well, it's a lovely cross. Great pick-up by Gary Neville in terms of for the player, but didn't really any power or direction on it.
Well, they've had chances to make it 4. Manchester United. Here's Robert for Newcastle looking for their second, and Zogbia. Amiobi trying to slide in Carr. Here's Ruud van Nistelrooy. Scholes won't reach that. It was not... Wait, oh, there he flags up anyway here. There's an offside. Mike Riley hasn't got to stop the game because, well, momentarily, Newcastle had possession.
Well, the other thing is, Butt knocked the ball back, so they can't have been offside.
Well, the assistant flagged and then put his flag down again, so here's...
He probably thought Butt was still playing for Manchester United.
Good point. Here's Neville. Oh, Ronaldo. Oh, they've got players over. Van Nistelrooy again. Ronaldo scores. Ronaldo scores at the moment when he was about to be taken off. That may be his last contribution. Van Nistelrooy made it possible, and Ronaldo scores. On the pitch where he opened the scoring in the final last season, and look at that. He's just onside in my opinion there, Mark, probably level, and he's made it 4-1, and he's really ended now the brief Newcastle United recovery. Van Nistelrooy did ever so well. I thought for a minute he was going to try and score himself.
No, very unselfish of Van Nistelrooy, and a good finish by Ronaldo, but it's far, far too easy for Manchester United, that time. Far too easy.
Well, Well, he was about to be replaced. I don't know whether Sir Alex will change his mind, because, no, I don't think he will. Giggs is still putting his tie-ups on over on the far side. That's the story of the game.
I think they might be making 3 substitutions.
Yeah, there's also, Rooney's also injured, by the way, while you're... Yeah, there he is.
It might be a triple substitution.
I think yes, I think he's going to just use the other players, Mark. It's absolutely right. I mean, they are 4-1 up with 14 minutes to go, and well, I thought when that ball first came in, we might have seen a hat-trick, but Van Nistelrooy, so unselfish, turned it on to Ronaldo, and now the changes are about to be made.
Yeah, Smith, Giggs and Phil Neville, I would think. Looks like coming on. Actually, Rooney, Ronaldo, you'd have to think. You think he'll take Van Nistelrooy off?
Well, first of all, Rooney's gone over to the touchline. Ronaldo is not far behind him. There are 2 of the players going off. Ryan Giggs waiting to come on. So that's the first substitution. Now it's Darren Fletcher there, isn't it, Mark, the other one?
Sorry, Darren Fletcher, not Phil Neville.
Yeah.
Paul Scholes
is going off, quite right.
Just what you want if you're Newcastle. 4-1 down. 13 minutes left. 3 fresh pairs of legs coming to run at you. Great.
Absolutely. I mentioned, didn't I, that Alex Dawson hat-trick. That was in the semi-final when Manchester United scored 5 goals. It was a replay against Fulham in 1958. So they've got 1 more to go to equal that semi-final total. And for 15, or was it 15 minutes? Not quite, was it? Newcastle had 10 minutes when hopes were briefly raised. O'Brien. It's a damage limitation job, I honestly think. Boomsong. Ryan Giggs here now on home territory, of course, Cardiff. And he and Darren Fletcher, the surprise inclusions in the squad, are both on now.
Looks like Giggs has got tights on as well, John.
I think he has. Here he is on the ball. Well, not on the ball as it happens. Went past him.
Let me say he was on the boards.
Well, we now can, I think, start to look forward as Nzogbia gets the ball for Newcastle, but wait, here's Taylor. Private in the middle, Shearer beyond him. This is Amiobi in a deeper position looking for Carr. Newcastle still got some spirit. Shearer underneath this. Roy Keane to clear, to Fortune. Giggs. Oh, look at Keane there. Just couldn't get it down. O'Brien. This is Giggs. Well, 10 minutes from the end, I suppose we can now start looking forward to a Manchester United versus Arsenal final in 5 weeks' time here. It's a match which will bring back all sorts of, I was going to say grudges, is that too strong?
No, I don't think so. There'll be some hype over it, won't there?
Not as much hype perhaps as, well, not yet anyway, as much as there was this week about Liverpool-Chelsea. I thought the game was this weekend. Instead of 2 weeks ahead. Here's Roy Keane masterminding this now as Scholes has gone off. Van Nistelrooy. Well played, Fortune. Well, this has been a good semi-final, Mark, I have to say.
Yeah, slightly one-sided at times, unfortunately, for the neutral, but in terms of excitement, very good.
Better football match than yesterday?
Oh, you are joking, aren't you? That football match yesterday was the advert for cricket.
Here's Giggs. Van Nistelrooy's in the centre. Can't quite reach that. He's still hunting down that third goal. He would not have wanted it to have been taken off there. Smith. Giggs turning it on. Briefly enabled Newcastle hopes to flicker, no more than that as it turned out. Carr.
It's been a tough week for Newcastle, hasn't it? I mean, the defeat at Tottenham last Sunday and the manner in which obviously they went out the UEFA Cup competition on Thursday night, and then to have to come here with all sorts of players missing was always going to be a massive ask, but I don't think they've ever come to terms with Manchester United at all today.
Got to give the Newcastle supporters another round of applause. They haven't stopped shouting all afternoon, and they're still, some of them, got their hands above their heads now. It's a wonderful turnout again from the northeast, and what's more, sadly, they're going to be bitterly disappointed. This is Laurent Robert. Carr. Nzogbia trying to produce something there, but it's too little too late, I'm afraid.
It's a long way home.
It is when you've been to Lisbon as well. Manchester United just play out these remaining 7 minutes. They'll be in the FA Cup final for the 17th time, and guess who the other team is who've just got there 17 times? Their opponents here in 5 weeks' time, Arsenal. The two most successful Cup finalists will meet in this stadium, and only one of them can finish this season with a trophy. Here's Quinton Fortune. Giggs. Darren Fletcher's there. Again, it didn't quite fall for Van Nistelrooy. Is that hat-trick going to elude him?
Well, it's a little bit unlucky, Darren Fletcher. He's headed it back towards the far corner. I think it hit Taylor in the end.
Here's Patrick Kluivert. Shearer coming in from the far side. One thing which might be interesting on the final itself, Mark, is the team selection, because both Manchester United and Arsenal are getting injured, or will have injured players back then.
It'd be nice to think that they'll both be virtually at full strength, won't it?
Absolutely. There's Alan Smith getting a touch over there. He hasn't been in the first team much recently, only as a sub. Here's Van Nistelrooy, Giggs. Van Nistelrooy takes Boumsong inside, and Boumsong just gets there. Is he appealing for a back pass there?
Yes, he is. He has a case as well.
There's Fletcher. Oh, that's a bit... frustrated. Patrick Kluivert, 5 minutes to go. 4-1 Manchester United lead in this FA Cup semi-final. Of course, both Manchester United and Arsenal have won the cup in Cardiff, so it'll be a fitting end to the matches or the finals in this Millennium Stadium, which have run from 2001 to this year. The new Wembley should be staging the event a year from now. Giggs. From Newcastle United's point of view, there'll be no UEFA Cup qualification now from the FA Cup. They're going to have to go into, wait for it, the Intertoto. They want to get into Europe next season, because they're 13th in the Premiership currently. Boumsong. Shearer. And Alan Shearer's chances of winning a trophy with his hometown club played again. One more year perhaps. Here's Carr. Oh, that's a silly challenge by the Argentine with only 3 minutes to go. I don't see the point of that, Mark, do you?
No, they didn't. They had a little bit of a fracas as well just a minute ago in Newcastle's half, which the referee Matt Ryan had a quick word with them. So on the back of that, it's Heinz as yellow.
Yeah, he's got booked. He's been one of their best players this season, actually, Gabriel Heinz. So he's been one of the signings that they can say has been a total success. Shearer's there. And O'Brien's come forward as well. Is the consolation here for Newcastle? Oh, the frame of the goal took a bit of a battering as Taylor came in.
Yeah, I think he was just out of play when he tried to return the ball back with the head. It's a deep cross, wasn't it?
Just a point there, Mark. The attendance given over the loudspeaker, 69,800. You wouldn't have got them into Villa Park or Old Trafford or St James's. Well, obviously they wouldn't have played there, but I mean, there's no ground as big as the Millennium Stadium currently available to the FA.
No.
If they played it anywhere else, some of these people wouldn't have got tickets. I'm sure that'll settle a few things down, this victory.
Well, they lost the game, didn't they? Crisis.
Yeah. And I wonder what the share price will do tomorrow. Here's Boumsong. And this time Shearer's penalised.
How can that be a foul if he can win these? Just got himself in front of Heinz and made sure Heinz wasn't going to get the ball.
I would think Graham Souness will, once this all dies down, be having a reality check this summer. One or two big names will probably be leaving St James's Park, if my information is correct. And probably some new ones arriving. 3 minutes of overtime to be played by Mike Riley. Tell you something else that'll be quite interesting, Mark. Who will they appoint to referee the final?
Probably Kofi Annan if it's Arsenal Manchester United.
Well, looking forward to it already. Here's Amiobi. Taylor. Boomsong. And Amiobi gets Steve Carr in here. The flag's up. There's an offside decision as we reach the 90-minute mark here in the semi-final.
He's battled well in the second half, Stephen Carr. He really has got forward at every available opportunity.
I feel sorry for him. This is his third semi-final defeat, Mark. He was twice on the losing side with Tottenham in FA Cup semi-finals. And Van Nistelrooy's been penalised for backing into Boomsong. Sol Campbell probably up against him by the time the cup final comes around. Giggs. And again, Keane. Oh, well now, Carr's gone into the back. Carr's gone into the back of Heinze with some venom.
I don't think it's that bad. The problem with Heinze, when you tackle him, he does like to roll over. The referee's done well there, he knows him.
I think Kluivert's had a word with Heinze as well, hasn't he? There was a bit of an exchange verbally there. Fletcher.
Manchester United's first half display, John, that really ripped the stuffing out of Newcastle.
I think you're absolutely right, it was. And Newcastle now, it's that 50-year anniversary since they last won the FA Cup is going to go past without them reaching the final. Here's Robert. A minute to go of overtime as Wes Brown takes on Kluivert, who's not very happy, and gets a free kick. Language suggests he's not having the best of times at Newcastle, Patrick Kluivert.
I don't think he'll be there too much longer.
No, I was going to say he's one of those who may go, I think. Amiobi. And with 30 seconds on the clock, Ryan Giggs starts to run down the left wing. Van Nistelrooy's on this side, Fletcher's there too. Can he edge it on? No, he can't, he's overrun it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he could have just touched it through, Van Nistelrooy was alone and clear.
And might have got his hat-trick. As it is, the final whistle goes at the Millennium. Sir Alex Ferguson has taken Manchester United into another cup final. He's kept his unbeaten semi-final record going. They're in the final for the 17th time to meet Arsenal, who have an identical record. And every player now gets a pat on the back for a superb all-round performance by Manchester United, admittedly against a weakened Newcastle. But they were only troubled once, and that's when Newcastle got one back. Van Nistelrooy on 19 minutes, Scholes on 45, Van Nistelrooy on 58, Amiobi got one back on 59 a minute later, and Ronaldo on 76 minutes gave us a final score here that speaks volumes about the way Manchester United dominated the game in this Millennium Stadium, and they've run out winners by 4 goals to 1, and Was it already written, do you think, in the stars? Manchester United versus Arsenal. The ultimate final. You've followed the season and you know what those two clubs feel about each other. For Alan Shearer, another disappointment, and indeed for these wonderful Geordie supporters. And he's the first to go across and acknowledge them. And just look at that. What a reaction from the crowd who've seen their team beaten by 4 goals to 1. Rain still pouring down, but Manchester United safely through to the final on May the 21st. It'll be Manchester United Arsenal, and I hope you enjoyed this one. You may enjoy that one even more, Gary.
Certainly enjoyed it. Terrific game, terrific performance from Manchester United. They warmed up for this game with a bonding session and fish and chips. Well, they certainly battered Newcastle as they did for 2 in a row.
How bad is that, like?
Awful.
But
it was a thoroughly entertaining.
It was a great match, and you know, you're looking at the different emotions, elation and despair. But Manchester United deserved to win. They were a better team on the day, but it was a fantastic match to watch.
For Newcastle, another near miss, I suppose, Les.
Yeah, you know, they came out and had a go in the second half, which left themselves open a little bit. But it was a better second half from Newcastle. But you know, the end result's the thing that matters. And like you said, it's a near miss again for them.
And yet another final for your former club,
Yes,
Peter.
another final, yeah. I think the difference in quality was staggering today. I expected United to come out and play the way they did because of what happened in Norwich last week. But I expected Newcastle to come out, at least have a go at the game. I never felt apart from maybe the first 5 minutes of the second half, they had a little bit of a go, but they were never in this game. They came from Lisbon on Thursday night where similar results, and I expected them to be much more up for this game, but just didn't happen for them.
I think Graham will reflect in the first 45 minutes, and that's where they lost it. But I think anybody watching the match will look a 15-minute spell after Newcastle got one back and thought, this is the best we have seen in the FA Cup semi-final ever. The 15 minutes was attack. It was so open, we could have had anything, and it was just a great spectacle.
Yeah, it was. And I suppose you don't, it's hard to compete though when you haven't got the ball, as in Manchester United dominated possession throughout.
Well, that's the thing, and when Newcastle got hold of the ball, they was never able to keep it. Man United exploited the space. The passing was superb and the movement was great. And Newcastle just couldn't live with it today.
Yeah, Van Nistelrooy back. It's been a long time, hasn't scored for United since November, and he started it.
Well, it was great to see him because today he was playing like the Van Nistelrooy that Manchester United, the fans have learned to love. But again, too much room, and unfortunately the guy slips. And Van Nistelrooy, he only needs half a chance there, and when he scores in those situations there, he's back. And I thought he played absolutely magnificent today. He was everywhere. He scored 2 goals. He set 1 goal up. And you look at the finish from this angle here. It's very, very good. He only plays he can score from there, and he puts it there.
Yeah. And if you've been away as a striker and you ain't scored since you come back, what a great time to get your first couple of goals in the semi-finals of the FA Cup.
It's always coming though. Yeah. It was inevitable. It was attack after attack, wave after wave. We said at half-time that you allow quality players time and space, then eventually they will punish you.
And just before half-time, a Les Ferdinand type header from Paul Scholes pretty much wrapped it up, really.
It certainly did, and they deserved it from the way they played in the first half. They switched ball from side to side. That's a great touch from Van Nistelrooy. That wasn't mentioned at half-time. It was a great touch, a great ball in, and Paul Scholes just picked his spot. Great run across the defender, and a great header into the far corner. Goalkeeper with no chance whatsoever.
But again, right the way through that move, no Newcastle player is getting tight. I mean, it's they're picking up at will. It's just too easy.
Just have a look at
goes close there.
Great
run by Scholes, but Boumsong's got to go and attack the ball. He's got to read it coming in, go and attack it. He's caught flat-footed. A great finish.
This is the same goal, but just have a look at Robert here. Now he is playing on the left-hand side. He has to come out. He has to sprint out there and close Ronaldo down. That's his job. He's nowhere near him, and it gives Ronaldo time to set the ball up, have a look at the ball, have a look at who's in the box, and cross a ball. And for a player of that
great strength.
Well, I was just going to say that's not his forte. His forte is definitely not closing down quickly and blocking. That's for sure.
No.
But when you play in that position,
he has got a cross there. He just hasn't gone and blocked.
And I think that could be said of all the Newcastle side in the first half. You know, we're picking on him because, you know, he's said a lot this week, but in the first half there wasn't many Newcastle players that got close to the ball.
The thing is, if one goes missing, the rest of them, they have to run so much more, and if you haven't got that special ability, it's very, very difficult.
So often the case that when you've gone a long time without a goal, two should come along together.
It's like
man to
buses.
man.
You'll know all about that then, huh?
I wish I could remember.
He was so prominent, and the big thing about today is that in previous matches he hasn't looked really, really sharp to me. I think sharpness is his game.
It's hard after a long injury.
Well, that's been the problem. He's been at a long time, but like you say, you get the first goal, it gives you that little bit of confidence. And then before you know it, the second one comes, and then he was a little bit unlucky 2 or 3 other occasions, but that's a quality finish. That was always going to go in the back of the net.
And again, we see that coming from a crossfield ball from Nicky Butt. Newcastle giving the ball away again. Manchester United break and bang.
But there's another thing about Van Nistelrooy. There was a story in one of the papers this week that he was unhappy at United and he wanted to get away. Yeah. And it was like an interview with him, an exclusive. And he wanted to go out there today to prove to all the Red supporters that he loves the club, that he's committed to the club, that he wants to play for that club for the rest of his career. And I thought he went out there and he showed that.
Fantastic support from, as always, from the Newcastle fans, and they were given just a glimmer of hope, weren't they, when Amiobi scored?
It certainly was, and it was a good finish. Some people may question the goalkeeper here, but Alan Shearer, who I thought in the second half come out and dominated Wes Brown, he slips a lovely ball in for Amiobi, and it's a good finish. And then, you fought for that period of time there that Newcastle were just getting on top. But in doing that, they left themselves open at the back, and Man United were always going to exploit.
You blame Howard for that one, Peter?
Well, I think he should have done better. I mean, it's
so
very...
yes, then.
So why go there? I mean, United won 4-1.
Yeah.
I mean, I disagree a little bit with that Newcastle had a chance. I was always convinced that once they started attack, that United were going to score more goals. That's the way they like to play. They like to get in front.
And so it proved. Ronaldo, who had a good game, didn't he?
Well, we're going.
I thought he was all right.
At that stage, we were going through a spell where, as I say, it was attack at both ends, and Newcastle were so open. Gary Neville, who was just attacking down that right-hand side, and it comes here. I mean, there's so much time and space there for Ronaldo, it's untrue.
Just level there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was just onside. But at this stage, this is what I was saying, that the game was so open that, Newcastle are attacking, leaving themselves susceptible to the counter-attack, and this is what happens.
And this is probably in the period where all the Newcastle supporters, they think, well, we're back in this game. But, I know what these United players are thinking. They think, well, let them attack a little bit, let them open up at the back, because then we'll utilise the space. And it was exactly what happened.
We were saying at half-time, or we thought at half-time, they might have gotten tight, but, after 10 minutes they put 3 up front and they just had a go. And we're talking about a great spectacle, and Newcastle played their part, because in the first half, they've not got the ball, they're chasing the quality, and the gulf in class is like a chasm. And then they come out and they still have a go at Manchester United, and that's what made it such a great game.
One player you picked out at half-time, another terrific performance from the captain, Roy Keane. I believe we can hear from him now. He's with Garth Crooks.
Roy, another final. How does that feel?
Yeah, very nice. We've had a difficult few weeks, and it's nice to get to another final.
The first half performance, particularly your performances down the right-hand side, seemed to rip the heart out of Newcastle.
Yeah, well, we wanted to make it a quick game. They had a difficult week travelling as well, and tough game on Thursday. So from our point of view, we wanted to have a quick pace, and they didn't really get near us in the first half.
The game was played in a terrific spirit. How difficult were the conditions?
I thought it was fine. I think we were glad to see a bit of rain, as I said, so we could have a decent pace to it, and it suited us down to the ground. And as I said, we kept them on the back foot.
The game with Highbury against Arsenal was sensational. We've got to do it all again.
Yeah, well, that's 4 or 5 weeks away. That'll take care of itself. We just now got to get ready for another league match on Wednesday.
Many congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
He had a little bit of a whinge at some of his teammates in the week, but
he's a
by
competitor,
example.
but he wants to win. You know, and to be fair, Manchester United have been second best this season, and today it was make or break for them, and they came out the blocks really quickly, and he led by example. He picked up and played a role that you wouldn't like normally see Roy playing. And in his prime, he was like box to box, whereas today he was just picking up and playing it. Whether he's good enough to play permanently in that role against better opposition that are getting tight on him, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, another big player for them. Didn't score today, but hugely influential throughout. Wayne Rooney.
I think every time he picked the ball up, he looked absolutely dangerous. He looked like he was gonna score. He just caused problems for Newcastle all afternoon. His passing was superb. He's running with the ball. He's so strong and gets into great positions. He picks up them little spots, and you know, he's sensational when he's in. You know, he does absolutely brilliant there.
There's great excitement in the game about this.
He's never lost the ball, you know, even though we think he's lost the ball.
And they pick him out here. He's there challenging for that. And there he goes. He's off.
Pace.
Well, he's got pace. He's got talent. He's got ability. He's got pace. He's got strength. He's got vision. He's got awareness. He scores goals. I hate him.
This is great.
I hate him. That is brilliant. What a pass that is.
And you think about what he's gone through this week again. Pick up what's been in the papers, but he's been on every front page every day for 7 days now. And for a young player like that to come and give a performance like that, it's unbelievable. I've said this so many times. This guy's not 19. He's old. I want to see his birth too, because he plays with such security. It's unreal.
And look at it. The whole time he's looking and just holding Stephen Carr off there, gets away from him. Just fantastic.
19 challenges less.
Yeah. And gets a free kick at the end of it. And the great thing about him, he gets up now and just shrugs it off and gets on with the game.
And you know what? We're fed up. We're fed up featuring them. But you just cannot ignore them.
In that case, we'll move on.
Right, good.
Thanks. We've got a competition for you, an opportunity to win a trip for 2 to the cup final. All you have to do is name just one of the following cup final goal scorers. So name one of those goal scorers. Shouldn't prove beyond you. Call that number and you could be here next month for the cup final. If not, you can always watch it with us on the BBC. Before that though, we'll be back on Wednesday night with a bonus match of the day. The top 4 meet. Chelsea play Arsenal and Everton face Manchester United. BBC One 10:50. And there's more sport coming up on BBC Two shortly. Snooker followed by the bikes and highlights too of the London Marathon. Not sure Mrs L will feature, but she did run it in 3 hours 52 minutes. Very proud. What a moment.
Well done, Michelle.
Well done. Can't wait for the cup final.
It's a dream cup final.
What a finale.
2 great sides packed with talent and ability. A little bit of hostility there as well. I would imagine the rhetoric from the manager will start in the paper in the morning.
And both teams are on the way up. They're getting into form again. Arsenal finally there. They played well yesterday. They played clever. Football is difficult for them. United played well today. It's going to be a spectacle.
Might be quite hard to get a ticket for that, though.
Certainly will be. I'm going to look in the box office now.
So, I mean, it becomes even more important because of Chelsea's dominance in the league this season, doesn't it?
Well, exactly. Because, as I said at the top, if Manchester United win the FA Cup, then it resurrects the season. Same for Arsenal. Same. You know, you go back to the old saying, first is first and second is nowhere. I mean, the barometer is always going to be the Premiership, and they have been second best, the 2 teams in the Premiership, to Chelsea. So this cup final, the significance of the victory in the cup final is like unbelievably big for either side.
Neither side would like to go.
We have the race for second place as well.
Yeah.
It's going to hot up.
And neither side would like to go empty-handed this season.
That's right. They both want to win a bit of silverware. Second, all right, gets you into Europe, but it's that little bit of silverware you want coming the end of the season, and both of them will be determined to get that.
And the mere fact that we're talking about hostility between the 2 sides, I mean, if Manchester United beat Arsenal and vice versa, then imagine how good that will be for the managers, players and supporters. Unbelievable.
game than managers will?
It's always, whenever Arsenal and Manchester United are playing, it's always a game of words. And, you know, I can't wait for the press conference and the newspapers be up to that game.
Gents, thanks for your company. Got to go. That's it from us. The 2005 FA Cup final. Arsenal, Manchester United. Better get the caterers in for that one. Goodbye.
The BAFTA TV Awards.
Oh, stunning place.
Just like Vegas.
Fill me up, Doris. A night of stars.
Never so excited.
Celebrating the best in the business.
You weren't half bad.
Join Graham Norton tonight at 8 on BBC One.
You're sure a hot ticket.
See the world differently, because we're looking for filmmakers and animators for BBC Three.
Oh no, not Revision. Blah, 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 whatever.
Revision sending you to sleep? Wake up to BBC Bite Size and get help online. It brings boring subjects to life. BBC Bite Size makes revision easier to digest.
If you want the latest football results, wake up your red button.
Digital viewers can catch up on all the action for free with BBC Eye. You can get results, league tables and all the up-and-coming fixtures whenever you want. Press red now for the latest sports news.
On BBC Eye, it's free.
Paul Hunter starts his campaign at the World Snooker in 10 minutes on BBC Two. Here on BBC One, A Question of Sport.
And tonight we are thrilled to be joined by some of the most revered names in sport. So 4 out of 6 on the panel ain't bad as we meet the captains, Matt and Ali. Ali tonight is the hero of Europe's Ryder Cup victory and a world and Olympic sprint champion.
Green's going to take this one. It's going to be Maurice Green. Green gets there from Montgomery. It's close on the line, but he gets it 9.82.
And here comes Maurice Green, and Maurice Green is going to take this 9.88 for Maurice Green. And that is unbelievable.
Good shot. It's a pretty good line. It climbs the ridge. Oh, well, would you believe it?
Had to be Colin, didn't it? Again. He's done it. Oh, absolutely magical scenes.
Please welcome Maurice Green and Colin Montgomery. century of Test wickets alongside one of England football's brightest talents.
Cole. Oh! That's wonderful. Heskey's underneath that. This is Rooney. And Joe Cole! Joe Cole has scored within a minute of Denmark equalising and takes off his shirt to celebrate. Tufnell has another wicket.
Beautifully bowled. The England players are very surprised to find the identity of the fielder.
Please welcome Joe Cole and Tuffers, Phil Tufnell. Well, this week's picture board is flawed. You will see a number of sports stars who are literally flat out. All you have to do is tell me who they are. And Colin, we're going to ask you to pick first.
Number 7, please.
Yeah. I wouldn't fancy taking a divot in my shot.
Mr. Gary Player.
It is the South African golfer. Well done. Over we go, Tuffers.
Number 5, please. Sue?
Oh yeah.
Has it?
All right, yeah, we're all right. We're all right.
Oh, him? Okay, yeah. No, okay, yeah. Danny. Yes, Danny Grewcock.
It is the England lock. Maurice, it's your go.
Let me try 4.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. There you go.
Is it Patrick Berger?
Well done, Maurice. Yes, it is. Joe, over to you.
Number 10, please, Sue.
Oh, yeah. What is happening with this round?
Go on, shout, mate.
That's all I've got. Leighton Hewitt.
Well done, it is. Australian tennis star. Ali, you'll go.
Number 2, please. Yeah, you got that.
Donovan Bailey.
It is, yes. Sprint champion, yeah. And Matt.
We'll go with Tubbs where you bat, number 11.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh, you'll get that. So nonchalant. I love that.
It's tricked off the
Go on,
top. Sean Pollock, South Africa.
Yeah. South African all-rounder, yes. End of round 1 and a great start. Full marks to both teams, both on 6. So, Ali, for your team, your sports action, you will see 5 famous faces who all share a link of some kind. Watch carefully, the questions will follow.
Malcolm's got it in the minute. He's going to win gold for Great Britain. Malcolm gets it. What a run. A big, big smile on the face of Christian Malcolm.
That's it. What a great shot. What a time to get a double 100 in your career.
Oh, what a save. Good save by Robinson. Beckham. Solskjaer. Sharp save by Robinson at the near post.
There's one in. She's going on nice and quietly and elegantly.
Robbie Paul, here's a last chance of another try. Oh, it is! Mighty Colo! Big Leslie in at the corner!
So, you saw Christian Malcolm winning the 200 metres European Indoor Championships in 2000. Which American beat Malcolm into 2nd place at the World Indoor Championships a year later?
That's unfair, that question. Maurice you never run indoors, did you?
Oh, mate. I'm just trying to figure out which American it was.
The stadiums, the indoor stadium is too small for you to slow down, mate. Don't worry about it.
He's a well-known 200 metre runner.
Kobe Miller.
No, it isn't. It goes on offer.
Johnson.
Sorry?
Johnson. No, just Johnson.
No, it was Sean Crawford. Oh. Name the golfer that we saw holding out.
Grace Park.
Yes, correct. Now, finally, they are linked because they were all born in the same year. Do you know the year? Do you know how old Grace Park is? meters. Can you work that out? Nope. And the music featured also from that
I've met her once, but it's funny I didn't ask how old she was. Funny that.
Everyone featured in that was born in the same year. Who else did you recognise?
Paul Robinson? He was born the same year?
Yes.
Paul Robinson?
Yeah.
Yes.
All those that were on the clip.
Well, we
should
know how old he is.
Help.
Ex-Leeds. Got to be good. Got to be good.
Yeah.
25?
So what year are you going for?
1979.
It is right, yes. Very good. Matt.
Okay, here we go.
There's also something linking all the people in your sports action. Watch closely, questions will follow.
And she goes clear yet again! Yet again! She will be delighted with that!
Oh, there you are. You see, he's got him now. By trying to attack him, he's pulled it on, inside edge. Well bowled, young man.
Tosser! And a quick save!
Delalio, this is better. Tyndall, Cohen! For the line! And for glory is he! It's a try!
Okay. Name the goalkeeper you saw making a save in the 1971 FA Cup final.
Bob Wilson?
It was Bob Wilson, yes. Well done. Who did you see dismissing Andrew Flintoff? I don't think that's a popular question.
Is that really the question?
Yes, who did you see
I think
dismissing
we might have to come back to that one.
Okay. What links the 5 sports stars' names?
Wilson, Cohen, Flintoff, Peters. Wasn't it something to do with 96 World Cup?
Ah. It's not Freddie, it's the bowler.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's go for
Yeah, all right, don't rub it in. Laughing behind the back like that.
Putting me off.
Knees.
Look, go for it.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Go for it. Go for the football team.
All right, I'm doing it.
Oh, reverse thinking. Yeah. Banks. Banks. It's Banks. The cricketer's name is Banks.
Yes, it is. Yes. Omari Banks, the West Indian spinner. And the connection?
They have all names of the 1966 World Cup winning team.
Perfect, yes. All the names there was Mary Peters, Bob Wilson, Hall Charlton, Omari Banks and Ben Cohen. Well done. So end of the round. Ali's on 8, Matt in front on 9. Action from day 3 of the first test between India and Australia in 2004. Mohammed Kaif is batting, but what happened next?
Neil Gavaskar, Saurav Ganguly having a good laugh out there.
Well, Phil's got no idea anyway, so that's good. We're thinking that the batsman's going to lose his balance because he's sort of reverse sort of, what do you call it, Phil? You were very good at that shot, weren't you?
I don't know, I never played that shot in my life, mate.
It was everybody used to play it when you bowled to them, actually.
That's the
reverse sweep.
Correct.
And he's lost his balance in the process.
And they go for a run, and
then because he's lost his balance, he's sort of run out.
I'll give you 1 point for run out.
Look, this is your territory, really.
Okay, then
well,
I think he's played the reverse sweep. He's run up the other end. Shane Warne's run behind the stumps, knocked the shepherd out the way, and there's a big commotion. And he has to call for the third umpire.
It's a great answer, but it's not even close. No. This is what happened then.
He's forgotten the fact that he's got a runner. He starts to take off, bang, cramp starts. Whoopsie, down you go. He's cramping up on both legs. Damien Martin throws the ball in, and he's still out of his ground, and the right decision's been made.
Excuse me.
Yes, Colin?
Is that not losing his balance?
Yes.
Yeah, but what we wanted was he got cramp, is what we were looking for. Okay, Matt, action from the Masters tennis tournament at the Royal Albert Hall. What happened next?
No, it's a good shout. I reckon that could be a good shout. And that's a big roof up there, man. He's looking up in the air, look, isn't he?
Well, that's where the ball is.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not preparing, are they? They're not preparing. They're sort of sitting there going...
Yeah, they're stunned, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, then.
Possibly. The ball has been properly whacked high into the lights, and it gets stuck up there, and it doesn't come down in its normal way.
No. On offer?
What about a pigeon or something like that, no?
It's indoor.
Yeah,
Indoor.
I know.
Trying to hit it and he misses it.
Comes down, he goes to hit it, misses it, and hits it that way. That's a great shout. We think he goes to hit it, misses it deliberately or unintentionally, and then gives it one of them underhand jobs.
Take the deal.
He does do that, but not on this occasion. This is what happened next.
Yeah.
We know he's extremely talented and laid back. Very talented player. So end of the round, the teams are tied, both on 9. Now, 1 point for a home question, 2 points if you go away. Colin first.
Home.
Who was Bernard Langer's opponent in the singles in the 1991 Ryder Cup when he came agonisingly close to retaining the cup for Europe at Kiwa Island?
He was out last. Hale Irwin.
It was, yes. Well done. Have you got something special there?
And I think I've just broke the Ryder Cup by the...
I think we should ask Morris to touch that, because most of your countrymen haven't had it for a while.
Yes, let Colin go. Yes, it's probably at safer hands. On we go. Go on, Phil. Home question or away?
Home, please.
Home. Who in 2004, in his 102nd Test match, scored his first ever Test match half-century?
It's either Glenn McGrath or Gillespie. Got to be McGrath. Yeah. Glenn McGrath.
Went for the right one, yes. Scored 61 against New Zealand. Maurice?
At home.
Which American twice broke the men's 100 metres world record during the 1990s and also helped the USA win relay gold at the 92 Olympics?
Is it not him? No. No. It's definitely, they're not breaking the world record twice.
In fact, while you're just deciding, I'm going to pass this round, because I think this is terrific.
Yeah,
Excuse me a second, I'm going to pass this round. Have a feel. Have a go, please. Sorry.
I know Leroy Burrell. Yeah, Leroy Burrell.
It was Leroy Burrell, yes. Okay, over to Joe. Home or away?
Please.
When England played Wales in October 2004, who was playing an away fixture on his home ground?
Giggsy?
It was, yes, Ryan Giggs. So So, captains, for you this week, I'm going to ask you both to choose each other's questions. You can see 6 flags on the screen, and behind each flag is a question relating to that country. But, as always, some are harder than others. Ali, we're going to ask you to pick a flag for Matt.
Yeah. Go on. Go on, bitch, fine.
Which forward scored 4 tries in Wales' 98-0 victory over Japan in November 2004?
Yeah, go on.
Colin Jarvis.
Well done, it was, yeah. So, Matt, you pick a flag for Ali.
Yeah, be a skiing one, wouldn't it, for me?
You reckon? Go on, then we'll go to Switzerland then. Sue, please.
Good luck. Some are harder than others. Which man was Olympic downhill gold medalist in 1988?
Muller.
No, it was Zurbriggen. Herman Zurbriggen. So, Ali?
Anyway. Finland.
Which Finn won the Belgian Grand Prix in 2004?
No, hold on.
Right, yes, that's what I meant. Yeah. Raikkonen.
Just say it really what did you say, Tuffers?
Just say it really quickly.
He said. You said one word, but you meant another one, did you?
Yes, I did. I think I did. Right. Was it? Raikkonen or Raikkonen?
Kimi Raikkonen.
Kimi Raikkonen. Yeah. Kimi Raikkonen.
You're right. Well done, Kimi Raikkonen. So, Matt, your choice.
What do you reckon, boys? What do you fancy? What's that? Italy, Canada, and
Holland.
France. Italy, please.
Picking well. With which sport do you associate Ivan Basso? Italy.
Basso.
Italy.
Yes, we got the Italian bit. Could be sort of into this sort of Tour de France cycling bits of business. It's not your...
It's a good shout out, because I do not have a clue. How about you, Maurice?
I was going to say racing. Some kind of racing.
They have a Tour of Italy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Right. You say it then, it saves me the embarrassment.
Right. Volleyball. I'll go with Colin's answer. I'll go with Colin's answer.
Colin's right, yes. Well done, yeah. Cycling, and he finished 3rd in the Tour de France. Okay, Ali, Holland or Canada?
Holland.
Who scored for Holland when England defeated them 4-1 at Euro 96?
I was at this game as well.
You should never say that.
Yeah, I was 13, I had tickets.
They scored first, didn't they?
You had tickets?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I would have had that.
I was at the Scotland game as well before.
What was the score? No, I'm getting it from all angles. 2-0.
It's supposed to be a friendly game.
Talk us through it.
Talk us through it.
What's going on?
They was 4-0 down at the time.
By the way, it serves you right. It serves you right. You should have been at school anyway, didn't it?
It was the goal that sent Scotland out, wasn't it?
That was the goal that put us out. If it stayed 4-0, we'd have won it.
You scored a tap in against Switzerland.
You would have won
We'd
it.
have qualified, but that goal put us out.
Oh.
More than one of us, you know, by the way.
Patrick Kluivert.
Correct.
What a legend. Couldn't see his legs.
So, Ali, you get Canada. Who in 1980 became the youngest player to reach the semi-finals of the World Snooker Championships?
Kirk Stevenson.
Right.
Do you?
Yep.
No, please, you carry on.
Go on, we're going with Colin.
Kirk Stevens.
Correct again. So, end of the round, Ali's on 13, Matt on 14. So on we go, Ali. Who is this playing the part of Knight Rider?
I'm right here, Michael. Don't touch turbo boost. Very funny. Are you all right? I took the liberty of scanning your vital signs. Your blood pressure is 190 over 120 and your pulse is 104. We're getting closer. The signal is progressively stronger. Not now, Michael. I have a headache. Doesn't he ever give up? Michael, given the severity of the situation, I can no longer support your actions.
Ooh, tough one.
I have no idea.
No, there were no deer, there were lions, mate.
It's another good one. It's another good one.
That was actually quite good.
Lee Westwood.
No, wasn't. Goes on offer.
I think it's Darren Goff.
We'll see if Tuffers is right.
No.
Yes, England bowler Darren Goff. Matt, who is this conducting a steel band?
Is that you on here? Come on, is that you on here? I know you're thinking
You
that
should not speak to someone like that. And that's not fair. I will have words with you.
You got it, Maurice.
Who, you're asking me?
You got it? I'm just trying to join you in, and just if you feel like helping us out, it's no problem, mate. That's how it works.
I can't even help my own team.
We'll have a double at Dwayne Chambers.
No, it isn't.
Welcome to the game.
I hope it's right. Was it Darren Campbell?
No, let's see. It was British sprinter, but it was Marlon Devonish. That's who we were looking for. Oh. So, end of that round. Ali's on 13, Matt on 16. This week with the 1 minute round. Okay, so pay attention. Ali, as you're training, you go first, as many points as you can. Your 60 seconds starts now. How many times has Michael Schumacher won the World Championship?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Seven, yes. Who clinched a record 6 World Match Play title with
Ernie Els.
Ernie Els, yes. Where is this?
Wet. Anfield.
Think of that.
Wimbledon.
Yes. Who scored England's opening goal of their Euro 2004 campaign?
Carry on.
Who was the men's 200 metres world champion in 1997? And these sports stars all share their names with alcoholic drinks.
Beer.
No.
Gin. Vodka.
Gin, yes.
Wine.
No.
Rosé.
Alcoholic drinks.
Yep.
What was the other one again?
Who scored England's opening goal in Euro 2004 campaign, and who was the men's 200 metres world champion in 97?
Lampard.
Yes, Lampard, yeah?
96.
And
Just shout out loads of
Jen
sprinters.
Vodka.
I'm trying to think of names.
200 metre world champion.
Wayne, I don't drink, sure.
Beer.
That is the comment of the night. Okay. The men's 200 metres world champion in 97 was Atto Bolden. It was Damien Brandy and Guido Joe Martini. Okay, Matt, your go. See how many points you can get. Your time starts now. How many times has Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France? Yes. Who was the top scorer with 5 goals at Euro 2004?
Barros.
Yes. Where is this?
The wreck.
Yep.
Bath.
Bath, yes. Who were runners-up in the Cricket World Cup in 2003?
India.
Yes, India. Which team won the 3rd place playoffs at the 2003 Rugby World Cup?
New Zealand.
Yep. All these sports stars share their names with luxury cars.
Porsche, Jag,
Ferrari.
Ferrari, yes. Matthew.
Lamborghini.
Bentley,
Aston
Bentley,
Martin.
yeah.
posh cars. Reliant.
Bentley.
Yeah, we got Bentley.
Rolls Royce. Royce. Maserati.
Cortina. What anyway?
Rover.
GBR.
The one you were missing was Richard Limo. Never mind. So that is that. End of the round, and it's a win for Matt's team. 24 points to 19. So that is it. It's been a lot of fun. A big thank you to our guests, to Colin, to Maurice, to Phil, and to Joe. The three of us will see you next week. Join us then. Bye-bye.
20 years after the Heysel disaster, a special programme recalls that tragic day. Tonight at 9 on BBC Two. Next here on BBC One, Points of View.
Watching an extraordinary talent in the best form of his life is one of sport's great pleasures. For most people.
See the Rocket defend his title. The World Snooker Championship, live and interactive, continues on BBC Two.
The police will be there.
I need to know in which way he attacked
with
you.
your air weapons. Down the line.
Is crime falling? Or is it out of control? Panorama investigates Cops and Robbers, tonight at 10:20 on BBC One.
As Hitler slept, thousands of British and American units poured from the boats. The battle for the Normandy beaches was over in hours, but the battle for Europe had just begun.
I turned to my mate, says, I can't take that more of this. He said, we've got to hold it together.
D-Day to Berlin, Wednesday at 9 on BBC One.
Help make poverty history with songs of praise in 15 minutes on BBC One after Points of View.
Blah boobity bye blah 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 boobity bye boo blah 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 boobity bye blah 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 blah.
Good afternoon. Where have you been? A very, very warm welcome from the old family lean-to here. Now this week, Holby City causes blood pressures to rise as viewers find out the ending before the programme goes out. Continuing with the medical theme, Wogan MD examines Doctors, the daily daytime dose of drama that left viewers waiting for an appointment for 2 weeks. And if that's not enough for you, good Dr. Wogan will be examining what an apple a day can do for your golden years. Good grief, that woman's of pensionable age, old enough to be my wife. Now, I don't know about breakdancing, but you should see the current Mrs. Wogan's hip-hop and house. Now, a firm-thighed Lothario has been gracing your screens for 2 weeks now. But enough of me. Yes, BBC One's Casanova had you positively sweating. perspiring, and lunging for your quills.
David Tennant and Peter O'Toole were excellent in the lead roles, and the whole programme was thoroughly enjoyable. First-class sets, costumes and supporting cast. Highly recommended.
What a wonderful series. Delightful scenery, fantastic costumes and incredibly witty script delivered by really great actors. What more could you ask for? Only more of the same, please.
For those who haven't had the opportunity to enjoy this lavish, saucy romp, I love it. Here's a clip for family viewing.
It's different now. I've got to be legitimate. I'm a father. I've got responsibilities. Where is he? Jack! Heel! It's my duty to earn a living and to earn it honestly for his sake. I come second now. It's all for him. My father was a fool and a cuckold, and he died when I was 7. I won't let Jack down in the same way. I'll set an example. No, more than that, I'm an inspiration. Father is the god of a child's world. That's why I am to him, the creator.
And you can see the final episode of Casanova tomorrow evening, BBC One, 9 o'clock. Now, picture, if you will, the scene. There you are, with a pint of porter and a cheese sandwich, awaiting a major medical emergency on Tuesday night, Holby City. And just before the medical miracle begins, your eyes fall upon that respected TV organ, the Radio Times. There are other listings magazines available. And quelle horreur!
The TV Listings magazine revealed the death of a character before it had happened.
Well, lots of you contacted us about this shocking revelation. And the story was that Dr. Will Curtis was trapped under a collapsed building. And viewers were left wondering whether he lived or died. But before the following climactic episode, all was revealed.
I bought my Listings magazine as usual last Tuesday and was looking forward to finding out that night whether Will was going to pull through on Holby City. However, whilst browsing through the magazine to the following Tuesday's listings, I was greeted with the words Will's death under Holby's programme details. What a disappointment. I now knew the outcome of the storyline before I'd even put the telly on.
Our mailbag was full to bursting, with abuse as usual, but there were letters about this topic. So on your behalf, we went straight, well, as close to the top as we ever get, and spoke to the publicity manager for Holby City, who said,
Every week, Holby City issues listings information that lets magazine readers know what is coming up in the next episode of the show. While most viewers are happy to have this level of detail, we would advise anyone who does not want to know what's coming up not to read too far ahead so as to avoid discovering what they have not yet seen on screen. Or, as they say on the 10 o'clock news, look away now if you don't want to see the results.
So, remember, whatever you do, don't be tempted to peek at TV listings on a Tuesday. Now, the peace and tranquility of a Sunday morning has been rudely interrupted. Yes, the Heaven and Earth show has recently had a revamp.
The Heaven and Earth show? What happened? I liked it before they changed it.
And the BBC's weekly offering of religious and ethical debate has been pleasing 1 million viewers every Sunday. But some of you think it's looking a lot more earthy than heavenly these days.
I think that the new studio set is terrible. It's claustrophobic, unattractive, and the colours are simply awful.
The normal professional standard of presentation on the programme has recently deteriorated. They seem to be dumbing down.
So, has Heaven and Earth lost its way? What next? We investigated.
Good morning. 2 deaths this week which raise important questions about the sanctity of life.
I would say far from dumbing down, we're actually trying to be much bolder about what we do and be much more incisive about dealing with the questions of life and death and the digging into what people believe and how that affects them.
It's the end of an era, the last Heaven and Earth that Rossi and I will be presenting.
Yes, after the break, a new team will be looking after you.
Ross Kelly and Alice Beer did a fantastic job for us, and they really helped us build Heaven and Earth to the success that it was. I think what Max and Anita bring is just a different character, a different personality, and that all helps us rebrand the show and give the show a different personality. We felt that after 6.5 years it was time to do something a bit more radical, to freshen up the approach, still to deal with the same subject matter, but just to do it with a slightly sharper edge and to incorporate 1 or 2 things that we wanted to do, like bringing the audience into the studio, so we now have a studio audience. I know it is quite annoying when a programme that you've grown very comfortable with suddenly changes, and I think there is a danger that the viewer feels like they've done this and they didn't tell me about it. But the programme in essence is still the same. You may or may not quite like the style that we've gone for, but I think if you stick with us, you'll find that it will become something that you grow accustomed to, and hopefully you'll love as much as you used to love the old show.
Well, time will tell. But those of you who do like your television programmes to look sleek, polished, generally gorgeous, have been delighted to see the new series of Hustle back on the screen.
Brilliant. This is what TV's all about. Hustle has entertainment in bucket loads.
Hustle is everything I want in a drama. It's terrific. Really classy entertainment.
But there were those who feel the game grifters lack, well, they lack a certain grit, bottom, gravitas.
I don't know what all the fuss is about. Hustle is a bit fluffy for me. Give me something grittier any day.
Well, 5 million of you tuned in to see last week's drama, which involved a Nigerian military type who dealt in arms and had a habit of torturing people. So I'm not sure fluffy is quite the word I'd use.
Have you ever worked on a long con?
I've read about it. Yeah, well, I'll make the play. He'll just back me up.
I'd rather you took Ash.
All right, mate. You're the boss. It's your call, but, you know. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be sitting here, would I, if somebody hadn't taught me.
Do not louse this up.
No, we won't.
Strong stuff. Frankly, the main reason I watch it is Jamie Murray. Now, given this week's fascination with medical cliffhangers and taut hospital teasers, here's one that had us all reaching for the first aid box.
Help! Why has the wonderful Doctor suddenly disappeared from our screens? I demand it to be returned forthwith.
Gladys, get a grip. I'll need to examine the facts. What actually seems to be the problem?
I watched Wednesday, the 6th of April's episode. It was great. Dr. Jack Ford was pushed down the stairs, his wife Rhea overdosed, and Julie was in jail. I couldn't wait for the following day's programme to find out what happened.
I'll bet you couldn't.
So I waited and waited.
And?
I turned on the TV on Thursday and no doctors. The programme has completely disappeared from the schedules. I'm furious.
Undeterred, we went down to the new set of Doctors and gave them a thorough checkup to get to the bottom of this heinous crime.
My character was slightly in the doghouse when before the end of the last series, when the surgery was blown up. He was pretty convinced that Julia, Mac's wife, and the practice manager had done the deed.
Maybe Riverside could have a little insurance accident, eh?
They obviously weren't too happy about him telling the police that this is what he thought.
Julia, bless her, she's left languishing in jail. She's been accused of blowing up Riverside, and you're just going to have to wait and see what happens to her. Thank you very much to all the loyal viewers that we've had who've written in and complained about the fact that they weren't told that we were coming to the end of our series, because you should have known, because it was a great storyline. And anyway, let's hope that we can make it up to you with the next series.
Well, there were lots of calls about this, and I'm sure the cream of British broadcasting had a simple explanation. So, we spoke to BBC's daytime scheduler, Kate Mordaunt.
Doctors has come to the end of the current series, and because production has moved premises and built a new surgery, a 12-day break was needed before the new series starts. We're very sorry that there was no announcement to say when Doctors will return. This must have been very frustrating and was unfortunately an oversight on our part. Viewers will be pleased to know, however, that brand new Doctors will be back on our screens tomorrow at 2:35 p.m. on BBC One.
Until tomorrow, then. Now, many of you have been enjoying the series Around the World in 80 Treasures. Intrepid explorer Dan Cruikshank has been travelling the world in search of significant creations.
In the days of the Anasazi, the only way to reach the fields on top was by climbing the steep cliffs, using footholds cut in the rock. They must have had the agility of mountain goats. I soon give up and resort to ladders, which are treacherous enough.
But some of you are slightly concerned about Dan's well-being on these demanding journeys.
I quite like old Dan. I just don't think travelling around the world on such a tight schedule can be doing him any good. Not at his age.
It looks exhausting. Dan needs to take care, or he won't be fit for another series.
Steady on there. Many a good tune played on an old fiddle, you know. Mind you, the schedule was tough for anyone. The series took in 40 countries, in 6 continents, in 5 months. A tad on the speedy side, do you think?
Dan Cruikshank continued his whistle-stop tour of the planet. Don't go into the kitchen to make a cup of tea, or you could miss 2 continents.
Old Dan's wardrobe also caught the attention of some of the less charitable amongst you.
Dan was in Japan and China last night. I presume he did both countries in a day, as he was wearing the same shirt for most of the time.
You cheeky young limb. Who do you think you are? Trini? Lopez? Dan is a fashion plate for men of a certain age everywhere. Never heard of grunge? Let's take a look at the places Dan has ferreted for global gems on your behalf, while at the same time enjoying the man's urbane style. Here he is, in Ethiopia, Tripoli, Cairo, Luxor, Kyoto, Beijing, and resplendent once again in blue linen by the Great Wall of China. I can see what you mean about the shirt. For those concerned with Dan's well-being, we're assured by the producer that as this is such a demanding schedule, he's constantly undergoing strict medicals. Now, if you've got something to say, this is the place to say it. POV, BBC, Birmingham, B1 1RF. That's our address. Our phone, 0870 908 3199. Or email, pov@bbc.co.uk, or text 83199, starting a message POV, so that we can get it loud and clear. And finally, as the sainted Sir Trevor says, something that captured imaginations everywhere was a new series called Golden Years. This looked at people of a certain age, which is a euphemism for old, who are young at heart.
How refreshing to watch a programme about old people who are out there living their lives.
I was amazed by the lady of 68 who was breakdancing. Where did she get the energy?
Quite. The military too, Pep, not to mention the Gay Gordons, has played havoc with my knees and other parts. This lady can move, so take a look. Cool. See you next week. And all the old geezers out there, happy breakdancing.
Well, just going back to Doctors, it is back tomorrow, but at 2:05. 2:05 here on BBC One.
Hurry up, Ryan. He'll be here in a minute.
OK, come in.
My little boy.
Hi there, biological parents.
Marty? It's all smelly.
Where's Boxer, man? Whoa, easy, boy. What have you done to Boxer, man?
That'll be the 6 extra BBC channels. You get them on cable, satellite, or we got in Freeview.
It's only around 50 quid.
You buy the box, you just plug it in. 30 channels, no subscription.
I can't believe you've joined the digital movement like everybody else, man. Goes against everything I stand for. I want to cook some rice and lentils.
Call 08700 10 10 10 or visit your local retailer or supplier.
Oh, look, Ryan, Glastonbury.
Hey, what?
This week on Gardener's World, we've got container veg, the pumpkin trial and alpine beds. So join us, Gardener's World, Friday night, 8:30, BBC Two.
Howard has a rival for Marina's affections. Last of the summer wine at 6:15. Now on BBC One, here's Sally Magnuson.
What's the connection between this, an African village with no electricity and until recently no running water, and this, the last word in luxury and focus of one of Britain's biggest ever security operations? And this, a small Scottish village church. The answer is that in this village in Tanzania, you'd be lucky to earn £2 a week. So if you fancied an Easter break at Glen Eagles, prices starting at £1,200 for two, you'd be looking at 12 years' wages. That staggering disparity is one of the things that the leaders of the world's richest nations, the G8, will be discussing this summer here at Glen Eagles when they take over the entire hotel for their summit. Meanwhile, a mile down the road from Glen Eagles, the village of Auchterarder is bracing itself for the disruption the G8 summit will cause. But the church people here are relishing the way they suddenly find themselves at the sharp end of a huge international peaceful campaign aimed at influencing world leaders into making poverty history. The congregation begin our programme with a hymn looking at God's justice.
For 80 years, Glen Eagles has been the last word in luxury, a Highland escape for the world's wealthy. Its staff take pride in attending to their guests' every need in order to provide an oasis of rest and recreation. Its championship golf courses are known throughout the world, but there's a range of other sporting activities on tap too. The leaders of the world's 8 wealthiest nations will probably not have much time for play when they come here in July. As they meet here, surrounded by tight security, they'll be watched by the people of Auchterarder, who are hoping they'll have as their priority making poverty history.
As Christians, we believe in the power of prayer, and I think prayer is one of the most important responses that the church, both locally and nationally, can make.
Part of what I'm involved in organising is a 72-hour prayer vigil, which will occur during the time that the summit is on, and also a prayer walk, which will enable Christians to meet in the centre of the town for prayer and praise, coming from every point of the compass.
We certainly want to pray for real change. We don't want it just to be a talking shop. We want real change to take place, which affects the lives of the poorest in the world. We see the G8 as a great opportunity to work and to try and inspire our local congregation and the people in the community regards the issues. The issues, of course, are very important. The war, poverty, cancellation of debt, and also the environment. So it really is a God-given opportunity for us to make the very most of these issues and to inform and educate people.
This is Uhambing Ghetto in Tanzania. It's a village of some 4,500 people at the end of a 23-kilometre track. The word rut doesn't really do justice to this road. It's so bad that the villagers can't market their maize and sunflower seed, which leaves them prey to exploitation by middlemen. It's so far to the main road that until recently the women had to walk up to 12 hours a day to collect their water. They live here at the very edge of subsistence. They're also at the very edge of our thinking in the West, at the extremity of where our imaginations are willing to go. In that sense, they're really at the end of the world. But Uhambing Ghetto is also a place of quite exhilarating promise, because here you can see in microcosm exactly how aid and debt relief and the hope at least of just trade one day is beginning to make a difference.
And Christians, both in Tanzania and in Britain, have been leading the way. The people of Uhambing Ghetto in Tanzania used to be 20 kilometres from the nearest water supply. That's because there was no land available for farming closer by. Joyce Mbwelo wanted clean water for her children. That meant a 10-hour return trip every day.
What was it like for you, Joyce, when you had to walk every day for water?
When there was no water in this village, we had a tough life. Because we had to get up at midnight and walk about 20 kilometers one way to collect water. Sometimes we come back very exhausted. We fall down on the way and the water, it is spilled, so I have to go back again to the same area to collect water.
I can hardly believe that. You must have been exhausted just about all the time. When did you sleep?
Muda wa kulala tulikuwa yani ni kama hatu.
We were compelled to spend more time working rather than sleeping. We had children, they need food. They want to go to school. You want to cook. You want to wash, and you don't have water in the house.
Supported by Tier Fund, the Diocese of Ruaha has installed a pipe to bring water to the village. So Joyce now only has to walk 10 minutes to fetch water, not 10 hours.
We really thank the Lord for using the Diocese of Ruaha to come here, to encourage us, to mobilize us for this project, because we implemented ourselves, except that the church assisted us with some of the things which community members couldn't afford. And this has enabled me to spend more time taking care of my kids, doing other, tasks at home.
That's incredibly heavy. What are your hopes for your children as they grow up? And your hopes for the kind of world you want to live in?
Kwa kweli juu ya watoto wangu.
I would have liked to take my children to a secondary school. I don't want them to suffer the way I'm suffering. I never went to school. That's why I'm struggling with as a farmer here, just a peasant here. But I would like them to go to school and see their future, for the struggle for their future.
What would your children like to be themselves when they grow up?
Kwa kweli wangesoma.
When they grow up, I want them to be employed, to become civil servants, specifically the teaching profession. This is what I want them to be.
And do you think that might happen?
Kwa kumtegemea Mungu. Inawezekana, unamwachia Mungu mwenyewe.
He says everything is possible to God.
Someone like him, he was tall and strong and lean, with a body like a greyhound and a mind so sharp and keen. But his heart, just like a laurel, grew twisted around itself, till almost everything he did